Good morning, everybody. We welcome you to Mullen, Nebraska, site of the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament, as we have 4 matches on tap for you today. We'll start with the semifinals. In semifinal number 1, Mullen will take on Anselmo Myrna. That'll be followed by South Loop and Twin Loop, and then the third place consolation and the championship matches all coming up for you today on KBBN Radio and also video streaming live on our media platforms such as sandhillsexpress.com, our Facebook page, also YouTube and Twitter. Great to be with you for a great day of volleyball action here on Central Nebraska's Sports Source. Well, we have so many people to thank for our coverage today, so we're going to start with those who are bringing you radio coverage of our opening match. And they include Tri-S Ag, Sargent Irrigation, Downey Drilling, Central Nebraska Diesel, Sandhills Golf Club, Fubar and Grill in Anselmo, Kristen Electric, Consolidated, Sandhills Natural Water, Seavers Angus, Muddy Creek Auto, Brandon Miller with Golden Harvest. Also brought to you by Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Trotter Service, Custer Federal State Bank, Rod's Body and Paint, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, Brent Custer Agent, A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, Squire Septic Service, Arrow Seed, Team Physical Therapy, and Agland ATV. Also, thanks to the support of so many amazing businesses, we are doing something special for you today. We are presenting live video streaming of all 4 matches today on sandhillsexpress.com, our Facebook page, YouTube, and Twitter. Because of the COVID-19 situation and COVID concerns, no fans allowed, unfortunately, today at the tournament. So therefore, we are bringing it to you through a video stream. And we are going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to thank all of these amazing sponsors who are making the video presentation of today's tournament possible for you. We'll be back with more right after these words.
This is for the Anselmo Myrna community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in Central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
When it comes to anything having to do with water well service or drilling, the folks at Downey Drilling in Lexington, Kearney, and Garden City can handle it. In fact, I think they even cook and make all their own clothes. Irrigation, domestic, municipal wells, you name it, Downey Drilling can do it. They're licensed in 8 states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Wyoming, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not only can Downey Drilling do about anything, they can do it about anywhere. Find them online at downeydrilling.com. Downey Drilling, a tradition of excellence.
Central Nebraska Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Rainkey products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Rainkey. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can't attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Rainkey, more right than rain.
The Sandhills Golf Club is a proud supporter of this radio broadcast and salutes every second of hard work that these players put into preparing for each game. Sandhills Golf Club is home to a one-of-a-kind golfing experience in North America, featuring the beautiful Sandhills, a quiet atmosphere, and a challenging yet enjoyable course. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Sandhills Golf Club, proud supporters of Central Nebraska high school sports action.
Stomach rumbling? If you're in the Anselmo area, you're in luck. If not, turn toward Fubar and Grill in Anselmo. There's always something cooking, and specials change almost every day. Be sure to keep up with them on Facebook to see what specials are ahead and what's hitting the grill. Reserve ahead by messaging them on Facebook or call 749-2552. Enjoy the broadcast. Brought to you in part by Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo.
And again, we welcome you back to Mullen, Nebraska's side of Championship Saturday for the Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. Again, unfortunately, because of COVID concerns, no fans allowed at today's tournament. And, I mean, I'll just say it, it's abnormal, and we are living in the world of abnormal, that is for sure. But the key is we get to play, and that's what we are thankful for here today on this Saturday morning as we roll through the day with you on KBBN Radio. Also, with our special video stream, we can't say thanks enough to these amazing businesses that we're going to list off to you right now. When we realized that they weren't going to allow fans, we're like, how can we still bring the action to you to where you can not only hear it, but you can see it? And so with the help of people like Gavin Higgins and Jeremy Scheip, we have put together a video stream of all of today's matches, and these are the businesses who are making that possible. They include Seavers Angus, Govier Brothers, Agribest Feeds, Callaway District Hospital, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, Eggleston Oil, Triple Bless Boutique, Dewey's Implement and Welding, The Secret Garden, Myers Construction, Palmer Monument, Meade Lumber, Trotter's Wool and Go, Sargent Corner Market, Colligan, Thrivent Financial, Scott Harvey, Grocery Cart, Nebraska State Bank, Gateway Motors, Kirkpatrick Cleaning Solutions, Ron's Body and Paint, Muddy Creek Auto, Dairy Queen, Mills Hardware, Consolidated, Sandhills Motors, Brandon Miller with Golden Harvest, Twin Loop Booster Club, Shelter Insurance, Foo Bar and Grill Anselmo, First State Insurance of Arnold, Sargent Irrigation, Kristen Electric, Lions Appliance, Agland ATV, BD, Tumbleweed Cafe, Central Nebraska Electric, The Garden Center, 4 County Heating and Air, Bruning Bank, Design Homes, Sandhills Family Medicine, Custer Electric and Irrigation, Geared for Sports, Chapin's Furniture, Sandhills Golf Club, Team Physical Therapy, and Mackey's Grocery, all helping us bring you a special video stream of all of today's matches here in Mullen. And we encourage you that as you watch the video stream, pay attention to those businesses as their logo will be popping up on the screen throughout the day today. All right, now that we've thanked everybody that we need to thank, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll start talking about the matches that we'll have for you today on KBBN Radio.
Kristen Electric for your underground, farm, remodel, and new construction electrical needs. Call 308-258-4164. Kristen Electric is proud to be a distributor for Cummins generators. If you or somebody you know needs a standby generator for peace of mind during the chilly months, call and they'll get you set up. Proud to support the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Kristen Electric at 308-258-4164.
Consolidated Companies is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated Superfast Broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
Did you know the best of the best bottled water is available to you from right in Nebraska? That's right. Sandhills Natural Water gets their natural, pure water from the heart of the Ogallala Aquifer, right under your feet. They're proud to supply bottled water right out of Mullen. The next time you're parched, quench your thirst with Sandhills Natural Water from Mullen. They're cheering on the Mullen Broncos and are happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Seavers Angus, Ty, Tabby, Tate, and Tilden Seavers wish the Anselmo Myrna student athletes and coaches the best during this sports season. They'll be cheering on the Coyotes. Hey, feel free to contact Seavers Angus for your private treaty heifer and your Angus seed stock needs. For more information, visit SeaversAngus.com. Success is born out of faith, an undying passion, and a relentless drive. Proud to sponsor this broadcast, Seavers Angus. Go Coyotes!
Ready or not, here comes the nasty weather we despise in central Nebraska, featuring our friends snow, sleet, and ice. Not sure if your vehicle is up to the task? Be sure that it is by getting a great four-wheel drive ride at Muddy Creek Auto in Broken Bow. They have a great selection for you to check out before the snow flies. Don't get stuck walking in the cold and snow or having someone rescue you. Get a rig that could do the rescuing. Talk to the helpful staff at Muddy Creek Auto and get a dependable used 4x4 for a price that works for you.
Golden Harvest Seed Advisors help farmers focus on the things they can control, like corn trait seed that works best in their fields. A winning strategy starts with Golden Harvest corn that contains genetics with the most above and below ground insect protection available today. Golden Harvest corn with AgriSure Duracade trait technology for corn rootworm provides protection with a unique mode of action.
Contact Brandon Miller of Myrna to find your local Golden Harvest Seed Advisor.
And we come back to Mullen, getting ready for a big day of volleyball action for you from here at the Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. Match number 1 in the semifinals, and Myrna, the number 5 seed, against the top seed Mullen. And then later it'll be the 2 seed South Loop taking on Twin Loop. Well, before we get started, let's quickly say hi to the guy who will help me with today's coverage. Gavin Higgins is here. Hi, Higgy.
Is there volleyball today or something?
There is, yes. Boy, it just... that's kind of surreal, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Tournament, you usually have a packed house for these matches. We all know the situation because of COVID and COVID concerns. No fans allowed today, but we hope that you are able to enjoy it by listening and watching courtesy of our video stream. And cheer at home and cheer as loud as you want, and we'll try to do the best that we can to describe the action for you here on KBBN Radio. It's always fun to see the creativity of students, and Myrna has brought stuffed animals to fill the seats here today. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, they brought balloons on Thursday, stuffed animals today, and of course, you feel for the parents and students, but they're making the best of what they've been handed to them, and very excited for the action that we'll have here this morning and going into this afternoon.
All right, the first match is coming up. We'll have it for you on KBBN Radio after these words.
Team 17, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed, and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
If you're having a party or celebration, you need food and drink for your guests. Come and see us at the grocery cart. We're ready to help at the deli and the GK Wine and Spirits. In the deli, you can't beat delicious Chester's chicken or order a meat and cheese tray. You can't beat the convenience of a smoked rack of pork ribs either. Then stop by the GK Wine and Spirits for savings on your favorite beers, wines, or spirits. For any get-together, stop at the deli and the GK Wine and Spirits shop inside the grocery cart in Broken Bow.
At Trotter Service, every oil change comes with a multi-point inspection. As a Tire Pro store, they bring customers only the best brands of wheels and tires at the best prices anywhere, and have computer balancing and alignment too. They service semis and provide bulk fuel and propane delivery as well. At Trotter Service, your hometown automotive repair and tire store.
Friendly service every time. Quality is what you'll find where your neighbors and your friends go see Trotter.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
All right, we come back to Mullen. The 2 teams are out on the court for semifinal number 1. And Myrna and Mullen. AM is going to open up with the serve, and here we go. Serve is on its way. Mullen on the receive. The attack from Samantha Moore, down and good. And Mullen takes the opening point of our opening match of a full day of volleyball for you today on KBBN Radio. Brett Apperson, Gavin Higgins with you. I'll have calls of matches 1 and 3 today. Gavin will call matches 2 and 4. Kylie Licking with the jump serve. Safranik will set middle for Claire Cooksley. Mullen also in the net, and the point goes to AM.
So excited. So excited for MNEC volleyball here today. Just lots of great action and a lot of great teams.
Claire Cooksley with the serve as we break the early 1-all tie. Mullen's got a scramble. Licking will pass it to the front, sent over on the third. Free ball, AM. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Hadley. Tips it over the block. Dugout kept alive by Mullen. Licking with the return. That's kept alive by Hadley Safranek. The return coming from Lucy Miller, but it goes into the net. And the point goes to Mullen.
That point really saved there by Hannah Marshall from Mullen. That diving save, able to pancake that and get it up in the air and keeps it alive for Mullen.
Mullen with the serve. Serve in play, received by Hadley Safranek. Middle attack coming from Jade Chandler. Chandler brings the ball, or the hand through the ball, into the net, so violation against AM, and the point goes to Mullen. Mullen, the number 1 seed in the tournament, coming in, and Smyrna the 5. Mullen advanced with a straight set win over Sandhills Thetford Thursday. AM won over Arthur County. The attack back row, Kirsten Myers, and that's going to find the floor as AM climbs to within a point. Every match today, best 3 out of 5 sets. So we could be here a while.
We will be here a while, I have a feeling.
Jade Chandler spins the ball. Serve is on its way. Coble on the receive. Overpass, look out. Hadley Safranek slams it down, and we are tied at 3.
Kind of has that sheepish grin, mistimed the jump on that overpass, but strangely enough, the off speed actually helped her out.
Chandler, the serve, puts it in play. Coble again on the receive. They will set it. Back set, Samantha Moore through the block, played by Shaylin Safranek. And then at the net, AM not able to make the play as the ball falls to the floor, and Mullen goes up 4-3. So Samantha Moore will be at the service line for the Lady Broncos. 21-4 are the Broncos coming into today's action. Deep serve played by Downing in the back row, who is checked in for AM. Jaco able to swing it through the block, and then the return coming from Mullen, but it's going to be long and out. And the point goes to AM as we are tied at 4.
Talked about Mullen coming in at 22-4. 3 of those 4 losses are to teams that are currently in the Final Four of the AMNAC.
Serve on the way by Anselma Myrna. Mullen having to chase, and they will send it back on the third. Free ball for AM. Cantrell moves to the center position as she's off the bench. Jaco gets a swing, sent back on one. Here's the attack by Shaylin Safranek, sent back at the net by Brooke McCulley. Now Hadley a swing, and that's going to find the floor as it hits the far sideline, and AM goes up 5-4. Grace Cantrell into the match now for AM, as we mentioned. She'll go back to the service line, the 5'4" junior. Ready to serve it. Tosses in the air, and the left-hander puts it in play. Samantha Moore on the receive. They'll set it, back set for Hannah Marshall, and Marshall not able to put it in play as AM collects the point and now goes up 6-4. Cantrell serving from the middle of the line, and that's going to sail long and out. So on the service error, point and serve to Mullen. Hannah Marshall, 5'7" senior, at the service line. Marshall will put it in play. Myers backs up to receive the serve. Shaylin Safranek sets it across. Free ball Mullen. Allie Lawhorn sets McCulley in the middle, and Brooke McCulley delivers to bring the match and set tied at 6-all.
Of course, the last time we saw Mullen was at the Seven Valleys tournament. Brooke not participating in that because she's a very talented rodeo star.
Hannah Marshall with the serve. Cantrell will set it for Shaylin Safranek, block back, and that's going to find the floor. Taylor Svoboda, one of the people at the net with the block for Mullen, and the Broncos go up 7-6 here in set number 1. Hannah Marshall with the serve. Pass to the front, but up into the net, kept alive by Cantrell, and then AM will not be able to return. Cantrell did a good job of keeping that alive as the pass went into the net, but the Coyotes not able to return, and now Mullen goes up by 2. Marshall serving again, in play, Downing on the receive. Cantrell will set it behind her for Hadley Safranek. That's punched up in the back row by Allie Lawhorn at the net, overpass, a battle going between McCulley and Jaco. Mullen with it on their side, Licking gets a swing, sends it into the net, and AM collects the point.
Exactly what you would expect in a semifinal match. Back and forth we go. And Selma Myrna handed Mullen their third loss earlier in the year.
Hadley Safranek with the serve, and they're gonna get AM in the net. So the Coyotes whistled for being in the net, and Mullen collects the point as they go up 9-7. Yeah, these two teams have played 3 times. Mullen's won 2, AM 1. Cantrell will set it middle for Shaylin Safranek. A good swing, but punched up in the air by Marshall. Now McCauley middle attack. Tips it over the block, played by Hadley Safranek. The swing coming from Claire Cooksley. We've got a whistle, and Mullen is in the net. Well, partner, back and forth we go through the early points of set number 1.
Yeah, we knew it'd be close talking about it coming up, and this team's very evenly matched across the board.
Kirsten Myers serving. Lawhorn sets Moore out of the back row. Dug in the back by Myers. The return from Safranek, free ball Mullen. Lawhorn will set it far side for Licking. The swing returned on one hit by Cooksley. McCauley sends it back. Punched up in the air by Myers. Now Cooksley again, and that's going to be wide and out. Point Mullen, and the Lady Broncos go up 10-8 here in the first.
Mullen might have got that point, but really hats off to Grace Cantrell. She had to chase the ball earlier in that point, or it came over her head and somehow was able to keep it in bounds and get it to one of her teammates.
Lindy Coble, the Mullen libero, with the serve. Myers on the receive. Safranek sets Cooksley on the slide, tips it over the block attempt of Licking at the net, and it finds the floor as Anselmo Myrna climbs to within a point. Cantrell comes out. Macy Miller back into the match, and the serve from Shaylin Safranek as AM is through the rotation one time. Lawhorn sets it far side for Moore. Returned on one hit by Kirsten Myers. Lawhorn sets Moore on the slide through the block. Returned by Miller on one. Moore will set it up for Licking, who's going to get a swing. Block back. Sent back by Licking. AM with it on their side. They'll set middle for Chandler through the block. Kept alive by Licking at the net. Now Kylie going to get a swing, and she finds the floor as she takes it down the sideline for the point.
Just a great little spot there and a great rally by both of those teams. Samantha had the chance to send it over on the second with a roll shot, but getting it to Licking for that kill.
Now Licking with the serve. Shaylin Safranek will set it middle for Chandler. Tips it over the block. There to cover is Svoboda. Now Moore sending it back, and she'll find the floor as Mullen goes up 12-9. Mullen 12 and Selma Myrna 9. This match number 1, the first of our semifinals. Licking puts it in play. Miller on the receive. AM has to chase, and they will just get it sent back on the third. Lawhorn tips it over with the right hand, and it finds the floor. AM may be a little bit surprised as Lawhorn went with the quick attack, and Mullen leads 13-9. Timeout on the court. Back after this.
When a rock jumps up and chips your windshield, don't ignore it. Call Rod's Body and Paint in Broken Bow. They'll get you scheduled for rock chip repair, which is super easy because they work with all insurance companies. If your chip turns into a crack too fast, they do windshield replacement too. In an accident recently? Get your ride fixed up at Rod's. They offer fast and free estimates. Over 42 years of experience put to work for you when you choose Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Ready or not, here comes the chilly season. Are you already noticing some cold drafts coming into your home, chilling the air? Don't make your heating system work harder than it needs to. Talk to Mead Lumber in Broken Bow about insulation solutions to keep the cold where it belongs, outside. The helpful staff at Mead Lumber in Broken Bow can offer solutions that will save you money when the weather gets chilly. Talk to them today, East Highway 2, Broken Bow, Nebraska.
And we come back to action following the timeout. Mullen on a little bit of a run here as they have opened up a 13-9 advantage in the opening set. Licking with the serve out of the timeout. Pass up in toward the net. Safranek will set it for Chandler. Big swing as she tools the block, and AM climbs to within 3.
Good spot there on those outside hands of Moore. She was there on that solo block, but just able to relocate it off the edge.
Claire Cooksley serving. Moore on the receive. They'll set up far side for Marshall, who gets a swing. Blocked back. Cut the line, though, by the libero, Coble. Sent back by Lawhorn. AM with it on their side. They'll set it for Hadley Safranek. Punched up in the air by Licking, but Mullen will not be able to chase it down after that. So AM, a great response coming out of the timeout. They score 2 in a row, and they are to within 2. Cooksley sends it across. Svoboda on the receive. They'll set middle for Moore, but it's an overpass. Moore was there to send it back, and now AM gets it returned. Coble is going to send it up into the net area. It hits the antenna, and Anselmo Myrna has now scored 3 in a row. AM with a chance to tie now. Cooksley serving it. Lawhorn will not be able to chase down the pass. Svoboda on the receive, and then Mullen just kind of fell apart communication-wise. It finds the floor, and AM all of a sudden has tied it back up. Lawhorn will bump this up for Marshall. Block back, kept alive for the moment. Mullen will not be able to return, and AM, after a timeout, have run off 5 in a row, and they lead.
The game of momentum definitely swinging in favor of Anselmo Myrna.
Cooksley with the serve. Reaching out is Licking. The return from Svoboda. Chance again for AM. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Hadley. Big swing, block back, and it's going to get down. Hadley Safranek had a really good swing at it, but Mullen was there tight with the block. Broncos get the point, and we're tied at 14. Serve on the way by Lawhorn, and that's going to sail long and out. So on the service error, point and serve to Anselmo Myrna. Jade Chandler spins the ball, sends it on its way. It's in play. Licking on the receive. Here's Moore now, tipping it over the block. Great cover by Downing. And the return from Chandler. Sent right back. AM will not be able to pick it up. Great play at the net by Moore. Samantha Moore able to send it back, and we are tied again, now at 15.
Yeah, usually you see those roll shots go over the block, but of course we know Samantha Moore, very, very tall, able to get those hands up there.
Moore with the serve, a dig by Downing, but Anselmo Myrna not able to return, and Mullen goes up by 1. Samantha Moore at the service line. We play in set number 1. Mullen 16, AM 15. Cantrell back into the match. She'll set it up for Jaco, a big swing. And Caitlin Jaco ties it up with the kill. 16 all in the first. Cantrell back at the service line. The left-hander will put it in play. Looking on the receive. Lawhorn sets it middle for Svoboda. Covered by Shaylin Safranek. Keeping it alive, Cantrell sending it back, Jaco. Right back by Licking, overpass. Jaco has it deflected and saved by McCulley. Now Licking, the return again. Played by Myers, good pass to the front. They'll set it up near the net, and AM will not be able to make the play. So Mullen goes back up 17-16. Marshall, the serve, sends it deep and out, and we're tied again. I have a feeling that this is the way the whole day is going to go. It's just going to be back and forth, and it's going to be a great day. Hadley Safranek serving as we break the 17-all tie. Svoboda sets it up for Moore, hitting out of the back row. Reaching out to save it is Kirsten Myers. Cantrell will bump set it for Safranek, who got a swing, but Mullen handles. Now Svoboda back the other way through the block, punched up in the air by Kirsten Myers. Back set coming for Shaylin Safranek. Block back, sent back by AM. Mullen with it on their side. They'll set McCulley in the middle. Rolls along the net, falls on AM side. Returned by Myers. At the net, it's Svoboda sending it deep, but there to cover is Hadley Safranek. Cantrell sets Cooksley to swing, and it's going to go long and out. AM wants a touch, and they get it. They get a touch at the net, and AM collects the point.
Yeah, it was a really good calls right here on the near side, just catching the fingertips as it kind of carried out of bounds. As question being asked by Samantha Moore.
So they go over with a question for the official. They get the answer, and AM serving, leading by 1 now. Lawhorn will set it for Svoboda. Big swing. And Taylor Svoboda puts it down to tie the set up at 18.
It was a good little adjustment. It looked like she wanted to go line initially, but found an open spot on the floor and a great swing.
Svoboda will put it in play. That's an ace. Boy, what a serve by Svoboda. Whew.
Coming off a hand in a hurry.
So Mullen retakes the lead, 19-18, as we start to play the final points now of set number 1. Svoboda, another good serve. This time Myers handles it. Cantrell will set it middle for Shaylin Safranek. It's up in toward the rafter area. Mullen's going to get it returned on the third. Cantrell will set middle for Jaco this time, who takes it off the block and puts it down.
Good job there by Jaco. Just hits it about as hard as she could right through that attempted block, and she's able to pick up a point and tie things up.
So we break the 19 all tie. Moore on the receive of serve. Here's licking a swing, and that is going to find the floor. Good effort and attempt by Hadley Safranek, reaching out, trying to play that, but just too much power from licking. And now Mullen leads 20-19. Lindy Coble, the libero for Mullen at the service line, spins the ball and sends it on its way. Dug and returned on one. Lawhorn will set it for licking this time. Reaching out to save it, Hadley Safranek back the other way. Cooksley, a big swing. And Claire Cooksley delivers with the kill as we are tied at 20.
It might be a quarter after 10 here in the morning, but these girls are swinging like it's a night game. There's some power coming off these hands.
Well, and you wonder about that, but a lot of these teams play tournaments that start in the morning through the year, and there's a serve that will not be returned. AM collects the point, and the Coyotes now lead 21-20. Shaylin Safranek at the service line, lofts one across. Svoboda on the receive. Lawhorn will set it far side for Moore. The swing pinned at the net, kept alive, and trying to return is Kirsten Myers. What a great effort. She got it over the net, but it sailed a little bit wide and out, and now we're tied at 21. Kylie Licking, the jump serve. Myers on the receive. Shaylin Safranek will set middle for Chandler. Sets it over the block, covered by Svoboda. With the attack is Moore, and that is going to find the floor. And AM was in the net too, I believe.
Yeah, able to just find that backside line, that far side line from us. Good swing there by Moore.
Mullen by one, Licking on the serve. Here's Macy Miller, sets it over the block, covered by Moore. Lawhorn will set Moore in the middle, off the block, but there to cover is Shaylin Safranek. Miller sets it. Cooksley running attack. Played nicely by Svoboda. Now it's Marshall with the swing, and it's going to find the floor as now Mullen goes up 23-21, and we have a timeout. You're listening to KBBN.
Your voice lets him know he's safe. Shelter Insurance does the same for you. Roadside assistance is now included with your auto policy. So if your car leaves you stranded, just call and we'll take care of you while you take care of what's most important. Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. Wear your shield, wear your shelter. Some restrictions apply.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire's Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units too. Squire's Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
And we come back to Mullen coming toward the end of set number one. Mullen leads 23-21. Big point coming up for AM especially. Kylie Licking to serve. Sends it in the air and sends it across. Hadley Safranek on the receive. The setup for Chandler. Jay Chandler, a look-out moment as AM climbs to within one.
She had a great approach at that, and having a minimal block there on that line too, it just opened things up, and she made Mullen pay for it.
A chance for AM to tie. Cooksley sends it into the net on the serve, and now it is set point coming up for Mullen. Allie Lawhorn will be at the service line as Mullen tries to close out set number 1. Lawhorn will put it in play. Myers on the receive. Shaylin Safranik sets it behind for Chandler. Over the block. Punched up in the air by Lawhorn. And now getting a swing is Marshall. It goes into the net, though. And we play at least another point.
Massive point here. And I think if you're in Selma-Myrna, it's tough not to look back at the service line and think that's exactly who you'd want back there. Jade Chandler has that missile of a serve.
Set point 2 for Mullen. Coble on the receive of serve. Lawhorn will bump it up for Licking. A swing out of the back row. Played by Downing. Chasing is AM, and they will get it back on the third. Free ball Mullen. Lawhorn sets middle for Moore into the net, and we play on. Tied at 24 now. Jade Chandler spins the ball. The serve on the way, and that's an ace. Mullen not able to return. Boy, the Broncos had 2 set points, could not cash in, and now it's set point and Selma-Myrna. Chandler ready to serve. Serve is on its way. Moore is going to set it up. Licking, hitting out of the back. Blocked back by Jaco, and it's going to find the floor. And Selma-Myrna comes back to win the opening set, 26-24. You're listening to MNAC Volleyball on KBBN.
A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. So much more than lawn mowing. It's complete lawn and landscaping care so your space looks beautiful. Right now is the perfect time to have sod put down or to have your lawn seeded. Want your lawn to look beautiful next year? Fall fertilizing will help. And don't forget the 5-step fertilizer program, a step-by-step process applied by the pros at A to Z. Talk to them about sprinkler systems too. An investment to save money in the long run while adding value to your home, all while effectively watering your lawn. A to Z is always looking for great team members too. A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, based in Broken Bow.
Be ready to process that first year of the season with a trip to Arrow Seed. Arrow Seed has everything you'll need, from grinders and slicers to seasoning and casings to smokers and dehydrators and packaging supplies. Never processed before? No problem. How-to videos and expert advice are also available. Not a hunter? Beef and pork make great jerky and snack sticks too. Stop in to Arrow Seed on North 10th Avenue in Broken Bow today to stock up on all your processing supplies.
Are you having a hard time getting moving after your surgery? Call Team Physical Therapy, 872-5111. If you have recently undergone surgery to your knee, hip, shoulder, back, or wrist, or having trouble doing the things you love, call Team Physical Therapy, 872-5111. With our highly trained staff and orthopedic rehabilitation, we are committed to getting you moving again. Call us at any of our locations close to you, or check us out at myteampt.com, 872-5111.
Friendly rivals, hometown pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, 872-3424.
And we come back to Mullen. Boy, what a great way to get the day started, huh? The opening set goes, well, an extra point as AM down 24-22. Able to fight off 2 set points against them. They score 4 in a row to close out the set, and AM takes the opener 26-24.
Just a great hard-fought win there. A really great team win by Selma-Myrna. That's a great way to start the tournament as we go 1-0.
So Mullen looks to respond. Licking on the serve as we start set number 2. The swing from Chandler over the block, punched up in the air by Svoboda. Bad set up in toward the net. And a double contact called against Mullen. So AM takes point number 1 of set number 2. First of our semifinals here at the MNAC tournament. South Loop and Twin Loop will follow. Shaylin Safranik with the serve. Coble on the receive. Tipped over. Nice play by Lawhorn, but it is saved by AM and returned on the third. Free ball, Mullen. Lawhorn sets middle for Moore. Gets a swing through the block, and it's going to find the floor. 1-1 in the second. Want to say thanks to our partners with Viero Wireless. We're partnering with them for our video streaming that we are diving into here in high school sports, and we thank them for their support. Lawhorn will set it for Taylor Svoboda, big time swing, and Mullen goes up 2-1. Allie Lawhorn at the service line for the Broncos. Lawhorn sends it across, and it's going to be long and out. Service error, and we're tied at 2.
Got to get down on some of those errors. Both of these teams, just a few here and there, but really what cost Mullen in the first set.
Cooksley on the serve. Lawhorn sets it far side for Svoboda. Block back, and it's going to find the floor. Good tight block by AM at the net. Looked like Miller and Chandler. And it's 3-2, and Selma Myrna. Claire Cooksley with the serve. Puts it in place. Svoboda on the receive. Lawhorn will back set it for Moore. The swing, and it's punched up in the air by Myers. Comes down off the rafter, and AM will not be able to return. Boy, when it gets up in that rafter area and hits one of them, you just never know where the ball's coming down at. AM tried to get it across, but could not, and we're tied at 3. Samantha Moore, the serve, in play. Myers on the receive. Shaylin Safranek sets middle for Chandler, tips it over the block, and it finds the floor. Great read by Chandler, tipping it over the block, and AM goes up 4-3 in the second. Chandler, the spin of the ball, and the serve on its way. That is going to get down. Mullen not able to return. And Selma Myrna 5, Mullen 3. Again, AM took the opening set, 26-24. Served by Chandler, floats it across, licking on the receive. Lawhorn sets it up for Marshall. Chasing, and Selma Myrna, and they will get it sent back on the third. At the net, Lawhorn tipping it over, sent back by Jaco. Now Mullen's got a chase. Here is Marshall with a swing, block back, but the block goes out. And the point, Mullen.
Both of these teams playing extremely hard, looking for that conference championship. But remember, it's best 3 out of 5. Still a long game to go.
Hannah Marshall on the serve. Grace Cantrell sets middle for Jaco, and it's blocked back. Brooke McCulley at the net for Mullen. And we're tied at 5. I want to say a big thanks, by the way, to the folks here at Mullen High School who have helped us get set up with our video streaming and our radio broadcast. Really appreciate the support and the kindness that they have showed us here at this tournament. Hadley Safranek with the return of serve. Here is the setup for Svoboda, and Taylor Svoboda with the kill as Mullen comes back to take the lead now in set number 2, 6-5.
You know, start thinking about how many times these teams have played beyond 2 sets. You know, there's just a lot of triangulars that have gone just straight sets, and some of this fatigue could wear in eventually.
Hannah Marshall serving, but the serve sails long, and we're tied at 6. Jordan McDowell is into the match now for Mullen as she plays the back row. Cantrell, the serve with the left hand. McDowell on the receive. They'll bump it up for Svoboda, who takes it off the block, and good. 7-6 Mullen. We play in set number 2. Taylor Svoboda with the serve. Myers on the receive up toward the net. Overpass, licking, went up and tried to take advantage, but just didn't get a real clean contact on it. It caught a good part of the net and ends up rolling out of bounds.
That was a tough spot because the ball never really crossed all the way over until at the very last second, so she had to kind of wait to see what would happen.
Hadley Safranek with the serve. Lawhorn will set it for Moore out of the back row. Big swing up into the net, saved by Safranek and returned by AM on the third. Lawhorn sets middle for McCulley, dug out by Myers into the net again, and AM will not be able to pick this one up. 8-7, Mullen leading second set, but remember, AM is up 1-0. Lindy Coble spins the ball and sends it on its way. That's an ace. It catches the back line. AM thought that it was maybe going to sail a little bit long, but it catches the line, and Mullen goes up by 2.
Just enough front spin where it just nicks that back line.
Lindy Coble, the libero. Good serve. Kept the line by Cantrell, though. Boy, Jaco got a pretty good swing at it off balance. Lawhorn bump sets it for Licking, and she has to just send it over. Free ball for AM, but now they're scrambling. Setting it back is Cooksley. Free ball Mullen. They'll set it for Licking, far side, off the block, and it's going to find the floor. 10-7, Mullen in the second. McDowell out, Hannah Marshall back in for Mullen. And now looks like another substitution, this time for Anselma Myrna, as coming into the match will be Carly Bartok. And let's see. Well, a momentary delay. What are they doing? Checking the rotation for Mullen?
Yeah, because the rotation never actually changed, and Mullen still subbed to get, I believe that was
Marshall back in.
Yeah, Marshall came back in, so I think it kind of threw them off a little bit.
Coble with the serve. Myers on the receive. The setup for Jaco, and that's punched up in the air by Taylor Svoboda. Marshall will set it over. Free ball AM. Punching it up is Cooksley and Safranik. That's Shalen will send it back up into the net. Sent back over by Lawhorn, and it's going to find the floor. That wasn't a real easy pass for Lawhorn to handle, and she realized she wasn't going to be able to set up a hitter, so she got it over the net, and Mullen collects the point. Lady Broncos by 4 now in set number 2. Coble with the serve. Myers on the receive. Here is Cantrell at the setter position now. Shalen Safranik sets it over, saved by Licking, and Moore is there for the return. Cantrell sets it for Cooksley. The swing. It's punched up in the air by the libero Coble. Marshall will send it back on the third. Free ball AM. Cantrell sets middle for Jaco. Big swing. Kept alive, though, by Licking, and then the return by Svoboda. Digging is Myers. Cooksley sends it back. Chance again for Mullen. Moore in the middle. Block back. Kept alive of the net by Samantha Moore. They'll set Licking this time. The swing. It's handled by Bartok. Tipped over by Caitlin Jaco, and it finds the floor.
What a rally. Holy cow. Just great, scramble defense on both sides of the floor. A couple times where just an arm out there kept it alive, and someone weren't able to capitalize.
Myers, good serve. And the return by Coble goes over the net and out. Point AM. And now the Lady Coyotes have climbed to within 2. Kirsten Myers, the serve. Lawhorn will set it for Samantha Moore. That's off the block and good.
Good job taking it right off the fingertips of that block from Anselma Myrna.
12-9, Mullen leading in the second, but they're down a set. Served by Kylie Licking. Shalen Safranik will set it up for Chandler, taking it cross court. Good cover by Marshall. Now Moore the attack back. It's through the block and good.
That was a really good job by Marshall on your call, because she was at a very difficult angle to try to field that ball, only a couple of feet from the net.
Licking. The serve. They'll bump it up for Chandler, the swing, and it's out. And we might have another timeout coming. We do. Second set. Mullen leads in the set, 14-9.
This is for the Anselma Myrna community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselma Myrna Coyotes.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
And again, we welcome you back to Mullen. This is the side of Championship Saturday of the MNAC Volleyball Tournament. Opening semifinal of the day. Mullen leading in set number 2, and out of the timeout, Kylie Licking hits it into the net on the serve. So the score now in set 2, Mullen 14, AM 10. If you're just tuning in, and Selma Myrna scored 4 in a row to close out and take the first set, 26-24. Shaylin Safranek with the serve, and that is going to be an ace. Well, so far in this match, Gavin, in set 1, now in set 2, every time AM gets down by 4 or 5, they never lose contact and fight back. Serve by Safranek, and that's a double hit. And now AM is to within 2.
Yeah, you were talking about, just they're very resilient. They don't really let anything rattle them, especially here lately in the second half of the season. They've really been able to fight back, especially when they start to trail.
Safranek the serve, and that's going to be out. So on the service error, point and serve over to Mullen, and the Lady Broncos lead in set number 2, 15-12. Allie Lawhorn the serve. At the net, overpass, and Samantha Moore knows what to do with that. My goodness, look out.
You want to watch a hitter's eyes light up. An overpass that just is perfectly placed. That is a easy point.
Lawhorn the serve. Good pass to the front. They'll set up Cooksley on the slide, and that's going to be 4 hits. The attack by Cooksley went into the net. And now Mullen's got their advantage back up to 5 here in set number 2. Don't forget, second semifinal will have South Loop and Twin Loop, radio and video of it for you coming up on KBBN and our Facebook page. And a serve for Mullen. And now the Lady Broncos taking control a little bit now of set number 2, leading 18-12. Allie Lawhorn the serve. Shaylin Safranek sets it up for Chandler, and that's out. It just missed. Boy, Jade had a big swing, but it just missed the back line. And Mullen goes up by 7.
Yeah, that was close. About as close as you can get.
Serve dug by Myers. Set up for Macy Miller, who sets it over. Mullen has to scramble a bit. They're going to bump it up toward Marshall, who sends it over on the third. Free ball, and Selma Myrna. Quick set across by Shaylin Safranek, covered by Licking. Now Moore back the other way. Block back. Moore again with a swing, punched up in the air by Kirsten Myers. Back set for Miller. She'll set it over the block, covered by Licking. Lawhorn sets it backside for Svoboda, and it's blocked back. Cooksley and Chandler for AM with the rejection.
Great block there, and the block here early in this one has been really, really good for Anselmo Myrna. They've turned back quite a few that have had a lot of power behind them, and they're also keeping them in play.
Cooksley with the serve. Coble on the receive. They'll set it far side for Taylor Svoboda. Block back again. This time Miller and Chandler. They had Mullen in the net as well. And the point goes to AM. Coyotes to within 5. Cooksley floats one. Coble comes up to receive it. Now Moore the swing. Punched up in the air by Shaylin Safranek. They'll bump it up toward Hadley, and Hadley just couldn't do anything with it. Good effort by Hadley Safranek, but the bump set just wasn't in a good place to handle it, and Mullen ends up collecting the point. Samantha Moore, the serve. And that's going to find the floor. And now Mullen is closing in on tying this match up. Mullen 21 and Selma Myrna 14, set number 2. Samantha Moore at the service line. Moore will put it in play. Myers on the receive. Pass to Shaylin Safranek, who sets up Chandler through the block. Covered nicely by Kylie Licking. Moore out of the back row. The big swing. Returned by Myers on one hit. Mullen with it on their side. It's Marshall's turn, and that's going to go long.
Great job by Kirsten Myers. That's about the probably 3rd or 4th time we've seen her have to make a diving save, and able not only to save the ball and keep it in play, but also eventually earns her team a point.
Chandler now the serve, Licking on the receive. Lawhorn will set it behind her for Marshall, who sends it over, and that's going to find the floor, as Mullen is 3 points away now from tying it up at a set apiece. Jordan McDowell into the match for the Broncos. Serve on the way. Downing on the receive. Pass up in toward the net, and Brooke McCulley is there to send it down. They also called a lift against AM, so the point goes to Mullen. And the Lady Broncos lead 23-15. Timeout on the court.
When it comes to anything having to do with water well service or drilling, the folks at Downey Drilling in Lexington, Kearney, and Garden City can handle it. In fact, I think they even cook and make all their own clothes. Irrigation, domestic, municipal wells, you name it, Downey Drilling can do it. They're licensed in 8 states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Wyoming, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not only can Downey Drilling do about anything, they can do it about anywhere. Find them online at downeydrilling.com. Downey Drilling, a tradition of excellence.
Central Nebraska Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Rainke products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Rainke. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Rainke, more right than rain.
And we come back to Mullen. 23-15 is the score in set number 2. Jordan McDowell with the serve out of the timeout. Cantrell will set it up for Hadley Safranek, sends it across, punched up in the air by Kylie Licking. Now Moore swinging out of the back row, and it's going to be kept alive. Returned on a beautiful play by Hadley Safranek. Now it's Licking with a swing, and that's played by Myers in the back row, kept alive by Shaylin Safranek. Jaco a swing, punched up by Moore. Middle attack McCulley, and it is saved at the net by Hadley Safranek. Now Jaco again through the block, covered by Moore in the back row. Lawhorn sets it far side, Licking the swing, and it finds the floor. And it is set point Mullen. McDowell the serve, and that goes long and out. So we will play at least one more point. Set point again, Mullen, leading 24-16 now in the second set. Grace Cantrell at the service line, sends it across. Svoboda on the receive. Lawhorn sets it behind for Svoboda, block back, and it is punched up, but into the antenna area. It's out. AM collects the point. So set point number 3 for Mullen. Cantrell serving, puts it in play. Pass up toward the net. They set McCulley in the middle, played by Downing in the back row. Now the attack by Jaco, and that's going to be good. Mullen was also in the net. And a timeout Mullen. So Anselmo Myrna not going down quietly in set number 2. Back after this.
The Sandhills Golf Club is a proud supporter of this radio broadcast and salutes every second of hard work that these players put into preparing for each game. Sandhills Golf Club is home to a one-of-a-kind golfing experience in North America, featuring the beautiful Sandhills, a quiet atmosphere, and a challenging yet enjoyable course. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Sandhills Golf Club, proud supporters of Central Nebraska high school sports action.
And we welcome you back to Mullen, site of the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. We've got all 4 matches on Championship Saturday for you today. I think we should mention there are other matches going on in the tournament. In the consolation bracket, those are being played in Brady today. No fans allowed in attendance because of COVID concerns, but we hope you're enjoying this video streaming we have for you on our media platforms today. Here's a serve by Cantrell, and Jaco got a swing on the overpass, but it is sent back, and now AM able to return. Now Licking a swing, trying to put the set away, cannot. Downing is able to retrieve. Jaco middle, block back, kept alive, but the return is going to go wide and out as Mullen ends up collecting the point and the set. Final score, set 2, Mullen 25, AM 18. We're tied at a set apiece. The pivotal third coming up next.
Stomach rumbling? If you're in the Anselmo area, you're in luck. If not, turn toward Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo. There's always something cooking, and specials change almost every day. Be sure to keep up with them on Facebook to see what specials are ahead and what's hitting the grill. Reserve ahead by messaging them on Facebook or call 749-2552. Enjoy the broadcast. Brought to you in part by Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo.
Christian Electric for your underground, farm, remodel, and new construction electrical needs. Call 308-258-4164. Christian Electric is proud to be a distributor for Cummins generators. If you or somebody you know needs a standby generator for peace of mind during the chilly months, call and they'll get you set up. Proud to support the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Christian Electric at 308-258-4164.
Consolidated Companies is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated Superfast Broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
And we bring you back to Mullen. Well, normally you sing this song around Christmas time, and that is, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Well, for a sports guy who covers high school sports in this area, this is the most wonderful time of the year, because if you can believe this, the 8-man football playoffs are going to begin on Thursday of next week, and they are already starting to release the pairings. And we can tell you the area pairings in Class D2. Mullen is going to be the number 11 seed in the West bracket of the Class D2 playoff picture, and they will open up against Pleasanton, who is the number 6 seed. Meanwhile, Ansley Litchfield, what a great year for Coach Kurt Kulhanek and his kids. They finished 5-3. They're in the playoffs, and they will face Riverside on Thursday. Riverside, the 7 seed, Ansley Litchfield, the 10. And how about Sandhills Thetford? Boy, what a statement win last night over Pleasanton. And the Knights will be the number 2 seed on the west side of the bracket in Class D2, and they will open up with Axtell.
Also wanted to mention one that is just a little bit outside of our coverage area, but still like to talk about them once in a while, is Sandhills Valley. They are also making it in. They go in as a 14 seed. They will take on 3-seeded St. Mary's. They are 8-0, Sandhills Valley 4-4.
All right, congratulations to Coach Luke Connell and his boys for making it into the playoffs. Of course, Sandhills Valley, if you don't know, the sports co-op between Stapleton and McPherson County. We start set number 3, the serve by Shaylin Safranek. Here's Moore with a swing back, and that is a kill.
Don't think she missed that one.
Oh, my. I can call that a lookout moment,
yeah,
can
definitely.
I? Okay. 1-0 Mullen in the third. Kylie Licking with a serve. Shaylin Safranek up at the net. Joust coming, and Samantha Moore wins the joust as Mullen collects the point.
That was a tough ask for Shaylin to try to go up there. A full sprint sideways trying to block that back.
Licking the serve. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Chandler. Taking it cross court, covered though by Licking. Moore middle attack, tips it over the block, and she finds the floor. So a big start for Mullen here in the third. They lead 3-0. We are tied at a set apiece. AM took the opener 26-24. Mullen came back in the second 25-18. Kylie Licking with the serve. Pass up to Shaylin Safranek, who sets Chandler. Sets it over, covered by Svoboda. Lawhorn will back set it for Moore. Roll shot over, punched up in the air by Myers. Saved at the net by Shaylin Safranek and returned by Hadley. Here's a set up middle for Moore again, and that's going to find the floor. And Samantha Moore really, well, controlling things herself in the opening points of set number 3. Kylie Licking the serve. Miller on the receive. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Chandler. Sets it over the block into the back row. Coble passes to the front. Joust coming. We got a whistle. And AM's going to be in the net.
Going back to that last point, I know that coaches hate to see it happen with one-arm saves, but it's so cool watching them save it really, really well with one arm.
Back set for Claire Cooksley. Over the block, covered by Coble. Now Marshall back the other way, and that's going to find the floor. And Mullen off to a 6-0 start here in the pivotal third set. Mullen, the 1 seed coming in. AM, the 5. Here is the serve by Licking. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Miller, and that's going to go into the net. 7-0, and now Coach Hoblin wants timeout. It's all Mullen in the third. Back after this.
Did you know the best of the best bottled water is available to you from right in Nebraska? That's right. Sandhills Natural Water gets their natural, pure water from the heart of the Ogallala Aquifer, right under your feet. They're proud to supply bottled water right out of Mullen. The next time you're parched, quench your thirst with Sandhills Natural Water from Mullen. They're cheering on the Mullen Broncos and are happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Sievers Angus, Ty, Tabby, Tate, and Tilden Sievers wish the Anselmo Myrna student athletes and coaches the best during this sports season. They'll be cheering on the Coyotes. Hey, feel free to contact Sievers Angus for your private treaty heifer and your Angus seed stock needs. For more information, visit SieversAngus.com. Success is born out of faith, an undying passion, and a relentless drive. Proud to sponsor this broadcast, Sievers Angus. Go Coyotes! And we are back to Mullen High School, site of the 2020 MNAC Tournament Championship Saturday. Mullen a big start in the third, leading 7-0. Shaylin Safranek sets it over. Moore sending it back. Kept alive, though, by Miller. AM chasing. Cooksley's going to send it across. Punched up and kept alive by Moore. Returned by Licking on the third. Free ball AM. They'll set middle for Chandler, and that's going to find the floor. So AM, a good response out of the timeout. Their first point of the set. And now Claire Cooksley is at the service line for the Coyotes. Claire will send it across. Coble on the receive. Lawhorn will set it far side for Marshall. Block back. Sent back by Marshall. Nice play at the net. Shaylin Safranek sets it behind for Miller. It goes into the net. And the point goes to the side of Mullen. 8-1 Lady Broncos. The serve from Allie Lawhorn. Shaylin Safranek will set it up for Hadley. Big swing. Oh, boy, best swing of the match so far for Hadley Safranek as she takes it down the sideline. And AM collects their second point of the set. Jade Chandler will spin it. The serve on its way. Coble on the receive. They'll set it middle for Marshall. Through the block, but covered by Shaylin Safranek. They'll set it up for Jaco, who takes it cross court. Punched up by Moore, returned by Mullen on the second. Sent back on one. Mullen with it on their side. Here's Moore in the middle, the swing, and it's played by Chandler. Trying to keep it alive is Hadley Safranek, but she's not able to make the play as it went up into the net area. Samantha Moore serving for Mullen, leading at 9-2 in the third. Moore will send it across, returned on one hit. Licking passes over to Lawhorn, who sets it up for Svoboda. Block back, and they're going to say that the attack by Svoboda actually went into the net, didn't clear it, and the point goes to AM. Grace Cantrell serving for the Coyotes. Cantrell will put it in play as Samantha Moore reached out and kicked it with her foot. I think Samantha thought it was going to go wide and realized at the last second it was going to be in, so she just tried to kick it, but it's not soccer, so the point goes to AM. Here's a serve by Cantrell. Lawhorn will set it for Moore out of the back row. Blocked back by Jaco, but kept alive. Returned by Moore on the second. AM, free ball opportunity. Here's Hadley Safranek over the block, and it's going to find the floor.
A little bit of that off speed there. It's difficult for when you're covering, trying to figure out exactly where that's going to hit off. It goes off the block hard. You're going to have to react quickly that time. Just unable to get there.
Served by Cantrell, Licking on the receive. They'll back set it for Marshall. That's into the net. Well, after falling behind 7-0, AM has come back and they're to within 3. Timeout, Mullen.
Ready or not, here comes the nasty weather we despise in central Nebraska, featuring our friends snow, sleet, and ice. Not sure if your vehicle is up to the task? Be sure that it is by getting a great four-wheel drive ride at Muddy Creek Auto in Broken Bow. They have a great selection for you to check out before the snow flies. Don't get stuck walking in the cold and snow or having someone rescue you. Get a rig that could do the rescuing. Talk to the helpful staff at Muddy Creek Auto and get a dependable used 4x4 for a price that works for you.
Golden Harvest Seed Advisors help farmers focus on the things they can control, like corn trait seed that works best in their fields. A winning strategy starts with Golden Harvest corn that contains genetics with the most above and below ground insect protection available today. Golden Harvest corn with AgriSure Duracade trait technology for corn rootworm provides protection with a unique mode of action.
Contact Brandon Miller of Myrna to find your local Golden Harvest Seed Advisor.
Out of the timeout, Grace Cantrell with the serve. Here's the attack from McCulley. Sets it over the block, covered by Hadley Safranek. Now it's Jaco with a swing. Off the block, but covered by Kylie Licking. Now Marshall on the far side gets a swing. Nice dig by Ray Lee Downing. Returned by Hadley Safranek, but first a whistle and a double contact is going to be the call against AM. Well, stay with us. During the set break, we're going to give you the area teams who have made the state high school football playoffs in D1 and D2 will set up their matchups for you during the set break. Here's the setup for Hadley Safranek. That's going to go into the net. We can tell you, though, that Anselmo Myrna is in the playoffs in D1.
They are.
So we'll say that, and then we'll give you their matchup a little bit later when we have time. Cantrell will set it up for Shaylin Safranek. Played by Moore in the back. Not a real good set, but a nice tip by Licking trying to save it. Do we have a touch or is it out? It's out. I think Mullen thought there may have been a touch on the effort by Licking at the net, but point goes to AM and they are within 4. Served by Hadley Safranek. McDowell's into the match. She was on the receive. Now it's a Licking. Big swing, but played nicely by Hadley Safranek. Cooksley bumps it across, and it's a free ball for Mullen. Lawhorn will set it far side for Licking. The swing off the block, covered by Shaylin Safranek. Jaco's going to get a swing. Chasing is Mullen, and they will not be able to return.
Powerful left hand from Jaco. Just has that ability to hop straight up in the air and get a good hard swing, and earns that point for Anselmo Myrna, a much-needed point.
AM getting back into this set after falling behind 7-0 to start. Moore will set it far side for Svoboda. Over the block and covered by Cantrell. Jaco going to get another swing. Actually tips it with the right hand. Sent back. AM with it on their side. Jaco going to swing, and it goes into the net. Mullen 12, AM 8 as we play in the third. The match tied at a set apiece. Svoboda the serve. Cooksley on the receive. They will bump it up, and Myers getting a swing out of the back row. Good swing, but it's tipped back across by Lawhorn. At the net, AM not able to play it, and they will not be able to get it across. Mullen back up by 5. Semifinal number 2 coming up next between South Loop and Twin Loop. Here is a serve by Svoboda. Cantrell sets it for Jaco as she powers it through the block and collects the kill.
That was an attempted block from McCulley and Licking, but just not getting her hands over far enough as she was able to punch it right through and force their hands back and get the ball to the floor.
Kirsten Myers, good serve, and that's an ace. Is it really the middle of October?
I mean, we're getting closer probably to the end of October at this point.
Well, yeah. Oh, man. Here's a serve by Myers, and that one goes into the net. So on the service error, point Mullen, and the Broncos go back up by 4.
Yeah, if you can believe it, we'll have sub-district volleyball here in just a couple weeks.
Lindy Coble spins the ball and sends it on its way. AM's got a chase, and they will get it sent back, and somehow they got a swing out of it. Shaylin Safranek and Jade Chandler were both there. I think Shaylin was the one who connected on it the most, and AM is back to within 3. Now Shaylin Safranek to serve, sends it across, return on one, overpass, and Jade Chandler slams it down. AM is to within 2.
Incredible comeback. This is what MNAC volleyball is all about. Big runs and big comebacks.
Shaylin Safranek, did it go long? It did. They were hoping for a touch, was AM on the back row, but they're not going to get it. And the point goes to Mullen.
Went flying by Sabota's head, I think, as she took a big old breath in.
Kylie Safranek serves it into the net. Kylie Licking serves it into the net. And the point goes to AM. Claire Cooksley now serving. Coble on the receive. Lawhorn will back set it for Moore. The swing, look out. Samantha Moore, big swing, catches the back line, and Mullen goes back up by 3. Cooksley out, Downing back into the match to play the back row for AM. Allie Lawhorn at the service line, the serve on its way, and that is played on the back line by Downing. Hadley Safranek sends it over the block, covered by Lawhorn. Moore is going to move to the center position, set it up for Marshall, and that's punched up in the back by Downing. Now Safranek a swing through the block, covered by Licking in the back row. Moore middle attack, and that's going to get down.
Just the ability for Moore to not only get a big swing out of the middle, they love to go on that slide to the near side. Very versatile player in that front row.
Served by Lawhorn, and that goes into the net. 17 for Mullen, 14 for AM as we play in the third. Match tied at a set apiece. Jay Chandler the serve. Coble on the receive, pass up into the net, and Mullen will not be able to handle it. Well, our second semifinal will actually be a rematch of last year's championship tournament game when Twin Loop plays South Loop. That's coming up next. Here's a serve by Chandler, and that's an ace. And now AM, after falling behind 7-0 to start the set, has a chance to tie it up. Chandler the serve. And that is going to get down. Mullen not able to return, and we are tied at 17. Did you see this coming when the set started 7-0? We break the 17-all tie. Coble on the receive. Lawhorn will set it for Moore. The swing, punched up in the air by Chandler. Chasing is Shaylin Safranek, returning is Hadley. Now it's Lawhorn setting it up for Svoboda into the net, and AM has taken the lead.
And we've seen this team quite a bit this year, and this is definitely as well put together as a team they've been.
Chandler serving with AM now leading by a point. Lawhorn sets it for Svoboda. Big swing through the block, but played by Downing in the back row. Now Safranek tips it over the block, covered by Lawhorn. Chasing though is Licking, and Mullen will get it back on the third. That's punched up in the air by Safranek at the net, and Samantha Moore is there to make sure that it goes down to the floor as Mullen ties it back up at 18 now. Samantha Moore, the serve. Myers on the receive. Cantrell will set it for Safranek. Had to back up and just get it over. Now it's Marshall. Marshall setting it away from the block, but covered nice in the front row by Hadley Safranek. Now Myers with the attack, reaching out to save it as Moore. Bumped up by Lawhorn and sent back over by Svoboda of Mullen. Shaylin Safranek sets Jaco in the middle for AM, and she powers it through the block. Kept alive, though, sent back by Licking, and the return's going to be long and out. AM 19, Mullen 18. Grace Cantrell at the service line for Anselmo Myrna. Cantrell will send it across. Moore on the receive. Lawhorn will set it for Samantha. Roll shot from the back row. Punched up in the air by Cantrell. Now Hadley a swing, and it goes into the net as we are tied at 19. $19 all in the third. Hannah Marshall serving for Mullen, and that is in. It caught the line. Boy, Rayleigh Downing stepped away from it. She thought it was going to be long, and I think maybe it was. But the line judge said it caught a piece of the line, and Mullen leads 20-19. Served by Marshall, Downing on the receive. They'll set it up for Shaylin Safranek this time. Punched up by Moore toward the net, but Mullen will not be able to return. And we're tied at 20.
That ball just spinning so fast it outran everyone to the net for Mullen. Someone on a run right here.
Hadley Safranek puts the serve in play. Mullen's going to have to chase after it a little bit. Licking ends up getting a swing, and that's punched up in the air by Myers. Comes down hard off the ceiling. AM stays with it and gets it over on the third. Lawhorn sets it up for Licking a swing, and it's going to find the floor.
Thinking the light guy is going to need to get paid a little bit more. That took a hard shot off of that light.
21-20, Mullen leading in the third with the match tied at a set apiece. Served by Svoboda into the net. And we're tied at 21.
Both of these teams know, as you've mentioned before, Brent, that this is a pivotal third set. Neither one giving an inch.
Kirsten Myers the serve. McDowell back into the match for Mullen on the receive. Now Licking a swing through the block. Played by Hadley Safranek in the back row. Cooksley a swing through the block. Punched up in the air by McDowell. They'll set it up toward the net, but first the whistle. It's a double contact against Mullen. And AM leads 22-21 in the third. Kirsten Myers. The serve in play. Oh, look out. Mullen chasing. They won't get to it. And AM is 2 points away from going up a set. Timeout, Mullen. You're listening to KBBN.
Since 1917, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
And we welcome you back to Mullen, 4-County Heating and Air. Owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. Make sure your heater is ready for the cold weather coming. Call 4-County Heating and Air in Broken Bow, 872-2258. Well, Mullen started this set by going up 7-0. AM has come all the way back, and they lead 23-21. Here's a serve by Kirsten Myers. Lawhorn will bump it up, and it will be sent back on the third. Free ball for AM. Cantrell will set middle for Chandler, and that's good. It caught the back line. It is set point Anselmo Myrna. AM now a chance to go up 2-1. Kirsten Myers, the serve. McDowell passes it up into the net. Overpass, we got a whistle, and a double hit against AM.
It's kind of interesting. It was an overpass that she went for kind of a block attack, and the official says she went with an attack, and then was called for the double hit.
Set point again, though, for AM. Shalem Safranek, quick set over, covered nicely by McDowell. Moore, middle attack off the block and good. And now Mullen has a chance to tie the set up. Set point again, though, for AM. Is it a set win for AM or a play on for Mullen? Serve on the way by Coble. Safranek on the receive. They'll set it for Chandler. Big swing, return by Mullen on one hit, but the return is long and out. My goodness, what a swing from Chandler to close out the set. And after falling behind 7-0 to start the set, AM comes all the way back and takes the third 25-23. We're going to take a short timeout. When we come back, we're going to talk a little football. The brackets have been released for the playoffs in Class D1 and D2. We'll talk area matchups after this.
GK Wine and Spirits has your favorites at awesome prices. Our beer cave has a great selection of Nebraska brews and domestics, wine coolers, and seltzers. The wine selection at the GK has something you can pair with any kind of meal. Great refreshments at awesome prices. For your good time or to wind down your day, a large selection and low prices are waiting for you at the GK Wine and Spirit Shop inside the grocery cart, Broken Bow.
And we bring it back to Mullen. We're in the set break as we get ready for the fourth. AM now up 2-1. And since we have a break, let's talk a little bit of football for you, because the brackets have been released now for the Class D1 and D2 state playoffs, which will begin on Thursday, October 22nd. Let's look at Class D1 for you now. And Selma Myrna gets into the playoffs with a 4-4 record, and they will have to go on the road and take on Dundee County Stratton. So AM is the 15 seed. They'll go on the road to play Dundee County Stratton on Thursday. Arcadia Loop City, they are in the playoffs, 5-3 after the regular season, and they will take on Amherst. That'll be the 9-8 matchup. Those two teams play in the same district. Arcadia Loop City won the game that they played earlier in the regular season, and the Rebels are certainly clicking at the right time. They got people back healthy, and they'll be a team to watch in Class D1. Meanwhile, Burwell, they are the top seed in the West bracket of the D1 football playoffs. They will open up play against North Central. And if you missed our announcement earlier, in Class D2, Mullen gets into the playoffs. They'll be the 11 seed on the west side, and they'll take on Pleasanton in the opening round. Ansley Litchfield is in D2. They're the 10 seed, and they'll open up on the road against Riverside. And Sandhills Thetford, the Knights, an impressive undefeated season, and they will open up at home as the number 2 seed on the west side of the bracket and will play Axtell.
Man, that is I'm just so excited. So excited for football for the playoffs. Anything can happen. We've seen it before. Small teams can upset those higher seeds. Anything can happen, and it's always a blast to be covering.
Kylie Licking the serve as we start set number 4. Shaylin Safranik sets it up for Kirsten Myers, and it is going to roll along the net and fall out of bounds as Mullen takes the opening point of set 4. So AM leading now 2-1. Licking the serve. Shaylin Safranik will set it for Claire Cooksley. Big swing, and Claire Cooksley puts it down for the kill.
Good cross-court shot there from Cooksley. Didn't really have the best angle at it, but was able to readjust mid-swing.
Served by Shaylin Safranik, and that's going to sail long and out. 2-1 Mullen in the fourth. Allie Lawhorn, the spin of the ball, and the serve is on its way, returned on one hit. Allie Lawhorn will set middle for Moore. Look out. Samantha Moore on top of that. And Mullen goes up 3-1.
When she gets the opportunity for that ball to sit in front of her, she capitalizes, and we've seen it quite a bit in this match.
Served by Lawhorn. Shaylin Safranik will set it for Macy Miller, who gets the swing. Kept alive in the back by Licking. Now Marshall on the far side. Reaching out to save it, Hadley Safranik, and AM will be able to return on the third. Pass to the front as Lawhorn will set it behind her for Svoboda this time. Through the block, covered by Macy Miller. Now it's Cooksley, tips it over the block, punched up, sent back by AM. Mullen with it on their side. Moore the swing off the block, kept alive by Shaylin Safranik. Now Cooksley a swing, block back, and it's going to find the floor. Block and point for Mullen.
Great block there. Ball traveled a long way before it ended up staying in play, but it's been a great defensive set by both of these teams.
Served by Lawhorn, just cleared the net. Dug out by Myers. Cooksley gets a swing, played by the libero of Mullen Coble. Now Moore is going to collect another kill. 5-1 Mullen in the fourth. It's Mullen that needs this set to keep the match going. AM leads 2-1. Served by Lawhorn. Shaylin Safranik will set up middle for Miller, and the set kind of went up into the net a little bit. Tough to play, and Mullen's going to end up collecting the point. Here is the serve by Lawhorn. Shaylin Safranik sets it for Jade Chandler. Big swing, and the point goes to AM.
Great line shot there. That ball sitting right there in front of her, out in front, and she's able to get a hand on top of it and sends it down in a hurry.
6-2, Mullen leading in the fourth, but the Broncos are down a set. Here's a serve by Cooksley. Lawhorn will set it up for Moore, takes it off the block, but it's dug out by Miller, returned by Chandler. Mullen's got a scramble. Moore sends it back on two. Free ball, AM. The setup for Hadley. Safranek blocked back, kept alive with the net. Overpass, and look out. Samantha Moore goes up and slams it down.
Moore really clicking here in the fourth. Able to locate the ball really well, too. That time she hits it hard and just changes direction to allow that open spot.
The serve by Moore, returned on one hit, overpass, and Marshall is there to put it down for Mullen as the Broncos go up 8-2 in the fourth. Samantha Moore at the service line. Moore, the serve across. Shaylin Safranek sets it up for Chandler. Chandler doing what she could with it, not able to get it sent over, and now Mullen goes up 9-2. Samantha Moore, the serve. Downing on the receive. Here's a setup for Hadley. Safranek sets it deep, covered by Moore. They'll set it up for Licking out of the back row. Whistle, and a violation against Mullen.
Coming out of the back row was Licking. Both feet were in front of the line when she jumped. Tried to drag that back foot, but just couldn't quite get it back there quick enough.
Now the serve by Chandler. Lawhorn sets it behind for Marshall. Through the block, dug out, kept alive by Shaylin Safranek, and the return by Hadley. And it's going to find the floor.
She won't get credit for the point, but Shaylin Safranek saved that point for Anselmo Moore, and a huge diving save to allow Hadley to get that over.
The serve by Chandler. Played by Licking. Lawhorn will set it middle for Svoboda. Tips it over the block, but covered by Shaylin Safranek at the net. Joust coming on AM side. Coyotes punch it up, and then it falls to the floor on the Coyote side. (10-4) Mullen in the fourth. McDowell back into the match, and she will serve for the Broncos. Pass up into the net. Cantrell able to save it, though. Getting a swing as Safranek kept alive, and then into the net by Mullen. Boy, great play at the net by AM to keep that ball alive, and they ultimately win the point.
Yeah, Cantrell, really good job getting low on that ball quickly so she can change, those hands as fast as she could, and that really helps Safranek get that over.
Cantrell the serve. They set middle for McCulley. Tips it over with the left hand. AM there to cover. Now Safranek. That's Hadley with a swing. Punched up in the air by McDowell. Moore hitting out of the back row. And it's in. 11-5. Mullen in the fourth. Taylor Svoboda the serve. Myers on the receive. Cantrell back set for Hadley. Safranek sends it to the back row. Punched up by Moore. Now McCulley, middle attack. Reaching out to save it is Downing. AM scrambles and they'll send it back on the third. Free ball Mullen. Lawhorn sets it far side. Licking the swing and the kill.
Good swing by Licking.
And a time. Sorry, Gavin. Timeout. And Smyrna. You're listening to MNAC Volleyball on KBBN Radio.
When you want the very best, go see Trotter, where you'll always get more for your dollar. We're your little friendly store, and we're right next door. That's what we're here for. Go see Trotter.
Trotter Service is your #1 partner in keeping your operation running smoothly. Whether you need a new battery, brakes, an alignment, or any other repair, they have a specialist that'll get it done right. Can't get away from the farm or ranch? They offer bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire truck service too. Proud to work with the farmers and ranchers of the area. Trotter's Tire Pros. West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
And we bring you back to Mullen High School. Boy, what a way to start here on Championship Saturday. This is our first match of 4, the first of our 2 semifinals. We are in the fourth set, and Smyrna leading 2-1, but Mullen leading in the fourth 12-5.
Definitely a spot here where Mullen wants to close out the set. They got caught in the last set up 7-0 and allowed Anselmo Myrna some momentum, and they capitalized and took that set. So I'm sure that Coach Moore told her team, hey, get it together and finish it out.
And that's going to be a point for Mullen. AM not able to return on the serve. And Mullen goes up 13-5. Svoboda with the serve, sends it to the back row. Downing on the receive this time. Cantrell bump sets it for Shaylin Safranek, and it's blocked back at the net. Punched up, kept alive, but AM will not be able to return. They've got the Coyotes in the net as well. And Mullen trying to force a fifth and final set, leading 14-5 in the fourth. Svoboda the serve. Myers on the receive. Cantrell will set it up for Jaco. Big swing. It's kept alive, though. Returned by McCulley. AM with it on their side. They'll set it up for Shaylin Safranek. Punches it across. Lawhorn now to Licking. The swing played by Downing in the back row. Cantrell will set it up for Hadley Safranek, and she sends it long and out.
She let the ball get a little bit behind her head, did Hadley, and that caused the ball to sail fairly long.
Svoboda, the serve. Cantrell sets middle for Jaco, and that's a kill. Mullen 15 and Anselmo Myrna 6 in the fourth. You know, as we play here in this opening match, I think back to 3 years ago? I think I called 4 matches that all went 5 sets. Could it be another day like that? Here's McDowell, a swing for Mullen, and that's going to sail long and out. And AM collects the point. The serve by Hadley Safranek. Lawhorn will set it for Licking, who reaches back and sends it over. Cooksley, a swing back the other way, and that one goes into the net. (16-7), Mullen leading in the fourth. Lindy Coble, the libero, for Mullen with the serve. Pass up toward the net. Look out. Oh, they got the violation. Samantha Moore is going to go over and visit with the official about the call.
It was close. The ball had not completely crossed into Mullen's side, so it was close whether it was roofing or not. And the up official, that's what she's indicating, is the ball was still remaining on Anselmo Myrna's side. So the point will go to the Coyotes.
And here's Kirsten Myers serving for AM. Pass up in toward the net area, tipped over by Lawhorn of Mullen on a beautiful play at the net, and Mullen gets the point.
Really good job by Lawhorn. Kind of put her hands up like she was going to jump set it, and then just a quick little switch to that right hand and punches it to the floor.
Kylie Licking the serve, returned on one hit. Lawhorn sets it for Marshall, reaches back, gets it over the net. Cantrell sets it for Cooksley, the swing, and kept alive for the moment, but Mullen will not be able to return.
Seeing a little momentum build here for Anselmo Myrna. Very similar type of momentum that they had in the last set where they were able to come back and take it.
Here's a serve by Shaylin Safranek. Coble backs up to play it. Now Moore on the slide. That went into the net. Mullen 17. And Anselmo Myrna 10. We play in the fourth. AM leading 2-1. Serve by Shaylin Safranek. Svoboda on the receive. Lawhorn will set it. This time for Marshall. Through the block, but played by Hadley Safranek. Now Cooksley swing back. Off the block, but covered by Svoboda. Lawhorn to Moore in the middle. Tips it over the block, and it finds the floor.
Really about the first time that Moore has not got a full swing at it, and I think that kind of threw Anselmo Myrna off a little. Able to take some of that speed and just locate the ball versus trying to power it down.
The serve by Lawhorn. Shaylin Safranek will set up for Cooksley on the slide. And, oh, what's the call going to be? That got blocked back and then connected with Cooksley while she was standing out of bounds. And the officials are going to talk about it. And it's going to be a point for AM. And now Coach Moore is off the bench, and she wants an explanation.
Thinking everyone's going to want one because it was.
That's a tough call to make.
Yeah. And I couldn't tell for sure if it hit the antenna, if Mullen hit the net or what it was, but regardless, the point will go to Anselmo Myrna.
All right. So it's Mullen 18 and Anselmo Myrna 11 as we play in the fourth. Here's a serve by Cooksley. Lawhorn will set it far side for Svoboda this time, and that's going to get through the block and down for the kill.
Kirsten a little bit slow getting up. She hit the floor hard on that diving save, and she's been sacrificing her body all over the places. She's going to come out, maybe take a moment.
Jaco comes in to replace her. Here's a serve. They serve Hadley Safranek. Shaylin will set up middle for Miller. Block back. Taylor Svoboda at the net. And Mullen is 5 points away from tying the match. Samantha Moore at the service line for Mullen. Serve is on its way. Downing on the receive. They'll set it for Hadley. Punches it over. Played by Licking. Lawhorn will set it for Moore. Back row. The swing and the kill. 21-11 Mullen in the fourth. Broncos 4 points away from sending us to the fifth and deciding set. Serve by Moore. Shaylin Safranek will back set it for Chandler. Sends it over the block, played by Samantha Moore. Now the setup for Svoboda. Block back, kept alive though by Taylor at the net. Roll shot over by Moore. Pass to the front as Miller will set it up to Hadley Safranek. Has it blocked back, but a whistle and a double contact against AM. Mullen 22 and Anselmo Myrna 11 playing in the fourth. Samantha Moore sends it across. Shaylin Safranek will bump it up. Hadley gets a swing, but it goes into the net. And it looks now as though we're going to be heading to a fifth set. Coral Schmidt is going to come into the match for AM as Hadley Safranek will come out. Samantha Moore is the person at the service line. Samantha sends it on the line. Boy, it looked like that was going to sail along, but it caught the back line, and oh no. What, do we have an overrule? We do. Boy, the head official's going to overrule the call. The line official was right there, but they're going to say that it was out. So AM gets the point. Here's a serve by Jay Chandler. That is out. And now it's going to be set point for Mullen.
Don't think they'll have to overrule that one.
No.
A little bit heavy with that one, trying to put some more power behind it, but just carried just a tad long.
Jordan McDowell at the service line as Mullen tries to send it to a fifth, but they won't do it on that serve as it goes into the net. So we'll play at least one more. AM back to the service line. Set point again for Mullen. Cantrell with the serve. Just clears the net. Played by Svoboda. They'll set it far side for Licking, and she can't do anything with the set. So we play on. Set point 3 for Mullen. Cantrell at the service line. Cantrell will put it in play. Lawhorn backs up, sets it for McDowell, gets it over, but a whistle. And yeah, McDowell came from the back row and was clearly across the line when she made contact, so that's a violation. And we keep playing. But again, it is set point for Mullen. Grace Cantrell at the service line. Grace will put it in play. Again, they serve Svoboda. They'll bump it up over toward Licking's side. Roll shot over, played by Myers, who's back into the match. Back set Shaylin Safranek. Sent back up into the net area, and AM will not be able to play it as Mullen ties up the match at 2 sets apiece. So in the fourth, the score goes 25-15 in favor of Mullen. We're tied at 2 sets apiece. The fifth coming up.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval. One thing we definitely desire perfection on is our vehicles. You want something that gets you to where you're going comfortably while looking great. Whether storm damage, deer damage, or insurance claim, take your ride to Rod's Body and Paint Broken Bow. They're the collision specialist. You should call 308-872-5346. Offering over 42 years of experience, they'll get you back on the road quickly without sacrificing quality. From dings and dents to full replacement and auto glass repair. Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow. Ready or not, here comes the chilly season. Are you already noticing some cold drafts coming into your home, chilling the air? Don't make your heating system work harder than it needs to. Talk to Mead Lumber and Broken Bow about insulation solutions to keep the cold where it belongs, outside. The helpful staff at Mead Lumber and Broken Bow can offer solutions that will save you money when the weather gets chilly. Talk to them today, East Highway 2, Broken Bow, Nebraska.
What happened to paying one price and getting everything included? You buy an airline ticket and pay extra to bring a change of clothes, book a hotel room, and you're shelling out for Wi-Fi and overpriced bottled water. Really? Imagine my delight when I found out roadside assistance is now included with my shelter insurance auto policy. So if I get a flat tire and need a jump, I just call and they take care of me. There's no additional cost, but some restrictions apply.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details.
And we come back to Mullen. Well, our opening match of the day, the first of our two semifinals, going to go the distance. We go 5.
The race to 15.
Or maybe beyond, as I found out the other night.
That's true. Dang near back to 25 again.
So we start the 5th. Shaylin Safranek will serve it for Anselmo Myrna. Pass to the front. Lawhorn will set it up for Licking. That's kept alive by Safranek in the back row. Miller bumps it up toward the net. Cooksley with the return. Lawhorn sets middle for Moore. The swing through the block. AM's got a chase. Ball still alive, but they will not get it sent back.
That was an incredible chase down by Shaylin. She had to come from right next to the net all the way back behind the back line. Somehow able to get there, but just unable to get that over was the team.
Served by Kylie Licking. Shaylin Safranek will set it up for Jade Chandler. Sets it over the block, covered by Svoboda. Set far side. Marshall, the swing. Off the block, but covered by Myers in the back row. Shaylin will set it for Cooksley this time, and that's going to find the floor. We're tied at 1. One all in the 5th. Winner will play for the championship later today. Served by Claire Cooksley. Licking on the receive. Lawhorn sets Moore. The swing, and it's good. 2-1 Mullen. Semifinal number 2 will feature the 3-seed Twin Loop against the 2-seed South Loop. Serve on the way by Allie Lawhorn. Shaylin Safranek sets it for Hadley, and it's covered by Lawhorn as it fights its way through the block. Now it's Licking back the other way, and that'll be a kill for Kylie Licking as Mullen goes up 3-1.
Really didn't get a great approach at it, but just enough power in her arm and just a really good timing on that one to get enough spin. It was tough to control.
Served by Lawhorn. AM's got a chase. Trying to keep it alive, and they will not be able to return. Mullen goes up 4-1, and good timeout. Coach Hoblin only going to 15. You don't want to fall behind too much early. Timeout on the court. Back after this. for this.
We've all come across landscaping pieces that have caught our eye and made us say, oh, wow, that's beautiful. But when we go to create our own landscaping dreams, it can be overwhelming. Worry no more. Call the professionals at A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. Don't stress about wondering where to start. A to Z can help make all those dream ideas you have a reality. They're excited to do the dirty work on your lawn space so you don't have to. Professional edging, sod, retaining walls, rock beds, and more. Call A to Z at 872-5182.
You're listening to MNAC Volleyball on KBBN Radio. And don't forget, we're presenting a special video stream of today's matches. All 4 of them. Again, no fans allowed because of COVID-19 concerns. So thanks to amazing businesses who you're going to be seeing across our video stream with their logos, who are sponsoring the video presentation for you today. Appreciate them making that available to you along with our radio call. And you can access that video stream on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on our website, sandhillsexpress.com. The serve by Mullen returned on 1 hit. Marshall coming back the other way for the Broncos as we play out of the timeout. Kirsten Myers, a big swing out of the back row. Blocked back at the net, tipped over by Hadley Safranek. Now Moore back the other way. And Samantha Moore will put it to the floor as Mullen goes up 5-1.
Good job by Moore, just taking that second hit and just relocating it instead of trying to, blow up the block.
Serve on the way by Lawhorn, and that's out. Service error. Point goes to the Coyotes. At the service line is Jade Chandler. The spin of the ball. The serve is on its way. Kobel on the receive. Svoboda sets it up for Moore, who sets it over. AM's got a scramble now. Jaco gets a swing, but she hits it wide and out. 6-2, Mullen in the 5th.
Big point here for Anselmo Myrna. Mullen really rolling right now. Got to stop that momentum.
Served by Moore, Downing on the receive. Cantrell bumps it up toward Jaco, takes a swing at it. Dug out in the back by Moore. Now back the other way, it's Marshall. Punched up in the air by Downing, saving it. Hadley Safranek. Myers there to send it over on the 3rd. Free ball for Mullen. Lawhorn back set for Svoboda, and that's out. Mullen 6 and Myrna 3 in the 5th. AM won sets 1 and 3. Mullen came back in sets 2 and 4. So we play in the 5th as Grace Cantrell will serve it and put it in play. They'll set it up for Moore. The swing out of the back row, returned on 1 hit, but out. And Mullen goes up 7-3.
Kylie Licking and McCauley talking things over because Licking reached her hand out there to try to save it and realized the very last second it was carrying long.
Serve on the way. AM again has to scramble, and they will get it over on the 3rd. Dug out by Marshall. Great play. Now Moore roll shot from the back row. Dug out by Downing. The setup for Hadley Safranek. The swing, and it's punched up by Licking. They'll set Licking far side. Kylie has it blocked back. Kept alive of the net by McCauley. Now Moore hitting out of the back row again. Reaching out to save it is Shaylin Safranek. Cantrell keeps it in play, and it's returned on the 3rd. Free ball for Mullen. Lawhorn sets it for Licking again. Over with the left hand, and it's going to go out of bounds. Point AM.
Very close to that block. It looked like Licking was trying to tool it with her left hand into the block, but just carries a tad wide.
Cantrell serving from the middle of the line. Svoboda on the receive. Lawhorn will bump it up as Moore hits out of the back row again. Cantrell bumps it up, and Myers is going to end up hitting it into the net. 8-4, Mullen leading in the 5th. Again, the winner will play for the MNAC tournament title later today. And now we've got an official's timeout.
Gonna check the rotation, I believe, and there was some discussion between the team on what the score was and if it should have been 8-5 or 8-4.
Well, now I think there's a question on who should be where. They're looking at the AM side, and now they got everybody positioned where they need to be. Svoboda serving for Mullen. Cantrell sets it middle for Safranek. Shalin tips it across. Now looking on the other side. Big swing up toward the net. Joust coming. Mullen with it on their side. Bumped up by Lawhorn for Moore. Out of the back row again. Sends it deep. Myers plays it, but nobody can take it from there as Mullen now leads 9-4 in the fifth. Taylor Svoboda at the service line. It is on its way, and that's going to be an ace. And Coach Hoblin's going to have to call timeout. We play in the fifth. Mullen leads it 10-4.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squires Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units too. Squires Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
And we bring you back to Mullen High School, site of Championship Saturday of the MNAC Volleyball Tournament. Well, with no fans here, it almost makes, at times, you feel like you're watching a summer league game or something, doesn't it? I mean, just as far as, the gymnasium part of it. But the competition part of it, Gavin Higgins, this opening match makes you know it's MNAC Volleyball Tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of great competition going on, especially, we've only played one game, and it's been back and forth for all 5 sets. Right here's a big moment for Anselmo Myrna. You're down by 6. You got to get something going. Try to stop that momentum from Mullen. For Mullen, you got to close this one out. You don't want to leave any doubt when you head into those finals.
By the way, we're behind schedule time-wise, just thought I'd tell you that. Here's a serve by Svoboda. Cantrell sets it up for Shaylin. Safranek, look out. Boy, that was a big response for AM coming out of the timeout. But now the Coyotes need to string some points together because Mullen is kind of closing in on the match. They lead 10-5 in the fifth. Served by Kirsten Myers. Pass to the front, into the net, overpass, jumping up Chandler, but sending it back is Licking on a beautiful play. Here's the middle attack by Chandler, tips it over the block, covered by Moore and sent back on the third. Cantrell will set it for Shalin again. The swing punched up in the air by Moore. Lawhorn will set it far side for Licking, sets it over. Nice cover by Hadley Safranek. Now Chandler in the middle, and it's out. She just missed it.
Just a tad long. It was close. There's been a lot of close calls on those backside lines.
Lindy Coble serving for Mullen. 4 points away from the match are the Broncos. Shaylin Safranek sets middle for Chandler. Look out. Oh, my goodness. It may have dented the floor. Man, that was some kind of shot by Chandler. Whew, man.
There's been a lot of great hits from Chandler today. Really been in a groove.
Shaylin Safranek, the serve. Lawhorn sets up Moore. The swing through the block, and it finds the floor. And now Mullen 3 points away from advancing. Kylie Licking with the serve. Serve is on its way. Pass to Shaylin Safranek, who sets up Chandler again. Takes it through the block, down and good. Claire Cooksley going back to the service line for AM. Mullen 12, AM 7 now as we play in the fifth. Served by Cooksley. Coble on the receive. Lawhorn will back set it for Moore. The swing. Oh, nice play by Myers to punch it up in the air. It's returned by Cooksley on the third. Free ball for Mullen. Lawhorn will set it far side for Marshall. This time blocked back. Punched up, kept alive by Licking, and then the return by Coble. Shaylin Safranek sets middle. Chandler again. Covered nicely by Svoboda. Middle attack Moore through the block. Handled by Myers in the back. Shaylin Safranek to Hadley. The swing through the block and down and good.
Continuing to fight. And Anselmo Myrna has been stuck in a hole a couple of different times. And they do not let it get them down.
Cooksley the serve, and it sails long. Tough break for AM on the service error, and now Mullen is 2 points away from closing out the match. Allie Lawhorn serving. Serve on its way. Shaylin Safranek will set it up for Hadley, reaches back and puts it down for the kill. (13-9) Mullen leading in the fifth. Jade Chandler spins the ball, the serve on its way in play, licking on the receive. Here is Moore. Moore able to put it down for the kill, and now it's going to be match point coming up for the top seed Mullen. Boy, they've been in a fight though, haven't they? Man, what a great way to start this day. We go all 5 sets, and now Mullen has a chance to go to the title game. The serve by Moore. Cantrell sets it for Jaco. Jaco sets it deep. Here's a free ball chance for Mullen. The swing from Svoboda. Chasing is Myers, sending it back, but out, and Mullen advances. So Mullen wins it in the fifth, 15-9. We'll come back and recap it after this.
A great wheat harvest is in the bag when you choose certified seed wheat from AeroSeed. Planting certified seed from AeroSeed ensures high-quality weed-free seed with known germination, known test weight, and known seed count. This, along with AeroSeed's careful conditioning that keeps your drill running smoothly, you're on the way to producing high-profit yields. Call your local AeroSeed dealer or visit aeroseed.com to find the certified seed wheat varieties best for you.
Are you having a hard time getting moving after your surgery? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. If you have recently undergone surgery to your knee, hip, shoulder, back, or wrist, or having trouble doing the things you love, call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. With our highly trained staff in orthopedic rehabilitation, we are committed to getting you moving again. Call us at any of our locations close to you or check us out at myteampt.com 872-5111.
Friendly rivals, hometown pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, 872-3424.
Well, what a way to start the day. Our opening match of Championship Saturday here at the MNAC tournament goes all 5 sets. And Selma Myrna won the opener, 26-24. Mullen won the second, 25-18. AM, who fell behind 7-0 to start the third, came back and won the third, 25-23. Mullen tied it, winning the fourth, 25-15. And in the fifth, Mullen prevails 15-9. The Broncos, the top seed in the tournament, advance to the championship later today. Wow, what a match to get us started.
Yeah, that's just a perfect way. If you want to talk about, competition in MNAC, basically just take that first game, and that's how the tournament usually runs out. It's just some great competition between these teams, and you expect it to continue into this second game, but hats off to Anselmo Myrna for continuing to fight, and then, of course, credit Mullen for being able to finish things off in that fifth set.
Well, Mullen will advance and play for the championship later, and Selma Myrna will play in the third-place consolation match, and we will have live coverage of both of those matches coming up for you on KBBN Radio, also on our special video stream today, which you can access on our website, sandhillsexpress.com, on our Sandhills Express Facebook page, on YouTube and Twitter. All kinds of ways for you to find the video stream of today's MNAC presentation. Well, it's time to move into semifinal number 2. South Conference Volleyball Tournament on KBBN Radio.
To those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts, so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, is happy to be able to bring sports broadcasts to those unable to attend and see the action in person. The Callaway District Hospital is open again for wellness visits, and they invite you to make your appointments today. Don't forget to keep washing those hands frequently and use hand sanitizer in between washes. The Callaway District Hospital and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, proud to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Care is confusing, period. That's why having a knowledgeable local agent is so important. This is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency. Are you turning 65 soon and not sure what Medicare plans you need to sign up for or when? Maybe you're over 65 and still employed with questions about your Medicare options when you retire. Or you've had Medicare coverage for years and are wondering if there are changes or more affordable plans available. Give me a call at 836-2201 for an appointment. As your agent, I can answer those questions.
Need ranching supplies? AgriBest Feeds in Callaway has them. Putting your cows on stalks? Consider AgriBest molasses-free Sweet Pro tubs that come with a complete mineral package, plus Pro Biotin Digestive Aid that helps cattle consume up to 25% less forage. They also carry livestock equipment from Powder River and Tartar, and they carry Aeroquip chutes and portable tub alley systems, hedge posts, and treated posts too. At AgriBest Feeds of Callaway, call 308-836-2298.
At First State Insurance of Arnold, their independent agents can offer their customers choices that can save you money. They're so excited for these young athletes and are happy to see them continue to play hard. Call Becky or Pat at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. Proud to support their local athletes by sponsoring this broadcast.
When it comes to anything having to do with water well service or drilling, the folks at Downey Drilling in Lexington, Kearney, and Garden City can handle it. In fact, I think they even cook and make all their own clothes. Irrigation, domestic, municipal wells, you name it, Downey Drilling can do it. They're licensed in 8 states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Wyoming, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not only can Downey Drilling do about anything, they can do it about anywhere. Find them online at downeydrilling.com. Downey Drilling, a tradition of excellence.
Crash, boom, bang. All sounds you never want to hear coming from your vehicle. A1 Auto Repair in Arnold is prepared to fix or prevent those sounds. If you're in need of auto and light truck service and repair, give Josh a call, 848-2542. That's 848-2542. It all starts with diagnosing the problem, then working to get you back on the road quickly with a vehicle you can depend on. A1 Auto Service in Arnold, proud sponsors of this broadcast and high school sports.
May our wide open spaces bring us closer together. May the good life always set us apart. May we be known for the Great Plains, great steaks, but most of all, great people. It's what makes us Nebraska, and what makes Pinnacle Bank proud to be a part of your community. Because we're not just a bank in Nebraska, we're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Lane Chesley and his crew at Design Homes of Callaway are proud to help bring you this sports broadcast. Design Homes can help you with remodeling or any commercial or residential building construction. Just call Lane at 308-991-0870 to get started. Don't let that awesome project you have on your mind be a point of stress. Call Design Homes, proud sponsors of this sports broadcast.
And we welcome you back to Mullen High School as we are getting ready now for semifinal number 2, Twin Loop against South Loop. Again, we're presenting a live video stream of today's matches, especially since fans are not allowed to attend because of the COVID-19 concerns, and we have so many wonderful businesses who are making this possible, and we want to make sure that they understand how much we appreciate them through the day. So we want to run through the big list of sponsors and thank them again for you. And they include Seavers Angus, Scovia Brothers, Agribest Feeds, Callaway District Hospital, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, Eggleston Oil, Triple Blast Boutique, Dewey's Implement and Welding, The Secret Garden, Myers Construction, Palmer Monument, Mead Lumber, Trotter's Wool and Go, Sargent Corner Market, Culligan, Thrivent Financial, Scott Harvey, Grocery Cart, Nebraska State Bank, Gateway Motors, Kirkpatrick Cleaning Solutions, Rod's Body and Paint, Muddy Creek Auto, Dairy Queen, Mills Hardware, Consolidated, Sand Hills Motors, Brandon Miller with Golden Harvest, Twin Loop Booster Club, Shelter Insurance, Food Bar and Grill in Anselmo, First State Insurance Arnold, Sargent Irrigation, Kristen Electric, Lines Appliance, Agland ATV, BD, Tumbleweed Cafe, Central Nebraska Electric, The Garden Center, Four County Heating and Air, The Bruning Bank, Design Homes, Sandhills Family Medicine, Custer Electric and Irrigation, Geared for Sports, Chapin's Furniture, Sandhills Golf Club, Team Physical Therapy, and Mackey's Grocery. A big thank you to all of you folks for making our special video streaming of today's matches possible through KBBN Radio and through our website, sandhillsexpress.com. You can access the video on our Facebook page, Twitter, and YouTube as well. We'll take another timeout. Back with more after this.
Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Team Physical Therapy, Louie's Body Shop, Sargent Corner Market, Sargent Packing LLC, Slagle Angus, Kristen Slagle, Craig and Diane Van Gura, Taylor Storage, Agland ATV, Central Nebraska Electric Incorporated, Clark and Lori Hervert, Schaefer Petroleum Products, Bill and Vicki Hart, Sheets Irrigation, Jerry and Shelley Sheets. Enjoy the broadcast brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters.
It's official. Keno has arrived at Shotgun Annie's in Callaway. Time to try your luck. Shotgun Annie's is open at 11 Tuesdays through Sundays, just closed on Mondays. Thursdays is Taco Thursdays, and on Sunday, of course, it's Fun Day. Can't dine in? Don't worry. Delicious Shotgun Annie's takeout pizzas are amazing. You know what Shotgun Annie's also is? A great place to work. Candace needs your help as a server or kitchen assistant. Shotgun Annie's in Callaway hopes to see you soon.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in Central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Milwaukee Tools have led the industry in both durability and performance with a focus on providing innovative trade-specific solutions. You can get your Milwaukee Tools at Mills Hardware in Arnold, your top Milwaukee dealer in the area, offering over 72 feet of Milwaukee tools and accessories. Serving the area for over the last 23 years, open 8 to 6, Monday to Saturday, Mills Hardware in Arnold.
Week in and week out, the Callaway Market prides themselves on offering their customers some awesome deals. The Good Buys program is what keeps prices low for you. When it comes to beef, all of their steaks and roasts are age-certified Angus, only the tastiest. Plus, for hunting season, they have the seasonings you need to make delicious jerky. Quality meat, bountiful and beautiful produce at the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 until 5.
At Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway, you'll often see them sporting their South Loop Bobcat Blue because they love to support their team. Student athletes work hard both academically and in sports, and Progressive Fertilizer is proud to support their dedication by helping bring you this sports broadcast on the radio. Wishing the team the best of luck and saying, "Go Bobcats!" Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway.
Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway is staffed by Health Mart pharmacists who have a personal commitment to their communities and is locally owned. They invite you to discover the quality of Health Mart brand products. They offer all of the quality of the leading advertised brands, yet at a fraction of the cost. From pain relievers and aspirin to allergy formulas and even vitamin supplements, you're sure to find just what you need at Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Radio coverage of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Terry and Chandra Horkey, TCH Seeds, TNT Diesel Service, Kevin and Ruby Plock, Douse Farms, Marvin and Joyce Douse, and Bill and Kelly Sainer, Kettleboro Trucking, John and Brenda Kettleboro, Sargent Insurance Agency, Trotter Grain and Fertilizer, Govier Brothers Mortuary, The Ritz Cafe, Maverick Truck Stop, Trotters Woe and Go, Grint Farm Supply, Diamond Ring Ranch, Burwell Pharmacy, and the City of Sargent. Enjoy the broadcast brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters.
Are you trying to figure out how to make a profit farming this year? Then it's time to put up some grain bins for storage and maybe a new dryer too. Now's the time to get things moving. Sukup Manufacturing Company has great prices on the most innovative grain bins, dryers, and accessories. Call Rich Runlet with Rain Dance Repair today and start planning for a new Sukup grain dryer or Sukup grain bin setup. Call Rich at 308-870-4455 today.
Rocks Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
And again, we welcome you back to Mullen High School, side of the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. And we take time now to just kind of see how the tournament has developed up to this point. Of course, Mullen has advanced to the championship, a thrilling 5-set win earlier against Anselmo Myrna as the Broncos were able to outlast the Coyotes. Mullen will play the winner of this match coming up. You look at how these two teams got here. South Loop ended up playing Cody Kilgore. Cody Kilgore on Thursday got past Sand Hills Valley, and then South Loop a straight set winner over the Cowgirls to get to the semifinals here today. Meanwhile, Twin Loop, they met Brady in the opening round on Thursday. Twin Loop a straight set winner, so they advance, and that'll set up our second semifinal. This a rematch, actually, of last year's championship match of the tournament, which was won by South Loop. So South Loop, the defending champion. Twin Loop, they're wanting to maybe knock off the 2 seed and get to the championship for a second year in a row. This should again be a good one. It'll be coming up for you shortly. You're listening to live coverage of MNAC Volleyball on KBBN Radio.
Power. It's what you want when hauling the family or the load on a trailer. Right now during Ram Power Days, it's right in the name. Sandhills Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram invites you to discover the power of a new Ram truck. Versatile as ever with the power you need and the comfortable driving you love as a bonus. Let the helpful staff at Sandhills Motors find a ride that fits your needs perfectly during Ram Power Days. Sandhills Motors in Arnold.
Redfern Electric is based in Callaway, but they provide electrical service to all of Central Nebraska. Ed Lashley is seeking hard-working candidates who are dependable and reliable. Whether you're just getting started at the entry level or you're an experienced electrician, he needs your help, and he's willing to train you. Redfern Electric offers health benefits, plus vacation and holiday pay. Competitive wages and company pickups also await you. Call Ed at 402-641-2782 or email redfernelectric@yahoo.com for more information on this great opportunity.
Since 1917, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
When a rock jumps up and chips your windshield, don't ignore it. Call Rod's Body and Paint in Broken Bow. They'll get you scheduled for rock chip repair, which is super easy because they work with all insurance companies. If your chip turns into a crack too fast, they do windshield replacement too. In an accident recently? Get your ride fixed up at Rods. They offer fast and free estimates. Over 42 years of experience put to work for you when you choose Rods Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Need a snack or dish but don't want to stress about making it? The Grocery Cart Deli has your back. Give us a call at 872-2206. Meat and cheese trays are always a good go-to. Pick up your rack of pork ribs or a famous Chester's fried chicken and chicken strip boxes or meals. Need a cake? We can decorate it how you like. Don't stress about figuring out what dish you whip up. Ask for the help from the GK Deli. 872-2206 inside the Grocery Cart, Broken Bow.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
At Trotter Service, every oil change comes with a multi-point inspection. As a Tire Pro store, they bring customers only the best brands of wheels and tires at the best prices anywhere, and have computer balancing and alignment too. They service semis and provide bulk fuel and propane delivery as well. At Trotter Service, your hometown automotive repair and tire store.
Friendly service every time. Quality is what you'll find where your neighbors and your friends go see Trotter.
And again, we welcome you back to Mullen High School. Getting ready to go now with our second semifinal as South Loop takes on Twin Loop. And to call it will be Gavin Higgins. We'll turn it over to him as he now takes a look at your starting lineups.
Thanks, Brent. First, we're going to start with Twin Loop. They're coming in as the 3 seed here in the Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference semifinal, and this will be the lineup for the Wolves. Elsie Otten, Emma Hart, Catherine Folkers, Andrea Maldonado, Cassidy Grint, and Shaylee Oxford. Tammy Phillips is the head coach for Twin Loop. Your starting lineups for tonight's contest are being brought to you by the J.R. Meyer Insurance Agency of Callaway. As your local independent insurance agency, they can offer coverage by many of the most respected companies in the nation. Call 836-2245. South Loop starters are as follows: Ava Pandorf, Galen Lively, Jaden Bubach, Bailey Schwartz will be the libero, Shayla Tickle, Maya Waverka, Lainey Badgley, and the head coach is Desiree Guthrie. That is how the lineups sit for this semifinal match. The winner will move on to take on Mullen in the finals.
And I think worth mentioning, Gavin, we look across the way and Twin Loop has brought signs kind of reaching out to their fans who aren't allowed to be in attendance here today. Bobcats with some signs as well. So they miss the fans, but they can feel your spirit, folks, as we start the second semifinal.
Waverka starts us off. Twin Loop has to chase a little bit. They're going to get a set right in the middle to Oxford. And off of the deflection point, Twin Loop. Now, if you're tuning in just recently, Mullen was able to take down Anselmo Myrna in 5 sets. That one went the distance. We'll see how far this one goes. Oxford will serve it up. Good hard serve. Waverka back set to Lively. They'll be right at the net, and Lively will be underneath the net. Violation called, and point to the Wolves. They're up 2-0.
Good play by Maldonado, too, to force the issue. Able to attack Lively at the net as Twin Loop gets off to the early lead.
Oxford sends it across. Tickle able to pick that one up. Lively will chase. They're going to have to send this one over on the third. Now Twin Loop in their offensive set. Otten goes right to Maldonado, and it will be just a bit outside point. South Loop as they break the goose egg on the board. Lively will serve for South Loop. Punched up in the air by Horkey. Having to chase is Otten. Will get this one into the net as a hard swing from Emma Hart. She can't get that one to go across, and we're all tied up at 2 apiece. Lively serves it again. Good hard serve. That will be an ace. Tara Horkey, the libero, tried her best to get there, but so much front spin just started to die in front of her. Point South Loop. They take a 3-2 lead. Serve comes across, and that'll be another ace from Lively. Back-to-back aces coming from the senior. Her team up by 2 here early in the first set. Lively will serve it again, comes across, there's some miscommunication, and that will fall to the floor on Twin Loop's side after a couple of deflections. 3-point lead, Bobcats. Lively's serve comes over. Horky able to pick this one up. It'll be close at the net. Duel goes on the South Loop side. Again, it'll be a duel. This time, Twin Loop. Looking to set up Maldonado. Roll shot goes over. Lively picks it up. Orvorka goes far side to Bubak. Big swing coming off the senior. Knocked that one up in the air from Maldonado. Twin Loop pass the chase. Will send it over on the third. It will be just a little bit deep on that one. And out of bounds. 6-2 lead, South Loop.
Wow, great defense, great chasing by both teams. That point went a while, but South Loop wins it.
Lively sends it across. Horky picks that one up. They're going to go to Maldonado on the near side. Tries to go cross court, but it's blocked back. Good job from Tickle and Badgley. Side by side on the near side, and they send it back. 5-point lead, Bobcats. Lively continues her service run. Horky gets that one. It gets it to Otten. That'll be a big swing coming from Maldonado, but just a bit long. No touch called. Out of bounds. And there'll be a timeout. Twin Loop, they trail 8-2 here in set number 1.
Here comes the chilly season. Are you already noticing some cold drafts coming into your home, chilling the air? Don't make your heating system work harder than it needs to. Talk to Mead Lumber and Broken Bow about insulation solutions to keep the cold where it belongs, outside. The helpful staff at Mead Lumber and Broken Bow can offer solutions that will save you money when the weather gets chilly. Talk to them today, East Highway 2, Broken Bow, Nebraska.
8-2 in favor of South Loop. Big service run here from Kaylin Lively. Her team leads by 6. Lively serve comes across once again. Overpass go over onto South Loop's side. Having to chase the South Loop. They'll get to Bubak. She'll set it over on the third, and that will fall to the floor. Is just unable to really control it right now has been Twin Loop. And this time the serve will go into the net. And that'll break that service run, but Lively able to give her team a big lead here early in the first.
Yeah, great run by Lively. And now we'll see if Twin Loop can chip into it and get back into the early points of this set.
Shelby Keefe will come in for the serve, and it was overpassed, but some miscommunication by Twin Loop. It falls to the floor. Point South Loop, as Bailey Shores will come into the game as libero for South Loop. Shores from right dead center of the floor sends it across looking for the near side. Twin Loop chases, and then Otten ran into Maldonado, and the ball falls to the floor. 11-3 here in favor of the Bobcats. Serve comes across once again. This time picked up by Mahler. They're going to go near side to Hart. Hart looking cross court. Punched up in the air by Lively. Having to chase is Waverka, and then eventually sent over by Lively. Twin Loop wants to take this point here. Hart with a big swing out of the middle, and she'll get a kill as the ball careens into the stands here next to us. Cassidy Grant will come into the game. She'll replace Alexis Mahler. Otten to serve for Twin Loop. Sends it over. Lively picks that one up. Waverka trying to get to Bubak right in the middle. Blocked back by Hart. It's kept alive by South Loop, and then it's set to no one, but a two-hit or a two-contact violation will be called against South Loop. Point Twin Loop trailing 11-5, trying to get a run going here. Elsie Otten sends it over. Lively picks that one up, gets to Waverka. Back set, Badgley down the line, and she'll find the floor. Badgley, big swing.
Nice to see Laney back out there healthy. She kind of rolled her ankle in a match that we did earlier this season in the Elm Creek Triangular, but boy, making some impact here in the opening set.
Lauren Johnson, the sophomore for South Loop, comes in to serve. They're going to get this one over to Grint on the big swing, and it'll have to be sent over on the third by Waverka. Otten settles underneath. They're going to go near side. Maldonado looking down the line, and she'll get it off the deflection. Point Wolves.
Boy, We have some hitters in this match, partner.
Jeez,
I mean, Maldonado, Hart, Grint can bring it. On the other side, Bubach and Lively and Badgley and Tickle. We're going to see some balls flying through the air today.
Horky serves for Twin Loop. Johnson is going to have to set it to Averka, bumps it over for the third. Otten settles underneath, going to get it to Hart out of the middle. Big swing, goes off the block, sent back, having to chase his Twin Loop. Unable to get there. Point, South Loop. 13-6 here in set number 1. Winner advances to take on Mullen in the championship. Jaden Bubach to serve. Serve comes across. Hart picks it up. Otten settles underneath. They're going to go near side. Big swing coming from Oxford. And it will be blocked back and set back by South Loop. (14-6) here in set number 1. Bubach to serve once again. Serve comes across. Horky picks it up, gets it to Otten. Back set to Hart on the far side. Sets it over, and she'll find the floor. Good spot by Hart.
Yeah, good read at the net by Emma Hart. Saw where the opening was and placed it where it had to be.
Catherine Folkers will come into the game as Keith will take a seat. Hart will serve, looking for the corner, and just a little bit long and out of bounds. Ava Pandorf will come in to serve as Regan Kuhl will take a breather. Pandorf, a sophomore for the Bobcat squad. Horky picks it up. It'll go over on one. It will be close to the line, and it is. It hits the line as it was close, but just catches that edge. Twin Loop looking to get this run going. Grint to serve, sent over on the first. Otten settles underneath, gets to Oxford near side, goes cross court, and it will find the line.
Man, what an angle by Oxford on that swing. My goodness, took it cross court and put it on the line. That was a sharp angle.
Grant will serve again, sends it over. Picked up by Bubach to Averka, back set Lively, goes off the top of the block, chasing is Horky. She'll get there. Otten gets it near side to Oxford off the top of the block, and a diving attempt by Pandorf, but she can't get there. Ball finds the floor, 15-10. Lead has dwindled for South Loop, now just at 5. Cassidy Grint, a freshman for this Wolves team. Serve comes over, and that'll be an ace. Freshman coming up big here from the service line for the Wolves.
Well, you can tell Twin Loop has settled in. Kind of a shaky start, but now they're finding a little bit more of a rhythm and have been able to kind of fight their way back into this set.
5'9" freshman this time, unable to get it over the net. And on the air, point will go to South Loop as we'll have some substitutions. Badger will come back in. Also coming into the game for Twin Loop was Alexis Mahler. She's in the back row. Waverka to serve, looking for that sideline, and she'll send it over on the first from Twin Loop. Now South Loop has to chase and hit that one out of bounds. 4-point lead now for South Loop. Tell you what, after the last game and this one, I'm not sure I would want to have the lead. And that'll be another ace from Twin Loop, this time coming off the hand of Shaylee Oxford. 16-13. It's a game of momentum, and Twin Loop is feeling it. Serve comes across. Pandorf punches it up in the air. They'll able to get it to Tickle, who sends it over on the third. Otten Gittles underneath. They're going to get it on the middle to Folkers. Punched up in the air by South Loop. They're going to send it over. Twin Loop looking to attack. They're going to go to Maldonado, and she'll tour the block out of bounds. Point Wolves, 16-14 here in set number 1. Shaylee Oxford will serve. She'll serve from the far side, and it'll come down range. Waverka looking for Lively, going right to the middle, and that's a tough one to stop. That's a point and a kill for the senior. 3-point lead now in favor of South Loop. Serve coming across, and that'll be punched up in the air after a couple deflections. Horky from the back row gets a good swing. Waverka settles underneath, goes over to Bubak, far side, big swing down the line, and it'll find the floor. Point South Loop, now leading by 4. Lively will serve again, team leading by 4, trying to close this one out. Sends it across, punched up in the air by Twin Loop. They'll be forced to send it over, free ball South Loop. Looking to attack in the middle from Tickle. Good night. She got all of that one, and it finds the corner. Point Bobcats.
Yeah, great set to handle, too. Tickle, as you mentioned, right on top of it and put it where it had to be.
Lively tickles the tape. Horky able to punch it up in the air. Otten is going to get it to Maldonado. Hard angle, but she's able to get a good swing on it. South Loop having to chase. Send it over, just set over by Bubak. Horky going to get it over to Maldonado. Set back by the defense of South Loop. Good block. Now 5 points away from taking the first.
Yeah, nice challenge by Badgley right at the net. The set was tough to handle. Maldonado did what she could, but Badgley there for the rejection.
Lively to serve. Sends it across. Hart picks that one up. Otten sends it over on the second. Good job by Otten to find that line.
Man, great read at the net by Otten. Man, saw the opening, put it down with the left hand.
Shelby Keith, the 5-foot senior, comes into the game to serve. This one will not get over, and on the service error, point South Loop. They lead 21-15 in the first. Shores to serve for South Loop, gets it to Hart. Otten chases, it goes right back to Hart. She'll set it over on the third. Bubak gets it to Waverka. Back set to Badgley. Sent back. Good block by Maldonado and Hart. Substitution as Grint will come back into the game. 21-16. Otten sends it across. Lively picks it up. Waverka. Bubak. Big swing. Boom! That's a tough one to stop, and she knows where to place it. Jaden Bubak with the kill.
Yeah, boom was right, partner. Boy, we've seen some big swings in this opening set on both sides, haven't we?
This is incredible. This is probably some of the hardest hitting volleyball we've seen all year, and they're making it worth it. Johnson comes in to serve. Otten's going to back set this one to Maldonado. Switches over to the far side. Lively gets it to Bubak. Big swing from the senior. Can't get that one to fall. Good chase there by Keith. They're going to go in the middle to Hart. They're going to try to find the far line, and it looks like she caught it, and she did. Right on that back line. Point Twin Loop. 22-17. Tara Horky will serve. Libero for Twin Loop. This one's going to go to Waverka. She'll send it over on the second. Grint's going to get it to Hart. Touch over. Not quite able to get that over the tape. And point goes to South Loop. Now 2 points away from closing out the first. Jaden Bubak will serve for South Loop. Serve comes across. Good hard serve. Horky picks it up. Otten going to go near side to Oxford. Big swing cross court. Lively able to get underneath of that one. Waverka's going to go right back to Lively. She goes cross court, and she'll find the line. Lively capitalizes. Now set point. South Loop. Bubak to finish things off. Twin Loop trying to extend it. Big serve. Horky knocks it up in the air. Keith going to go near side to Oxford. She'll set this one over. Good spot. Tried to save it, did Lively. Just couldn't quite get there. Folkers will come back into the game as Keith will take a seat. Hart will serve. And that will be into the net. Point South Loop. They take the first set. 25-18. We'll take a timeout and be back after this.
In the number of points scored, in games won, and in championships earned. At Shelter Insurance, we measure success in the quality of our products and services, in our community support, and being there when you need us. In fact, 9 out of 10 people surveyed with a claim would recommend Shelter to a friend. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details. Did you know that A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping has an awesome 5-step fertilizer program? Anytime is a good time to hop into the plan and get your lawn nice and healthy, including right now in the fall. The control of weeds, strengthening of grass, and insecticide are all benefits. All 5 applications are strategically scheduled so you can do the most good for your lawn possible. Talk to them at A to Z Lawn Pro about the transition into the fertilizer program and how easy it is to have your lawn looking amazing.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire's Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units, too. Squire's Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Been scouting for that trophy buck? AeroSeed has game cameras to do the job for you. Moultrie's white flash trail cameras are the perfect scouting tool for hunters and wildlife watchers. There's one for every need and budget. With 30 years of experience, Moultrie is known for its products that are reliable, durable, top-performing, and affordable. Also available at AeroSeed are supplements and gravity feeders to promote health and antler growth. Stop into AeroSeed in Broken Bow to learn more about game cameras and supplements to enhance your wildlife experiences.
Are you having a hard time getting moving after your surgery? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. If you have recently undergone surgery to your knee, hip, shoulder, back, or wrist, or having trouble doing the things you love, call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. With our highly trained staff in orthopedic rehabilitation, we are committed to getting you moving again. Call us at any of our locations close to you or check us out at myteampt.com. 872-5111.
It's MNAC volleyball coverage here on KBBN. Semifinal number 2, Twin Loop and South Loop. South Loop up 1-0, 25-18 in the first. 4 County Heating and Air owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. Make sure your heater is ready for the cold weather coming. Call 4 County Heating and Air in Broken Bow, 872-2258. And that'll be a service ace from Shaylee Oxford as it tickles the tape and just rolls over. And South Loop just smiling because there's really nothing they could do about it. Oxford will serve once again. Team up 1-0. Waverka going to go far side to tickle. Big swing, and that'll be a kill. Well, you really didn't see Tickle much in the beginning of the year, but as it has progressed, she has definitely gotten just better every single game, and we're seeing it here this afternoon. Maya Waverka will serve looking for the backside line. It will carry long. Point. Twin Loop up 2-1 here in the second. Shelby Keith will come into the game. She'll head back to serve as Catherine Folkers will take a seat. Her serve comes across looking for the backside line, and that will find it. It was close. Pandorf and Bubak were trying to figure out if it would be long or not. It was not. 2-point lead now, Twin Loop. Keith will serve it once again. Tickle picks this one up, gets it over to Waverka. Back set Lively, looking across court, gets it off of the arm of Grint. Couldn't quite handle that one as it careens into the stands off the deflection. Substitution as Mahler will come back into the game. Alexis will head to the back row. Serve coming from Lively, punched up in the air by Keith. Otten settles underneath. They're going to go to Maldonado in the middle, and that's a big swing from Maldonado. She finds the floor, 2-point lead, Twin Loop.
Yeah, great assist. I mean, that was right where it had to be. Maldonado able to time the jump, get on top of it, and no chance to dig that one.
Mahler will come back out as Grint will come in. Serve comes across. Bubak sends it over on the third. Otten settles underneath. Going to try to go over to Grint. She'll set it over. Waverka going to go to Bubak. Looking cross court. That will carry long and out of bounds. 5-2 in favor of Twin Loop here in the second set. Trying to even things up at 1 apiece. Otten serve comes across. Pandorf picks it up. Waverka punches it up into the ceiling. Waverka sends it over on the third. Twin Loop trying to get something going in their offense. They're going to go to Hart in the middle. Big swing, and Emma Hart with the kill. You talked about it earlier in that first set, Brent. Starting to settle in. We're seeing it now. Otten serve comes across, and that will be an ace. It just died right in front of Pandorf. That was a difficult one to read, as it just sat right at her fist. Serve comes across once again. Lively picks this one up. Waverka back set. Tickle, big swing out the middle, and Tickle gets the kill. Reagan Kuhl will come in, as Pandorf will take a seat. Schwartz also into the game. She will serve for the Bobcats, looking for the backside line, and that is long. And really, between these two teams, service errors have been the only knock against them. That has been about it. Tara Horkey will serve for Twin Loop. Waverka settles underneath, goes far side. Kuhl with the swing. It will be a deflection, but we're going to have a net violation called against Twin Loop, as Kuhl was into the net and under the net. It was a little difficult to get her momentum stop. Point Twin Loop. They are now up 6, 9-3. Horkey's serve comes across. Waverka gets it underneath. She's going to try to get it over to Kuhl. A little bit of a roll shot. Diving save by Oxford as Keith will send it over on the third free ball. South Loop. Waverka far side. Bubak. Big swing into the block, but it goes out of bounds. Point South Loop. Good block, just didn't quite get their hands turned in. Lauren Johnson will come into the game as Lainey Badger will take a breather. Johnson, a couple of dribbles, and the serve underway. Horkey picks this one up, gets it to Otten. Hart sends it over on the third, trying to find that line, can't get it. It'll be sent over by Waverka on the second, excuse me. Oxford, big swing for Twin Loop. Kill for Oxford. Twin Loop rolling here early in the second set. They lead 10-4. Hart with the serve. Shores picks it up, and unable to control it is South Loop. Point Twin Loop. Hart will serve it again. Shores is not going to be able to control it, and that is a service ace for Hart. 12-4. It is all Twin Loop right now in the second. But as we know, no lead is safe. Hart comes across. Able to pick this one up better does Schwartz. Big swing by Kuhl. Punched up into the block. It's going to hang on the net. Waverka sends it over on the first. Otten. Oxford. Big swing into the block. Punched up in the air. Bubak able to get it to Waverka. Back to Bubak off the block. Sent back onto the side of South Loop. Kuhl sends it over on the second. Grant gets it over to Folkers, punched up by Lively. Gonna go right back to Kuhl again. This time a little switch, and she'll just take a little bit off and find the floor with the little flick of the wrist.
Again, great hustle, great defense, great point by the two, and ultimately South Loop able to claim it.
12-5 in favor of Twin Loop. Now 13-5 as the serve from Bubak goes into the net. Coach Guthrie trying to urge her team on. Serve comes across from Cassidy Grant. This will go out of bounds. Off the deflection of Johnson. 14-5. 9-point lead for the Wolves. Grant's serve comes across. Wicked serve. This will be over on one, and sending it back is Folkers. 10-point lead, Twin Loop.
Well, she stands 6'3", and that was an easy setup for Folkers, who put it down for the point.
Talk about coming back in the second set with a vengeance. Twin Loop, 15-5. Cassidy Grant to serve. That is a nasty serve from the freshman. Lively, big swing off the top of the block, punched up in the air by Twin Loop. They're going to go near side to Oxford. She'll roll this one over. Diving save by Shores. Lively, far side, it goes cross court. Picked up by Hart, having to chase. And Otten cannot quite get there in time as Folkers and Otten kind of bumped into each other. Point South Loop. Pandorf into the game, as is Tickle, as well as Mahler. Pandorf will serve for South Loop. Hart picks it up. Otten going to go near side to Oxford. Big swing, and could not get to it as Pandorf. Point Twin Loop. A lot of versatility on this Twin Loop team. They go cross court. They go down the line. And we've seen Otten send it over on the second as well. Serve comes across from Oxford. Waverka goes back set. Lively, good spot, but save there by Hart. Good diving save. Sent over by Mahler on the third. South Loop trying to get something going in the middle with Tickle. Into the block, punch up in the air. Maldonado able to get it even higher, and then unable to get it over was Folkers on the third. And 4 contacts are called against Twin Loop. Badgley will come back into the game to replace Johnson. Maya Waverka will head back to serve for South Loop. Serve comes across, and that'll be an ace. No control by Twin Loop. And Waverka picks up the ace. 16-8 here in the second set. South Loop leading 1-0. Serve comes over. Grint with the backhand, but not sure who hit the net, and they will say Otten did. And the point goes to South Loop, trying to cut into this lead. Twin Loop up 16-9. Waverka serve is going to go into the net. Point to the Wolves as Folkers will come out. And Keith will come back into the match. Keith will serve for the Wolves. 17-9. Tickle picks up the serve. Waverka settles underneath. Goes right to the middle. Back to Tickle. Big swing. Mahler can't quite handle it. Off the deflection, out of bounds. South Loop cuts into that at once was a 10-point lead. Now down to 7. A big thank you to Viero for being one of our great sponsors, helping bring this video broadcast to you. Serve comes across from Lively, and that'll be an ace. If you're listening and you would like to watch the game, you can do so on all of our platforms, which include Twitter, YouTube, our Facebook page, and our website, sandhillsexpress.com. Lively serve comes across. Hart picks it up. Otten goes to the middle to Maldonado, and Scholl have the touch and find the near side line. Point Twin Loop. Cassidy Grint will come into the game for Mahler. 18-11 in favor of Twin Loop. Otten's serve hits the tape and rolls over onto South Loop side. Just enough spin and power. It creeps over. 19-11. Otten again, this time a little bit higher. Lively able to get to that one, having to chase his South Loop. They will not be able to get it over in time. 5 points away from evening this thing up at 1 apiece. Otten serve comes over. This will be close to the back line, but just a bit long and out of bounds. Kuhl will come back into the match for Pandorf as Schwarz will head back to serve. Schwarz, a trio of dribbles, tosses the ball in the air, and it comes across. Hart picks it up. Gets it to Otten, near side to Grint. The freshman, big swing, touched up, though, by South Loop. Sent over by Badgley. Twin Loop looking to get something going in the middle with Hart, and this will be deflected out of bounds. Point Twin Loop, 21-12.
Well, we talk about this all the time in volleyball, but boy, momentum can just shift like in the blink of an eye, right? I mean, South Loop just kind of controlled the opening set from the beginning. Here in set number 2, just a completely different scenario with Twin Loop controlling from the beginning.
Horkey's serve comes across. Waverka has to chase. This is going to go over the net. Big swing, but we're going to have a net violation as Grint's eyes lit up, but unfortunately on the follow-through, she pulled down the net. Johnson will come back into the game for Badgley and head back to serve. Johnson with the jump serve. The lefty puts her hand into it, and this will be wide and out of bounds. Twin Loop coming in at 15-10. South Loop at 18-6. South Loop has only lost twice since September. That'll be a service error on Hart, as that will go into the net, 22-14. Twin Loop, they're on a run right now. They've rolled off 6 straight wins, picking up a big win against Mullen in the Twin Loop Triangular. Also wins against Burwell as well as Brady, their last win. Otten gets underneath this one, gets it over to Oxford for the kill. Point Twin Loop now 2 points away from tying us up at 1 apiece. This arguably might be the most dangerous 15-10 team in the state. They are deadly, and they are very scrappy. Grant with the serve off the top of the tape, sent over on one, onto Twin Loop side. They're looking to attack in the middle with Folkers. Big swing, and that'll be a kill. Set point now for Twin Loop. Grant to serve, trying to finish this one off. Serve comes across, and that's an ace. 25-14, Twin Loop takes set number 2. We'll take a timeout and be back after this. We're all tied up at 1 apiece on 95.3 FM, KBBN.
Friendly rivals, hometown pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, 872-3424.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts, so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, is happy to be able to bring sports broadcasts to those unable to attend and see the action in person. The Callaway District Hospital is open again for wellness visits, and they invite you to make your appointments today. Don't forget to keep washing those hands frequently and use hand sanitizer in between washes. The Callaway District Hospital and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, proud to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Enrollment for Medicare Part D prescription plans has started. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency in Callaway. It's important to check your prescription Part D plan every year to be sure you have the best policy premium and drug coverage available. I will also review your current Medicare supplement or Advantage plan to be sure it's right for you. Give me a call at 308-836-2201 to set up an appointment to visit about your options for 2021.
Need ranching supplies? AgriBest Feeds in Callaway has them. Putting your cows on stocks? Consider AgriBest molasses-free Sweet Pro tubs that come with a complete mineral package, plus Pro Biotin Digestive Aid that helps cattle consume up to 25% less forage. They also carry livestock equipment from Powder River and Tartar, and they carry Aero-Equip chutes and portable tub alley systems, hedge posts and treated posts too, at AgriBest Feeds of Callaway. Call 308-836-2298.
It's time for the third set, and that'll be a service ace to start us off. Those Maya Waverka. 1-0 here in the third set. Twin Loop tied it up in the second, taking that one 25-14. Waverka's serve comes across. Hart picks this one up, having the chases on. She cannot get there in time. And quickly, South Loop up 2-0. Winner of this game moves on to the championship. They will take on Mullen, who was able to defeat Ensemble Myrna in 5 sets. That serve will be well long of the back line from Waverka and cuts the lead in half. Oxford will now serve for Twin Loop, trying to tie things up at 2 apiece. Serve comes across, chasing his Pandorf, cannot get there, and that will be an ace for Oxford. All knotted up at 2 apiece. The loser of this game will fall to the third place consolation game, and Oxford with another ace, 3-2. They will take on Anselmo Myrna. Oxford. Serve comes across again. Tickle, and that's another ace. Oxford rolls off 3 straight. 4-2 in favor of Twin Loop. South Loop a little shell-shocked right now. Oxford, this serve will be long, though, and out of bounds. And that will break the service run from Oxford. 4-3 here in the third, all knotted up at 1 apiece. Serve comes across from Lively. Otten gets underneath of it, going to get it over to Folkers. Hit it, but it ended up being a great spot. Trying to send it over on the third was Bubak. Cannot do so. It falls to the floor. Point, Twin Loop. Shelby Keith comes into the game. Folkers will take a seat. Keith will serve right from dead center of the floor. Sending it across. Pandorf picks it up. Gets it over Verka. Back set to Tickle. Good save by Horkey. Good diving save. Sent over on the third by Grant. Trying to capitalize with the free ball is South Loop. Touch over does Bubak. Otten going to go to the middle to Hart. She'll try to touch it over. Duel at the net. Punched up in the air. It'll fall to the floor on South Loop's side. Point Bobcats. 6-3. Keith to serve once again. Looking for the back line. It's close. Pandorf picks it up. Gets to Lively, and then she'll send it over to Bubak, trying to find the spot. Good save by Horkey. Otten going to get it near side Maldonado. Into the block and down. Big swing by Maldonado. The 5'10 senior blows it through the block. Point Twin Loop. They're up 7-3. Keith's serve comes over. Bubak punches it up in the air. They're going to get it right back to Bubak. She'll set it over, looking for the line, and couldn't quite get there in time as Horkey finds the floor. 7-4 in favor of Twin Loop. Cool comes into the game. Shores will head back to serve. Shores' serve comes across, looking for Hart. Hart gets it over to Otten. They're going to go in the middle to Maldonado again. This time into the block, sent back. Cool and Bubak were there. Good hard block by the front line. They cut the lead to 2. Twin Loop still leads 7-5 here in the third. Shores' serve comes across. Keith picks it up, gets it over to Otten. They're going to go near side to Hart. Goes cross court off the top of the tape, but it gets over to South Loop side. Point Wolves, 8-5 here in the third. (25-18) in the first. Serve comes over from Otten. They're going to go far side to Cool. Big swing off the top of the block. Still on Twin Loop's side. Otten has to chase a little bit. They're going to get it over to Grint. Sends it over on the third, and that will be wide of the line. Point Bobcats. South Loop won the first set 25-18. Twin Loop took the second 25-14. And Twin Loop with a 2-point lead here in the third set, 8-6. Johnson with the jump serve, looking for the line. Hart gets her hand on it and having to chase his Keith, and now it'll be an ace for Johnson. The sophomore coming up big here in the third set. Johnson a couple of hops, and that will be into the net. Point Twin Loop. Lead increases back to 2 for Twin Loop. Maldonado will come out of the match as Oxford will come in and head to the front row, and Horkey rotates back to the service line. She'll send it over, and that will be long on the service error. 1-point lead now for Twin Loop. Bubak will serve for the Bobcats. Serve comes over from Bubak. Horkey gets it over to Otten, and then Grant on the swing gets it over to Schwartz. Schwartz able to get this one over to Overka, and on the swing by Cool, she'll find the 4 through the block, and that knots us back up. We're all tied at 9. We'll have the third place consolation right here on KBBN, as well as streamed online coming up after this match. Bubak's swing gets over to Horkey, picks it up to Otten. Otten going to go back set to Hart. Big swing, cannot control the South Loop. And the lead back in favor of Twin Loop. Keith comes out as Folkers comes in. Twin Loop the first to double digits here in the third, leading 10-9. Hart with the serve. Johnson picks it up. It goes over on the first. Sent over again by Oxford. They're going to go far side. Lively. Big swing. The senior blows that one up and ties us back up at 10 apiece. Pandorf and Tickle back into the match for South Loop. Pandorf will serve, all knotted up at 10 here in the third. Pandorf serve looking for the back line. Horky picks it up. Otten going to set right in the middle to Folkers. She'll set this one over. Knocked up in the air by South Loop. Tickle with the swing. Horky able to get underneath this one for Twin Loop. They're going to go to Oxford for the cross-court. Punch through the block, but saved by Johnson. Tickle's going to send it over. Set it over on the third. Otten back set. This time to Grint. She goes cross-court and off the deflection. Finds the floor. 1 point lead now. 11-10. Twin Loop. Tied at 1 set apiece here in the third. With a toe tap and sending it over is Grant. This one will be close to the net and it will go into the net on the overpass. Point Twin Loop. When Grant does her serve, for those listening on the radio and can't see it, takes a couple of dribbles and then on her approach, her first step, she toe taps and then sends it across. Johnson able to pick up the serve from Grant. They're going to get it to Tickle. Big swing from Tickle. Punched up in the air by Twin Loop, and Otten just could not quite get there as the pass was a little bit long. But a big swing from Tickle. The junior coming up big here in this match. And all around, just a lot of power all over the floor. Overka serve. Comes across for South Loop. They're going to go to Oxford, switches to the left hand. Overka settles underneath. They're going to go back set to Badgley, and Badgley will get the kill. Wasn't a hard hit, but a well-placed hit on the far side line. Point Bobcats as they tie things back up at 12 apiece. Trio of dribbles from Overka. We're tied at 12, looking for the line, and Horky does a great job of saving that one, as then the pass will be outside of the stanchion, outside of the pole and out of bounds, as the lead goes to South Loop now. They lead 13-12. Overka's serve comes across. Mahler able to get this one over to Otten. They're going to go near side to Oxford. Touch shot, able to pick it up as Lively, and then multiple contacts will be called against Otten as it just died right in front of her. As well as a timeout on the floor. South Loop leads 14-12.
Arnold, their independent agents can offer their customers choices that can save you money. They're so excited for these young athletes and are happy to see them continue to play hard. Call Becky or Pat at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. Proud to support their local athletes by sponsoring this broadcast.
When it comes to anything having to do with water well service or drilling, the folks at Downey Drilling in Lexington, Kearney, and Garden City can handle it. In fact, I think they even cook and make all their own clothes. Irrigation, domestic, municipal wells, you name it, Downey Drilling can do it. They're licensed in 8 states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Wyoming, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not only can Downey Drilling do about anything, they can do it about anywhere. Find them online at DowneyDrilling.com. Downey Drilling, a tradition of excellence.
14-12 in favor of South Loop here in the third. One set apiece for each team. South Loop took the first, Twin Loop the second. Overka serve goes into the net and cuts the lead in half for South Loop, 14-13. Shaylee Oxford, the 5'10 senior, will serve now for the Wolves. Oxford's serve comes across looking for the live. Pandorf had to save it. Goes to Badgley on the far side. Big swing, but just off the side of her hand, but a net violation called, as I believe that one will go against Folkers, is just into the net. Oxford missed the announcement, so she'll roll that ball back over and then come out of the game as Tara Horky, the libero for the Wolves, will replace her. Lively will serve. Horky picks this one up. Overpass goes on to South Loop side, and then on that one it goes back to Twin Loop side. Otten goes near side to Maldonado. Big swing off the block. Badgley able to kind of punch it up in the air, but just could not quite get it high enough for her teammates to get there. Point Twin Loop, as Shelby Keith will come in. 15-14 in favor of South Loop, and that's an ace. Now we're all knotted up at 15. Pivotal set here for both of these teams. Keith will serve it again. Lively gets it to Averka. Jump set to Bubak off the top of the tape, does not cross. And the point will be to Twin Loop. 1 point lead for the Wolves. Serve will come from Keith. Knocked up by Pandorf. Averka's going to go back set to Tickle. Tries to go cross court, blocked back by the front line of Twin Loop. Having to chase the South Loop. They'll send it over on the third. Otten going to go to the middle of the heart. Big swing. Nope, she changes her mind. Tips it over. Tickle sends it over on the second. Twin Loop. They're going to go near side. On to Maldonado. She tools the block. Point Wolves. Now up 2. Shelby Keith has come into the game and rolled off 3 straight. Pandorf gets to Waverka. They're going to far side to Bubak. Big swing, and she'll go cross court to the floor. Cuts the lead to 1 for Twin Loop. Tickle and Pandorf will come out as Kuhl and Schwarz will come in. Schwarz sends it across. Horky picks this one up, gets it to Otten. They're going to go to Maldonado in the middle, knocked up off the block. Having to chase as Badgley. They'll get it to Kuhl, who off balance hit it. And that one will go into the net. Point Twin Loop. Grant will come in as Mahler will come out. Otten to serve for Twin Loop. Serve comes across. Lively gets to Waverka. Waverka able to get it over to Kuhl, who sends it over on the third. Back set to Grant. Big swing off the top of the block. Having to chase is Lively. She's able to get there. Badgley over to, sends it over. Does Bubak from the set from Badgley. And that will find the floor. 18-17 now. Back and forth. Twin Loop gets a 2-point lead. South Loop cuts into it. They want to try to tie things up here with Lauren Johnson at the service line. The lefty with the jump serve. Serve comes across. Horky picks this one up. Gets it to Otten. Back goes near side to Grant. Cross court shot. Difficult angle, and she makes it pay off. Goodness gracious, what an angle from the freshman. That was a tough shot. Gives a 2-point lead back to Twin Loop. 19-17. Tara Horky will serve for the Wolves. Waverka back set, Bubak, big swing, and she'll make it pay. When that thing is placed perfectly in front of her, she capitalizes every time. Bubak rotates back to serve. Serve comes across. Great serve. Horky able to pick that one up. They'll get it to Hart far side. Going down the line, but it will be well wide. No touch called, and they will call a touch. Near side official called a touch, and I have to agree, it looked like it did go off the deflection. Point Twin Loop. They lead by 2 as Emma Hart will head back to serve. Oxford back into the match as well in the front row. Hart serve, looking for the line. It's close, but out of bounds. 1-point lead now for Twin Loop. Pandorf comes into the match and will head back to serve. Tickle also back in. Pandorf puts her hand into it, looking for the back line. Gets to Hart. Oxford's going to go to the middle to Folkers. Blocked back by Tickle, sent over on the first. Waverka is going to try to find the far side corner. Cannot do so. Otten able to chase. Gets this from the Folkers. A little bit of a run. Cannot get this one to fall either. South Loop looking in the attacking phase with Lively, but it's blocked back by Folkers. Also standing next to her was Grint. 21-19. Twin Loop trying to close it out, but South Loop keeping it close. Serve comes across. Waverka far side to Tickle. Big swing down the line. She changes it off the block. And that'll be a point and a kill for Tickle. Badgley comes in as Johnson comes out, as South Loop was too quick with the substitution. The official will call him back, as they didn't quite catch Lauren's number before she got away. But anyway, we're back to action as Waverka's serve comes across. Otten settles underneath. They're going to get it to Oxford, looking across court, cannot find it. Sent back to Twin Loop side. Oxford flat-footed roll shot, looking for the spot. She finds it. 22-20 in favor of Twin Loop. They're trying to finish this one out. 3 points away from taking set number 3. Oxford. Serve comes across. Picked up by Bubak. Waverka to Tickle in the middle. Blocked back. Punched up by Bubak. They'll go back set to Lively, and great job by the senior to find the floor. You'll never guess that it's a 1-point lead now. 2 points, 1 point, 2 points, 1 point. It's been that way for a while. Lively will serve. They want to try to tie it up. She'll have a chance. They're going to send it over on the third, though. Does Twin Loop. Waverka chases. Far side to Bubak. Going across court. This will be out of bounds. No touch called. No touch will be called by the officials. Point Twin Loop. 2 point lead. Shelby Keith will serve. 2 points away from taking the third. Keith sends it across. Pandorf gets it to Waverka. Middle attack coming from Badgley. Punched up in the air by Twin Loop. Maldonado into the block from South Loop. And they close to within 1. Kuhl comes in. Pandorf comes out. And Schwarz will serve. Trying to once again tie this up. Schwarz's serve goes to Hart. Otten settles underneath. Big swing coming from Maldonado. Punched up in the air. Stays on the South Loop side. Badgley has to chase. Kuhl will send it over on the third. Otten going to go near side. Maldonado, big swing, but it's blocked back, and we're tied at 23. Good block by the front line of South Loop. Timeout, Twin Loop. 23-23. Set number 3.
Boom, bang. All sounds you never want to hear coming from your vehicle. A1 Auto Repair in Arnold is prepared to fix or prevent those sounds. If you're in need of auto and light truck service and repair, give Josh a call. 848-2542. That's 848-2542. It all starts with diagnosing the problem, then working to get you back on the road quickly with a vehicle you can depend on. A1 Auto Service in Arnold. Proud sponsors of this broadcast and high school sports.
May our wide open spaces bring us closer together. May the good life always set us apart. May we be known for the Great Plains, great steaks, but most of all, great people. It's what makes us Nebraska, and what makes Pinnacle Bank proud to be a part of your community. Because we're not just a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Schwarz will serve for South Loop, all tied up at 23 apiece. Hart, big swing coming from Hart, cannot get it to go through. Good block by South Loop. Maldonado sets it over, and that'll be a point. Twin Loop now 1 point away from taking the set. Substitution, Mahler comes out, Grant comes in. Big time swing from the 5'10 senior. Serve comes across, and it will be long, and we're tied up at 24. So we'll play at least 2 more points. Lauren Johnson to serve. The jump serve from the lefty, looking for the corner. It's out of bounds. Point Twin Loop, 25-24. Set point to the Wolves as Tara Horkey heads back to serve. Horkey trying to give the Wolves a 1-set lead. Lively gets it to Waverka. Back set to Bubak. Set over, looking for the spot. Grant saves it. Otten going to go near side. Oxford, big swing, sent to the block, sent back to Twin Loop side. Back set to Grant. There's no block there in time, and she'll make them pay and take the set for Twin Loop. 26-24. Twin Loop now 1 set away from advancing to the championship. We'll take a timeout and be back after this on KBBN.
Chesley and his crew at Design Homes of Callaway are proud to help bring you this sports broadcast. Design Homes can help you with remodeling or any commercial or residential building construction. Just call Lane at 308-991-0870 to get started. Don't let that awesome project you have on your mind be a point of stress. Call Design Homes, proud sponsors of this sports broadcast.
Radio coverage of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Hilltop Ranch, Greg, Jody, Terry, and Luke Smith, Seidel Construction, Hannah Feedlot, Central Nebraska Medical Clinic, the Forget Me Not Shop, Union Bank and Trust Taylor Branch, the Sargent Teachers Association, the Sargent Women's Action Team, Ben and Connie Griebel, Pioneer Hybrid, and First National Bank in Sargent. Enjoy the broadcast brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters.
It's official. Keno has arrived at Shotgun Annie's in Callaway. Time to try your luck. Shotgun Annie's is open at 11 Tuesdays through Sundays, just closed on Mondays. Thursdays is Taco Thursdays, and on Sunday, of course, it's Fun Day. Can't dine in? Don't worry. Delicious Shotgun Annie's takeout pizzas are amazing. You know what Shotgun Annie's also is? A great place to work. Candace needs your help as a server or kitchen assistant. Shotgun Annie's in Callaway hopes to see you soon.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in Central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Milwaukee Tools have led the industry in both durability and performance with a focus on providing innovative trade-specific solutions. You can get your Milwaukee Tools at Mills Hardware in Arnold, your top Milwaukee dealer in the area, offering over 72 feet of Milwaukee tools and accessories. Serving the area for over the last 23 years, open 8 to 6, Monday to Saturday, Mills Hardware in Arnold.
Well, it's been fun. Let's just put it that way. Our first game goes 5 sets with Mullen and Anselmo Myrna, and this one is heading in that direction, but Twin Loop wants to finish things out in 4. They currently lead 2-1 here in the 4th set as we are about ready to get things started. They took the 3rd set, 26-24. MNAC volleyball in a nutshell right here. Serve coming from Oxford, picked up in the air by South Loop. Lively sends it over on the 3rd. Grant gets underneath of it, gets it over to Folkers with a big swing off the top of the block, punched up in the air. Pandorf sends it over on the 3rd. Having the chases, Twin Loop just a tad. Otten will go near side to Maldonado, set over on the 3rd. Overka goes back set. Johnson chases, send that one over on the 3rd. Twin Loop trying to get in their offensive set. Big swing from Maldonado. She'll get the kill, but it'll be a net violation called first against someone on South Loop. Regardless, the point goes over to Twin Loop, and that is how we start our scoring. Oxford with the serve, punched up in the air. Looking to go with Lively right in the middle. Grant, good save, as that was a heater. Sent over by Maldonado on the 3rd. Reverka goes to the middle to Tickle. Looking right down the line, and that's a kill for Tickle. Good swing by the junior. Badgley will come back in for Johnson. Mahler also back in for Twin Loop. Waverka to serve. Maya puts her hand into it. Hart picks it up, gets it to Otten, goes near side to Maldonado. Big swing right into the block and then deflected out of bounds. Just a reaction from Hart as it deflected off her arm. It would have been out of bounds, but just could not help herself.
Hi, Gavin. Back. Good to be back with you.
Thanks for coming back, Brent.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it.
Boy, what a great match, huh?
It is. Looking for a swing from Maldonado. She changes it and takes the off speed instead. Going to Bubak. It'll be close to net. Sent over on the 3rd. Otten settles underneath. Goes to the middle to Folkers. Punched up in the air by Waverka. Badgley goes in the middle to Tickle. Goes off the block into the 4. Point for Tickle.
How's the hospitality room? Very good. Yes.
I don't think it's
I
ever
will.
been bad.
I will let you go get a sandwich when this match is over.
It might never end at this point, as we'll have something on the floor. Not sure how something gets on the floor. It's not like there's fans. No popcorn flying about. But we're back to action. Waverka's serve is somehow sent over by Otten. Good Lord. We're going to go to the middle of the tickle, and the block does get there. Gets a slight deflection. Able to get it up in the air goes Horky. Big swing from Maldonado. Blocked back. Good defense by Tickle and Badgley. They'll send it back and give South Loop a 4-1 lead. Credit to Otten, though. Good save. Serve comes across from Waverka, and that'll be an ace. Maya Waverka gets the ace serve. 4-point lead for South Loop. As we know, no lead is safe. Waverka puts her hand into it. Horky goes over on the pass, and Lively lights it up. She'll find the far sideline.
Well, you think about the top 2 seeds in this tournament. Mullen was down 2-1 to AM, came back and won it in the 5th. South Loop down 2-1, trying to force a 5th.
Otten goes in the middle to Folkers, big swing, and that'll find the far side line. Cuts the lead to 4 for South Loop, 6-2 here in set number 4. Season's wrapping up for these teams. Just a few probably triangulars left. Serve comes over from Keith. They're going to go to Tickle, duel at the net, and that'll be won by Lively. She'll deflect it off of the attempted dig from Keith, and we'll head back to serve. Lively puts her hand into it, and that'll be an ace. Good spot. It came across with some speed, and about the time it crosses the net, it just fell apart. 6-point lead, South Loop trying to force that 5th. Lively with another serve, goes after Mahler, able to get it over to the swing from Maldonado. Big swing, but the block was just a bit better.
Yeah, Tickle at the net, able to reject it.
Serve coming across. Picked up in the air. Otten going to go to Hart, just to the left of center, and this one will get over and find the floor on the just chicken wing save there by, I believe it was Lively. Just stuck an arm out really to keep the ball in play, and it falls on the line. Lively will serve. Keith picks it up, gets it to Otten. Otten going to go near side to Hart. Hart goes off the block, picked up by Pandorf. Good save. Back row attack coming on the roll shot from Lively. Keith gets this one over to Maldonado, over to Hart. They'll send it over on the 3rd, looking for that line. Good save by Pandorf. Badgley will send it over on the 3rd. Close to the line. Keith will play it. Otten goes in the middle to Hart. Changes to the left hand. And blocked back by Tickle and Badgley. Point South Loop. They now lead by 9. Timeout on the floor. 11-2 in favor of South Loop.
Themselves on offering their customers some awesome deals. The Good Buys program is what keeps prices low for you. When it comes to beef, all of their steaks and roasts are age-certified Angus, only the tastiest. Plus, for hunting season, they have the seasonings you need to make delicious jerky. Quality meat, bountiful and beautiful produce at the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 until 5.
At Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway, you'll often see them sporting their South Loop Bobcat Blue because they love to support their team. Student athletes work hard both academically and in sports, and Progressive Fertilizer is proud to support their dedication by helping bring you this sports broadcast on the radio. Wishing the team the best of luck and saying, "Go Bobcats." Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway.
11-2 in favor of South Loop. They're on a roll here early in the 4th set. They're also down 2-1. Lively will serve once again. Keith picks this one up over to Otten. Otten back set to Maldonado, going across court, but is set back. The block from South Loop has been impenetrable here in the 4th set.
Yeah, that's been the difference, hadn't it? It's been the block at the net by the Bobcats. That time Tickle and Bubak together.
Lively to serve again. Hart gets it over to Otten. They're going to go right back to Hart. Punched up by Tickle. Man, she is everywhere. They're going to go back to Badgley with the attack from the near side. Keith picks this one up over to Otten. Otten's going to get it to Maldonado. Good set from as far away as she was. South Loop controls. They're going to go to Bubak. Goes into the net. Off the top of the block. Sent over on the second. Twin Loop looking to control. Trying to get something going with Hart. She goes down the line, but we're going to have a net violation called. As this time just a little bit too over-aggressive was Tickle. She's called in the net. Point Twin Loop. 12-3 in favor of South Loop. Serve across, and that'll be off the deflection and out of bounds. Service ace, a little miscommunication between Bubak and Pandorf, who's going to take it. The lead now 8 for South Loop, trying to force that 5th set. Serve comes over. Pandorf gets underneath of it. Back set to Tickle. Big swing from the junior, and she'll find the floor. Kuhl and Schwarz back into the match. Schwarz will serve for South Loop. Bailey sends it across. Hart picks it up over to Otten. They're going to go near side to Grant. Big miss-hit swing, but it still makes its way over to South Loop's side, and then it'll be a free ball back to the Wolves. Horky gets this one up in the air. They're going to go try to Maldonado on the near side, looking for the line, but just a little bit deep on that far side. 10-point lead now in favor of South Loop. Schwarz will serve. Hart picks this one up. Otten going to go right back to Hart. Big swing, and that'll be a kill for Otten. 14-5. Trying to fight back into this one and take the match as Twin Loop. They've got a pretty big hill to climb. Horky will serve. Horky's serve comes across. Badgley picks this one up. They're going to go right to Badgley. Punches it over onto Twin Loop's side. Otten going to go to Oxford near side. Goes cross court, but the block says no thank you. That time Kuhl and Badgley send it back and gives South Loop a 10-point lead. This has been an impressive match between these two teams. Trio of dribbles, and Johnson sends it over for South Loop. Otten gets underneath of it. They're going to go to Hart on the far side. Goes cross court, but this one will be long. No touch called. And point South Loop. A game of momentum, and right now it is all in favor of South Loop. Johnson with the left hand sends it over. Keith picks it up. They're going to get it to Oxford near side. Tries to go cross court, and off the block it falls on South Loop's side. Coverage just couldn't quite get there in time. 10-point lead. Folkers will come into the game. Hart will serve for Twin Loop. Hart just to the left of center sends that ball into the net. Point South Loop up by 11. Jaden Bubak will serve for South Loop, trying to close out the set here, leading 17-6. Knocked up in the air from Hart. Otten going to go to Grant. Tries to go cross court, punched up in the air by Waverka. Back set from Kuhl to Lively. Goes cross court, punched up by Hart. They're going to go near side to Oxford, same spot. And this time she will go to the floor with that one. 10-point lead in favor of the Bobcats. Cassidy Grant will serve for Twin Loop. The toe touch, and the serve comes across. A lot of spin to that one. The overpass is going to go on to Twin Loop's side, and they do not communicate, and it falls to the floor. Timeout, 18-7 in favor of South Loop. We'll be back after this.
Health Mart pharmacists who have a personal commitment to their communities and is locally owned. They invite you to discover the quality of Health Mart brand products. They offer all of the quality of the leading advertised brands, yet at a fraction of the cost. From pain relievers and aspirin to allergy formulas and even vitamin supplements, you're sure to find just what you need at Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Radio coverage of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Speltz Lumber Company, Krause Angus Ranch, Kenneth and Laura Krause, the Sargent Chamber of Commerce, Calamus Outfitters, Burwell Dental Clinic PC, Trotters Woe & Go and Sargent, Orville's Repair, Orville and Kelly Vincent, and the Morgan Ranch. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Booster Club.
It's 18-7 here in set number 4. Pandorf comes into the game and will serve for South Loop. Oxford, big swing from Twin Loop, and that will be a kill for Oxford. Still a 10-point lead for South Loop, but Twin Loop trying to get some momentum here after the timeout. Oxford will serve again, or will serve, I should say. Sends it over. That'll be an ace from Oxford. She has had a lot of those. Oxford, once again, team trailing by 9. Pandorf off the shoulder, and that'll be an ace. Johnson tried the diving save, could not get there. Now an 8-point lead for South Loop. Twin Loop trying to fight back into this one and close that gap. Shaley sends it across. Bubak picks this one up. Waverka to Lively, close to the net. It somehow spins over. No whistle as Lively went under the net. Goes back to South Loop side. Block is there as Folkers couldn't get back after the block. And the point goes to South Loop, 19-10.
I don't know how Lively even got that over the net to keep South Loop in that point. Man, what a tremendous play.
I think it crawled up the net pretty much the whole way. Serve comes over and is long from Waverka. 19-11 here in set number 4. Trying to force the 5th set to see who will advance to the championship game against Mullen. Serve comes over from Keith, punched up in the air. Going to go to Lively, near side, down the backside line. And that's a kill for Lively, who will head back to serve. 20-11 in set number 4. 25-18 South Loop in the first. 25-14 and 26-24 Twin Loop in the second and third. This will be an ace as that will carry behind the stanchion and out of bounds on the serve from Lively. Now 4 points away from sending us to a 5th. Lively puts her hand into it. Goes right after Horkey. Otten. Maldonado. This one will be punched up in the air. Only one hand used by pretty much everyone, and Hart sends it back on the attempt from Tickle. 21-12.
That was a good aggressive play by Hart. Sometimes when a team is scrambling, you kind of watch to see if they can return it, but Hart was aggressive and went right up there and was ready for the block.
Otten's serve comes across, and Bubak gets a big swing, tools the block. And point South Loop, 22-12. Schwarz and Kuhl into the game. Schwarz will serve. 3 points away from to the 5th set. Otten settles underneath of it. Going to go near side to Grint. Big block by Kuhl and Badgley. 23-12.
And that's been where the difference in this set is, and that's the blocking ability of South Loop in this 4th set.
It has been impressive to say the least. That serve will go into the net. Point Twin Loop. 10-point lead by the Bobcats. Need a big run here by Horkey to close that big gap. Horkey's serve, looking for the back line. Lively picks it up. They're going to go far side to Kuhl. Big swing, punched up in the air by Oxford, and then Badgley capitalizes, but a diving save by Horkey. South Loop has to scramble. They're going to get it over on the 3rd. Horkey will pick this one up. Otten going to the middle to Hart. Big swing off the top of the block. Lively able to get there. Waverka settles underneath. They're going to go to the middle to Kuhl. Shirley's trying to fight across court, and then we'll have a net violation called against Hart. What a save by Horkey.
What a start to the tournament. I mean, the first match goes 5, which was won by Mullen, and now this one appears to be headed to 5 sets as well.
Lauren Johnson to finish this one off. The lefty with the jump serve. Knocked up in the air by Horkey. Back set to Hart. Trying to get through the block, and she does. Point Twin Loop. Hart needs 10 straight to extend the set. have a substitution as Coach Phillips directing traffic, as Vivian Slagle will come into the game to serve. So now Slagle must roll off 4 straight. Slagle's left-handed serve goes right at Johnson. Waverka, back set, Bubak into the block, punched up by Bubak. South Loop trying to get it over. They will on the third from the set. Grant gets underneath of it, goes to Oxford off the top of the tape, and it will be touched out of bounds. Off the block, point, Twin Loop.
And for Twin Loop, I think these are still important points. I mean, you're down 9 with set point again for South Loop, but if you can run off a couple, that can give you a little momentum going to the 5th.
That'll be an overpass, goes over to Oxford. She'll send it over, but South Loop controls, blocked back by Oxford, goes over to Twin Loop side. Otten has to chase. They're going to get it over to Grant. Tough angle, goes cross court, knocked over to Waverka. Far side, Bubak going down the line. That'll find the floor. Point, South Loop, set, South Loop. 25-15. We're heading to a 5th. We'll be back after this.
Are you trying to figure out how to make a profit farming this year? Then it's time to put up some grain bins for storage and maybe a new dryer too. Now's the time to get things moving. Sukup Manufacturing Company has great prices on the most innovative grain bins, dryers, and accessories. Call Rich Rumlet with Rain Dance Repair today and start planning for a new Sukup grain dryer or Sukup grain bin setup. Call Rich at 308-870-4455 today.
Rocks Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season, and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
Power. It's what you want when hauling the family or the load on a trailer. Right now during Ram Power Days, it's right in the name. Sandhills Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram invites you to discover the power of a new Ram truck. Versatile as ever with the power you need and the comfortable driving you love as a bonus. Let the helpful staff at Sandhills Motors find a ride that fits your needs perfectly during Ram Power Days. Sandhills Motors in Arnold.
Redfern Electric is based in Callaway, but they provide electrical service to all of Central Nebraska. Ed Lashley is seeking hard-working candidates who are dependable and reliable. Whether you're just getting started at the entry level or you're an experienced electrician, he needs your help, and he's willing to train you. Redfern Electric offers health benefits, plus vacation and holiday pay. Competitive wages and company pickups also await you. Call Ed at 402-641-2782 or email redfernelectric@yahoo.com for more information on this great opportunity.
Let's play a 5th, shall we? And that's a great way to start for Oxford with an ace. Twin Loop up 1-0. The race is on to 15. Shaylee Oxford will serve again right after Pandorf. Waverka, far side, Tickle off the top of the block, having the chase. Hart able to get there in time. They're going to get it to Folkers and unable to get that one over the net. Now tied up at 1 apiece. Well, we got here by the way of really kind of one side handling the set most of the way. The only close one was 26-24 in the third. As that serve from Waverka is long and out of bounds. 2-1 lead, Twin Loop. South Loop won the first set, 25-18. Twin Loop took the second and third, 25-14, 26-24. And then South Loop forced the 5th with that 4th set win, 25-15. Winner takes on South Loop, and that's an ace. Shelby Keith coming into the match. She has been dynamite from the service line. Keith will serve, looking for that back line. Bubak picks it up. They're going to get it to Waverka. Back set to Lively. Big swing from the senior. And that cuts the lead in half to 1. 3-2 lead, Twin Loop. Lively to serve. This one will go into the net. Service error, point, Twin Loop. 4-2 in the 5th.
Well, when you only play to 15, these early points just take on so much more importance.
Otten will serve now. Pandorf gets this one over to Waverka. Far side. Bubak. Kaboom. Get out of the way. Yeesh.
Wonder what the exit velocity was on that.
Shores to serve for South Loop. Otten gets underneath of it. She's going to go to Hart in the middle. Off the top of the block. Great swing by Hart.
Boy, we've seen some swings already today, and certainly in this match. Some big hitters on both sides of the ball.
Tara Horkey will now serve for Twin Loop. Just over top of the tape. 5-3 lead, Twin Loop. South Loop trying to close the gap. That'll be a little bit deep on the swing by Kuhl, trying to go cross court. Big moments here for South Loop. Twin Loop trying to finish it out. Serve comes across from Horkey. Lively gets underneath. They're going to go to Bubak in the middle. Sets it over. Horkey knocks it up in the air. Otten going to go near side to Oxford. Big swing cross court. Lively able to pick that one up. They're going to go to Bubak far side. Down the line. Off the top of the block. Sounded like a jammed finger somewhere. Hart with the big swing. Into the block. Punched up. Sent off on the second. And Shores can't get there on the touch by Oxford. 7-3. All in favor of Twin Loop.
Great play at the net by Hart and Oxford. Shaley able to put it in the corner for the point.
Horkey to serve. Shores picks it up. They're going to go in the middle to no one better than Bubak. However, she won't get the kill because Twin Loop was in the net.
Well, she's been doing that for a long time, though.
Yeah.
She's had a lot of kills through her career. Jaden Bubak
detonates on that one. 7-4, South Loop fighting back. Lauren Johnson will serve. Otten gets underneath of it. They're going to go to Oxford. Roll shot over the top. Good save by Schwarz. We're going to go to Bubak. She'll send it over on the third and cannot get there in time. Does Twin Loop. Good scramble and a great save by Schwarz. 7-5. Twin Loop with the lead here in the fifth set. Johnson will serve. Goes to Horkey. Gets it over to Otten. Good save there to get it to Hart. Punched up after the block. Lively gets it over to Waverka. Middle attack coming from Kuhl. This one's blocked back.
Boy, we talked about the blocking of South Loop in the previous set. Well, now the blocking of Twin Loop in set 5 has been kind of a big difference.
4 points separate the two teams. 8-5 in favor of Twin Loop. Hart will serve. This is going to be an overpass. Folkers trying to capitalize on it. Punch up in the air by Bubak, and then it cannot be handled by Twin Loop. All the credit on that point's got to go to Bubak. What a save.
Yeah, Bubak, but then Waverka too. Bubak saved it, and then Waverka somehow punched it up over the net, and South Loop won a point that for a moment really looked like it was going to go to Twin Loop.
8-6, Twin Loop leads, and as we say that, Twin Loop picks up a point. 9-6. Remember, fifth set to 15. You want to talk about a race. Feel the blood pumping in here, because that'll be another service error. And that really has been, I would argue, the only negative side to this match has been service errors. Besides that, it's been nearly flawless all the way around. Ava Pandorf comes in to serve. Tickle also in the front row. We've seen her arm. Otten, Oxford in the middle off the block. As that'll be a kill for Oxford, as in celebration she punches Folkers in the face.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, in celebration, Shaley brought up her arm and put it right into the face of Folkers, but everybody's okay.
10-7 in favor of Twin Loop. They're going to go to Lively for South Loop. Big swing. Oh, boy. This is getting fun, as if it wasn't already. 10-8, Twin Loop with the lead. Maya Waverka will serve. The race is on. Waverka looking for the corner, and she'll find it. It was close. Horkey was a couple inches away. Now a 1-point lead for Twin Loop. 10-9. Waverka puts her hand into it, goes after Horkey. They're going to get it to Folkers in the middle, looking for the backside line. It's long, and we are tied at 10 apiece.
Well, the gym is kind of empty, but you can feel the tension in it. How about the tension in people's homes who are watching this right now?
Service error as the ball goes into the net. Twin Loop 4 points away from advancing. South Loop trying to tie things up at 11 apiece. Shelby Keith comes in. Talk about tension, he could cut it with a knife right now. Waverka, back set, Lively, big swing, and that's a big kill for Lively, who will head back to serve. Ties us up at 11 apiece. Man, oh man, what a fun match we have had thus far. Lively will serve, goes after Keith, punch up in the air, has to chase his Mahler, sending it over to Maldonado. They get it over to Pandorf. Waverka, Bubak, big swing into the block, tools it, it goes out of bounds. Point South Loop, they now have a 1-point lead, 12-11. Timeout, Twin Loop, we'll be back after this.
17, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
We're going to bring you back just a little bit early because we don't want you to miss anything of this match. The winner advances to take on Mullen in the championship. The loser will play immediately after this in the consolation game against Anselmo Myrna. South Loop leading 12-11. We're in the 5th set. Lively to serve. Goes after Horkey. They're going to get it to Maldonado in the middle. Big swing punched up in the air by Waverka, and unable to chase and get to it in time was South Loop, and we are tied at 12. Otten will now serve. 12 apiece. Bubak gets it over to Waverka. Back set, Tickle, big swing, knocked up in the air. Great save by Horkey. Goes over to South Loop side. Waverka going to go to Bubak, far side, big swing, and that's blocked back and down. Point Twin Loop, 13-12.
Yeah, but that credit for that goes to Horkey. I have no idea how she dug the ball from Tickle. That kept Twin Loop in the point, and they end up winning it.
13-12, Twin Loop with the lead. South Loop trying to tie it, touch over by Bubak. Lively able to get underneath of it. They're going to go back set to Tickle, big swing, going across court. She'll find it and tie us up at 13 apiece. Huge points upcoming. Schwarz will serve, cool back into the match.
Someone's going to serve for the match when this point is over.
Holy cow. Schwarz looking for the line. Oh. It is long and out of bounds. 14-13. We talked about the only knock in this match has been the service game. Horkey will serve for the match to advance to the championship. Lively gets it to Waverka. Now they're going to go to Bubak in the corner, and that ties us up at 14 apiece.
What a great play by Bubak. A great read at the net. She saw the opening in the corner, and she set it and put it right where it had to be.
Lauren Johnson will come in to serve. This is incredible. Horkey gets it to Otten. Hart coming from the far side. She's looking for the side, but then we're going to have a net violation called against South Loop. Point Twin Loop. Serving for the match will be Emma Hart. 15-14. And a wise decision from Coach Guthrie as she will take a timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
On is our vehicles. You want something that gets you to where you're going comfortably while looking great. Whether storm damage, deer damage, or insurance claim, take your ride to Rod's Body and Paint Broken Bow. They're the collision specialist. You should call 308-872-5346. Offering over 42 years of experience, they'll get you back on the road quickly without sacrificing quality. From dings and dents to full replacement and auto glass repair. Rods, Body, and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
It's a lot of fun here in Mullen. We are in the 5th set. Twin Loop can serve for the match. Emma Hart is serving. 15-14. We're stressing with all of you at home as well. Serve comes across. Schwartz gets it to Waverka. Back set to Bubach. She'll touch it over, looking for the spot. Cannot find it. It comes over. Johnson gets it. Fight at the net. And Twin Loop will advance to the championship on the block from Oxford. 16-14. Twin Loop will advance to take on Mullen in the championship. That is a hard-fought win by Twin Loop and a phenomenal match between South Loop and Twin Loop. Wow. I think that's about the only word we can use on that one. We'll take a break and be back after this.
Our staff at the Grocery Cart is proud to help bring you this sports broadcast featuring some amazing student athletes. At the Grocery Cart, we turn on the lights and unlock our doors every day, ready to serve you with a smile and helpfulness unmatched. We work hard to offer you great prices. Visit us online at thegkbrokenbow.com or 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. at the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
When you want the very best, go see Trotter, where you'll always get more for your dollar. We're your little friendly store, and we're right next door. That's what we're here for. Go see Trotter.
Trotter Service is your #1 partner in keeping your operation running smoothly. Whether you need a new battery, brakes, an alignment, or any other repair, they have a specialist that'll get it done right. Can't get away from the farm or ranch? They offer bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire truck service too. Proud to work with the farmers and ranchers of the area. Trotter's Tire Pros. West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Twin Loop advances to the championship against Mullen. They win at 25-18, 14-25. Excuse me, I should correct myself. Twin Loop wins the match 18-25, 25-14, 26-24, 15-25, and then in a thrilling 5th set, 16-14 over South Loop. What a match.
Yeah, what an opening 2 matches.
No
I mean,
doubt.
Are you kidding me? My goodness, they both go 5 sets. And Mullen was down 2-1 earlier in their match. They came back and won in the 5th. I think it was 15-9 over Anselmo Myrna. Then you have this thriller with Twin Loop surviving in the 5th against the 2-seed South Loop, 16-14. And I could hear Coach Tammy Phillips talking to the Anselmo Myrna team, who was behind the bench getting ready to come out and play the consolation. And they were congratulating the Twin Loop girls on winning. And Coach Phillips said, what about these 2 matches? She said, this is the top 4 teams here today. There's really not much difference between the 4. And the first 2 matches proved just that.
Yeah, just incredible matches between, all 4 teams. It's definitely a game of momentum, to say the least, and we saw that. Twin Loop just continuing to fight there, especially in that 5th set. You get thumped down in that 4th set, but you talked a little bit about it having a little momentum as you end that 4th set, and it felt like that Twin Loop had picked up a little, and when they hit that 5th set, that service ace, and then all of a sudden from there on, it was close, but it felt like Twin Loop really was in control of the match.
Yeah, and credit South Loop, too. I mean, that's a match that goes either way, right? And just tremendous play on both sides of the net. Man, some of the swings that we saw in that match. Just unbelievable. Just, going back and forth and back and forth. And, well, we've seen 2 matches where I think you can say it just, all 4 of these teams are in our coverage area, right? Mm-hmm. We cover all 4 of them, and we're setting up here going, man, it's a shame someone's got to lose, because they were both so close. But great action so far, and I think that the 2 matches coming up are going to be just as good.
Speaking of the matches coming up, Anselmo Myrna and South Loop will face off in our consolation game that is coming up here shortly. They've taken a moment to clean everything and sweep the floor, so that match is coming up here shortly, here before too long. And Twin Loop advances to take on Mullen in the championship game. That will wrap up the evening, afternoon. Who knows when we'll get there, but we promise we will be there, and you can hear it here on KBBN, online at kbbn.com. And don't forget, we are streaming live on our Facebook page, on our YouTube page, and also on our Twitter page as well. And also you can check it out on our website, sandhillsexpress.com. Our audio on that video, and a big thank you goes out to everyone who is watching, and of course all of our sponsors making this possible. We'll take another timeout as we await the start of the Anselmo Myrna and South Loop consolation matchup. We'll take a break and be back as that game is coming up here shortly. They are taking a brief break, so we might be mixing in a little bit of music. Who knows? We're just here to have some fun. I think we're having a lot of fun here this afternoon. We'll take a timeout and be back here shortly.
Here comes the chilly season. Are you already noticing some cold drafts coming into your home, chilling the air? Don't make your heating system work harder than it needs to. Talk to Mead Lumber in Broken Bow about insulation solutions to keep the cold where it belongs, outside. The helpful staff at Mead Lumber in Broken Bow can offer solutions that will save you money when the weather gets chilly. Talk to them today, East Highway 2, Broken Bow, Nebraska.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details. A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. So much more than lawn mowing. It's complete lawn and landscaping care so your space looks beautiful. Right now is the perfect time to have sod put down or to have your lawn seeded. Want your lawn to look beautiful next year? Fall fertilizing will help. And don't forget the 5-step fertilizer program, a step-by-step process applied by the pros at A to Z. Talk to them about sprinkler systems too, an investment to save money in the long run while adding value to your home, all while effectively watering your lawn. A to Z is always looking for great team members too. A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, based in Broken Bow.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire's Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units too. Squire's Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Prepare your lawn for the long winter by applying Winterizer Fertilizer from Arrow Seed now. Winterizer Fertilizer promotes rejuvenation and recovery from summer stress and builds a strong, healthy plant for better winter survival. Choose from the 16-pound bag that covers 5,000 square feet or the 50-pound professional-grade controlled release formula that covers 15,000 square feet. By applying these highly effective Winterizer Fertilizer formulas now, you are giving your lawn a healthy head start when spring arrives. Stop in to Arrow Seed in Broken Bow for your winter fertilizer today.
Are you having a hard time getting moving after your surgery? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. If you have recently undergone surgery to your knee, hip, shoulder, back, or wrist, or having trouble doing the things you love, call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. With our highly trained staff in orthopedic rehabilitation, we are committed to getting you moving again. Call us at any of our locations close to you or check us out at myteampt.com, 872-5111.
Friendly rivals, hometown pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, 872-3424.
And we welcome you back to Mullen High School as we are kind of in a little bit of a break now. We have just played the two semifinals. Coming up, third place consolation match, and also coming up will be the championship as Anselmo Myrna and South Loop will be playing next, and we'll have that match coming up for you here on KBBN Radio. Well, we do want to say thanks to everybody who has been helping make our broadcast possible here today, not just on the radio, but certainly our video streaming as well. We've had some wonderful businesses come alongside of us as we have done something really we've never done before, and that is present video streaming of the game while our radio play-by-play is accompanying it. And we want to say thanks to the businesses who are making that possible. Of course, with the COVID restrictions in place today, fans not able to attend the MNAC tournament, so we have, through the help of our great business partners, created a video stream, and we hope that you've been able to enjoy that and at least be able to get a feel and be a part of the activity happening here at the MNAC tournament this year. And it has been some great action so far, hasn't it? Both of our semifinals went the distance. Mullen was able to win 3-2 over Anselmo Myrna, and then just a moment ago, Twin Loop in a thriller, able to knock off the 2-seed South Loop in 5 sets, winning 16-14 in the fifth. Well, it's not much of a break. The two teams are out on the court. They've already started the warm-up clock, so we will just move right into the third-place consolation match. It's going to feature South Loop against Anselmo Myrna, and the radio portion of our broadcast this afternoon is being brought to you by Sargent Irrigation, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, Kristen Electric, Agribest Feeds, First State Insurance, Downey Drilling, A1 Auto Repair, Pinnacle Bank of Arnold, Design Homes, Muddy Creek Auto, Consolidated, Central Nebraska Diesel, Shotgun Annie Saloon and Grill, Badgley Well, Mills Hardware, Seavers Angus, Callaway Market, Progressive Fertilizer, Seven Valleys Health Mart, Tri-S Ag, Brandon Miller with Golden Harvest, Rain Dance Repair, Rocks Underground, Sandhills Motors, Red Fern Electric, and Food Bar and Grill in Anselmo. Also, today's coverage being brought to you in part by the Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Trotter Service, Custer Federal State Bank, Rod's Body and Paint, Made Lumber, Shelter Insurance, Brent Custer, A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, Squire Septic Service, Arrow Seed, Team Physical Therapy, and Agland ATV. Third place consolation match of the MNAC tournament coming up between Anselmo Myrna and South Loop.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts, so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, is happy to be able to bring sports broadcasts to those unable to attend and see the action in person. The Callaway District Hospital is open again for wellness visits, and they invite you to make your appointments today. Don't forget to keep washing those hands frequently and use hand sanitizer in between washes. The Callaway District Hospital and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, proud to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Enrollment for Medicare Part D prescription plans has started. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency in Callaway. It's important to check your prescription Part D plan every year to be sure you have the best policy premium and drug coverage available. I will also review your current Medicare supplement or Advantage plan to be sure it's right for you. Give me a call at 308-836-2201 to set up an appointment to visit about your options for 2021.
Christian Electric for your underground, farm, remodel, and new construction electrical needs. Call 308-258-4164. Christian Electric is proud to be a distributor for Cummins generators. If you or somebody you know needs a standby generator for peace of mind during the chilly months, call and they'll get you set up. Proud to support the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Kristen Electric at 308-258-4164.
Need ranching supplies? AgriBest Feeds in Callaway has them. Putting your cows on stocks? Consider AgriBest molasses-free Sweet Pro tubs that come with a complete mineral package, plus Probiotin digestive aid that helps cattle consume up to 25% less forage. They also carry livestock equipment from Powder River and Tartar, and they carry AeroQuip chutes and portable tub alley systems, hedge posts and treated posts too, at AgriBest Feeds of Callaway. Call 308-836-2298.
At First State Insurance of Arnold, their independent agents can offer their customers choices that can save you money. They're so excited for these young athletes and are happy to see them continue to play hard. Call Becky or Pat at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. Proud to support their local athletes by sponsoring this broadcast.
When it comes to anything having to do with water well service or drilling, the folks at Downey Drilling in Lexington, Kearney, and Garden City can handle it. In fact, I think they even cook and make all their own clothes. Irrigation, domestic, municipal wells, you name it, Downey Drilling can do it. They're licensed in 8 states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Wyoming, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not only can Downey Drilling do about anything, they can do it about anywhere. Find them online at DowneyDrilling.com. Downey Drilling, a tradition of excellence.
Crash, boom, bang. All sounds you never want to hear coming from your vehicle. A1 Auto Repair in Arnold is prepared to fix or prevent those sounds. If you're in need of auto and light truck service and repair, give Josh a call, 848-2542. That's 848-2542. It all starts with diagnosing the problem, then working to get you back on the road quickly with a vehicle you can depend on. A1 Auto Service in Arnold, proud sponsors of this broadcast and high school sports.
May our wide open spaces bring us closer together. May the good life always set us apart. May we be known for the Great Plains, great steaks, but most of all, great people. It's what makes us Nebraska, and what makes Pinnacle Bank proud to be a part of your community. Because we're not just a bank in Nebraska, we're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
And again, we welcome you back to Mullen High School, getting ready to go with the third place consolation match now. That'll be followed by the championship, of course. Our consolation match will feature the Anselmo Lady Coyotes, who came into the tournament as a number 5 seed against the number 2 seed, South Loop. Hi again, everybody. I'm Brent Apperson. Thank you for joining us for our live coverage of the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. Been such a joy to be a part of covering this tournament over the years. Of course, we think back to the years when it was just the old Loop Valley Conference, and we would cover that volleyball tournament year in and year out on KBBN radio. Of course, you then had the Sandhills Conference that was associated with one another, and then those two conferences came together to create the Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference, and it's been great to be a part of the tournament ever since that conference came into existence, and it is a thrill to be with you here today. Well, hopefully, and I know that many of you have been enjoying the video streaming of today's matches on our media platforms, our website, sandhillsexpress.com, our Facebook page, also YouTube and Twitter. But you know what? We can't do that without some great business support, and it has just been amazing to us when we presented this idea to area businesses and to see if they would help us out in trying to provide this today, especially under the certain circumstances. So many stepped up and said, yes, absolutely. So we want to take a moment and thank them again this afternoon. Bringing you the live video streaming of today's matches are the following: Seavers Angus, Govia Brothers, AgriBest Feeds, Callaway District Hospital, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, Eggleston Oil, Triple Blast Boutique, Dewey's Implement and Welding, The Secret Garden, Myers Construction, Palmer Monument, Mead Lumber, Trotter's Woe and Go, Sargent Corner Market, Culligan, Thrive and Financial, Scott Harvey, Grocery Cart, Nebraska State Bank, Gateway Motors, Kirkpatrick Cleaning Solutions, Rod's Body and Paint, Muddy Creek Auto, Dairy Queen, Mills Hardware, Consolidated, Sandhills Motors, Brandon Miller Golden Harvest, Twin Loop Booster Club, Shelter Insurance, Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo, First State Insurance of Arnold, Sargent Irrigation, Kristen Electric, Lines Appliance, Agland ATV, BD. Also brought to you by Tumbleweed Cafe, Central Nebraska Electric, The Garden Center, 4 County Heating and Air, Bruning Bank, Design Homes, Sandhills Family Medicine, Custer Electric and Irrigation, Geared for Sports, Chapin's Furniture, Sandhills Golf Club, Team Physical Therapy, and Mackey's Grocery. All those wonderful businesses making our video streaming of today's matches possible through KBBN Radio. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the consolation match and Anselmo Myrna and South Loop coming up next on KBBN.
Crew at Design Homes of Callaway are proud to help bring you this sports broadcast. Design Homes can help you with remodeling or any commercial or residential building construction. Just call Lane at 308-991-0870 to get started. Don't let that awesome project you have on your mind be a point of stress. Call Design Homes, proud sponsors of this sports broadcast.
Ready or not, here comes the nasty weather we despise in central Nebraska, featuring our friends snow, sleet, and ice. Not sure if your vehicle is up to the task? Be sure that it is by getting a great four-wheel drive ride at Muddy Creek Auto in Broken Bow. They have a great selection for you to check out before the snow flies. Don't get stuck walking in the cold and snow or having someone rescue you. Get a rig that could do the rescuing. Talk to the helpful staff at Muddy Creek Auto and get a dependable used 4x4 for a price that works for you.
Consolidated Companies is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated Superfast Broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
Central Nebraska Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Rainkey products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Rainkey. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Rainkey, more right than rain.
It's official. Keno has arrived at Shotgun Annie's in Callaway. Time to try your luck. Shotgun Annie's is open at 11 Tuesdays through Sundays, just closed on Mondays. Thursdays is Taco Thursdays, and on Sunday, of course, it's Fun Day. Can't dine in? Don't worry. Delicious Shotgun Annie's takeout pizzas are amazing. You know what Shotgun Annie's also is? A great place to work. Candace needs your help as a server or kitchen assistant. Shotgun Annie's in Callaway hopes to see you soon.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Milwaukee Tools have led the industry in both durability and performance with a focus on providing innovative trade-specific solutions. You can get your Milwaukee Tools at Mills Hardware in Arnold, your top Milwaukee dealer in the area, offering over 72 feet of Milwaukee tools and accessories. Serving the area for over the last 23 years, open 8 to 6, Monday to Saturday, Mills Hardware in Arnold.
And once again, welcome back, everybody, to Mullen High School, getting ready for the third-place consolation match of the MNAC tournament here today, as South Loop now gets ready to take on the Anselmo Myrna Lady Coyotes. Well, for both teams, they got to find a way to regroup. I mean, both of these teams were so close to playing each other later in the day in the championship match. Both teams lost heartbreaking 5-set matches in the semifinals. We take a look at Anselmo Myrna, and you look at the Lady Coyotes. They took the top seed Mullen to the limit. Anselmo Myrna won the opening set of their semifinal, 26-24. but then Mullen came back to win the second, 25-18. AM prevailed in the third, 25-23. Mullen then tied it in the fourth, winning 25-15. And then it was Mullen winning in the fifth, 15-9. Meanwhile, you take a look at South Loop. They, too, went the distance against Twin Loop. South Loop won the opening set of their match, 25-18. Twin Loop came back in the second, 25-14. Twin Loop won the third, 26-24. Then South Loop tied it in the fourth, 25-15. But then in a thrilling fifth set, Twin Loop able to win it 16-14. So South Loop and Anselmo Myrna will now play for third. And we will have that match coming up next on KBBN Radio. Tate and Tilden Sievers wish the Anselmo Myrna student athletes and coaches the best during this sports season. They'll be cheering on the Coyotes. Hey, feel free to contact Sievers Angus for your private treaty heifer and your Angus seed stock needs. For more information, visit SieversAngus.com. Success is born out of faith, an undying passion, and a relentless drive. Proud to sponsor this broadcast, Sievers Angus. Go Coyotes!
Week in and week out, the Callaway Market prides themselves on offering their customers some awesome deals. The Good Buys program is what keeps prices low for you. When it comes to beef, all of their steaks and roasts are age-certified Angus, only the tastiest. Plus, for hunting season, they have the seasonings you need to make delicious jerky. Quality meat, bountiful and beautiful produce at the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 until 5.
All right, getting ready for the third place match here at Mullen High School. Let's now run down your starters quickly. They're brought to you by the J.R. Meyer Insurance Agency of Callaway, as your local independent insurance agency. They can offer coverage by many of the most respected companies in the nation. Call 836-2245. Starters for South Loop: Ava Pandorf, a sophomore; Kaylin Lively, senior; Jaden Bubak, senior; the libero Bailey Schwartz, a senior; Shayla Tickle, junior; Maya Waverka, the setter, she's a junior; and Lainey Badgley, a senior. South Loop coached by Desiree Guthrie, assisted by Kim Salick and Tracy Kennedy. Meanwhile, the starters for Anselmo Myrna. Starters will look like this: Hadley Safranek, a 5'8 junior; Macy Miller, 5'7 junior; Jade Chandler, 5'11 junior; Shaylin Safranek, 5'10 sophomore; Claire Cooksley, 5'9 senior; Caitlin Jaco, a 5'8 senior; and the libero Kirsten Myers, a 5'7 junior. Here we go. We're underway. Opening serve from AM. The attack from Kaylin Lively is going to get down and good, as the opening point of the opening set goes to South Loop. At the service line is Maya Waverka. Waverka will send it across. AM's got to chase again, and they will get it over on the third. Free ball for South Loop. Waverka will set it up middle for Tickle. Block back. Jade Chandler with the ace block, and we are tied at 1. 1-1 in the opening set. Consolation match of this MNAC tournament. Claire Cooksley with the serve. They'll bump it up in the air, and sending it over are the South Loop Bobcats. Here's the setup for Macy Miller, trying to take a cross court. Punched up in the air by Waverka. Now hitting out of the back row is Pandorf. Pass to the front. Shaylin will set it near side for Hadley Safranek, who puts it down for the kill. End of the match right now for South Loop is Taylor Ross. Taylor Ross getting into the lineup. She's a sophomore. She'll play on the front row as Claire Cooksley serves it. Serve is on its way. Punched up in the air by Tickle. They'll back set it for Kaylin Lively. Going cross court, but handled in the back row by Shaylin Safranek. Now Hadley tipping it over the net, but first the whistle. And we've got South Loop in the net. Violation against the Bobcats, and AM goes up 3-1 in the first. Best 3 out of 5 sets in this consolation. The first 2 matches we've had have won all 5. Here's a serve by Cooksley, dug out. They set it up for Ross, who takes the swing, and that's a kill. Taylor Ross with the kill. Substitution for AM as Cooksley comes out. Downing in to replace her. And Kaylin Lively at the service line. Myers on the receive. Back set it for Jade Chandler. The attack is long and out. And South Loop has come back to tie it early here in the first, 3-all. Kaylin Lively at the service line. Sends it across. Hadley Safranek on the receive. Shaylin will set middle for Hadley Safranek, and the kill is good. As AM goes back in front, now 4-3. Myers out. Caitlin Jaco into the match, and she'll play on the front line. Jade Chandler will send it across, and that'll be an ace. 5-3, and Selma Myrna in the opening set. Well, as we mentioned, both these teams lost heartbreaking 5-set matches earlier today, but AM had time to kind of regroup and get over theirs. They played the first match. South Loop just lost. So we'll see if they can regroup quickly. Here's the attack by Tickle. That goes into the net. And the point's going to go to AM. 6-3, Lady Coyotes in the first. The serve by Jade Chandler. Pass to the front. Waverka will set it for Bubak. Getting the swing, but it's punched up in the air by Downing. Here's a setup toward the net. AM not able to play it. Set just got a little bit too far into the net. The Coyotes not able to play it, and the point goes to South Loop. And Selma Myrna 6, South Loop 4 as we play in the opening set. Bailey Schwartz ready to serve it from the middle of the line. They'll pass it up to Cantrell, who sets it for Jaco. The swing and the kill. Caitlin Jaco puts it in the far corner. AM 7, South Loop 4. Grace Cantrell at the service line now for the Lady Coyotes. Cantrell will put it in play. Lively on the receive. Waverka sets middle for Bubak. Jaden Bubak, look out. And the Bobcats are back to within 2. Ross will come out. Lauren Johnson, another sophomore, coming in for South Loop. Johnson at the service line, sends it deep. Downing on the receive, pass to the front, set middle. Hadley Safranek blocked back by Badgley, but a whistle, and we've got Anselma Myrna in the net. AM 7, South Loop 6, just underway, opening set, this best 3 out of 5 match. Here's a serve by Johnson. Myers will set toward the front. Jaco takes a swing, sends it to the back row. Waverka set, Bubak far side, tips it over the block, punched up with a right hand by Shaylin Safranek, but AM not able to cover after that as it falls to the floor, and now we're tied 7-all. Johnson ready to serve again. Floats one across. Pick up in the back row by Shaylin Safranek, but the pass not able to be handled. And now South Loop goes up by 1. Don't forget, championship match will follow us. It's going to be the 1-seed Mullen against the 3-seed Twin Loop. Served by Johnson, and that's going to get down. It'll be another point for the Bobcats. It's 9-7 South Loop. Lauren Johnson trying to keep this run going. Serve on its way. Again, AM's got a scramble, and they will get it sent back on the third. Pass to Waverka, who sets middle for Badgley. Big swing dug by Myers. Punched up by Cantrell. The return by Hadley Safranek. Waverka will set Bubak this time. Another swing through the block and good. And South Loop getting on a bit of a roll now. They have come back to take the lead by 3. South Loop 10, AM 7, the serve on its way. Downing will set it up toward the front, returned by Shaylin Safranek. Now Waverka, quick set across, covered by Hadley. They'll bump it up for Shaylin Safranek into the net, and the point goes to South Loop. And a timeout, and Selma Myrna. You're listening to KBBN Radio.
You'll often see them sporting their South Loop Bobcat Blue because they love to support their team. Student athletes work hard both academically and in sports, and Progressive Fertilizer is proud to support their dedication by helping bring you this sports broadcast on the radio. wishing the team the best of luck and saying, "Go Bobcats." Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway.
Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway is staffed by Health Mart pharmacists who have a personal commitment to their communities and is locally owned. They invite you to discover the quality of Health Mart brand products. They offer all of the quality of the leading advertised brands, yet at a fraction of the cost. From pain relievers and aspirin to allergy formulas and even vitamin supplements, you're sure to find just what you need at Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Well, Anselmo Myrna led early in the set, but South Loop has come back, and they now lead 11-7. Out of the timeout, Lauren Johnson continues at the service line for the Lady Bobcats. Serve on the way. Myers on the pickup in the back row. Cantrell sets Jaco. Big swing punched up by Lively. Now Waverka over to Bubak. The swing blocked. Back down and good. Caitlin Jaco and Shaylin Safranek were at the net for the rejection. Downing comes out. Claire Cooksley back into the match. And now the serve from Hadley Safranek. Waverka tips it over, blocked partially by Jaco. AM with it on their side. Cooksley a swing into the net, and yes, they will call 4 hits. So the point goes to South Loop, and the Bobcats go back up now by a score of 12-8. Jaden Bubak to serve it. Jaden, big serve, returned on one hit by Myers, who dug it out. Middle attack, Lainey Badgley. She sails it long and out. And the point goes to Anselmo Myrna. Jaco out, Jade Chandler in to play the front row with Cooksley and Shaylin Safranek. Served by Kirsten Myers, and that's going to sail long and out. Service error, point to South Loop. Tickle back in for the Bobcats. Pandorf back in for South Loop as well, as it will be Pandorf serving. Pandorf with the left hand, sails it a little bit long, but AM chose to play it. Boy, those are so tough. They're sailing toward the back row. You're not sure if it's going to go long or if it's going to stay in play. AM played it at the last second and then was not able to return. South Loop leads by 5. Pandorf will serve. Cantrell goes to the knees to dig it out. Now Cooksley with a swing, and it just missed the back line. It was close, but a little bit long. Pandorf the serve. Dug out by Hadley Safranek. Shaylin will set it for Jade Chandler. Reaches back and sends it over the net. Waverka sets it across for Lively, a swing, punched up in the air. Now it's Shaylin Safranek, blocked back. Chasing is AM, and they will get it sent back on the third. Now South Loop's got to scramble. Waverka bumps it in the air. Set over by Bubak. A miss hit by AM, and South Loop will collect the point. South Loop 16 and Anselmo Myrna 9 in the opening set of this best 3 out of 5 match. Served by Pandorf. Pass to the front. Tipped over by Shaylin Safranek. Boy, great play by Safranek at the net. The pass was up into the net. Shaylin realized she wouldn't be able to set it up for a hitter, so she tipped it over with the right hand and collected the point. Now Shaylin Safranek serving. Floats one across. Dug out by Bubak. Waverka sets it, but first a whistle and a double hit against South Loop. Safranek ready to serve again. The serve is on its way. Floats it into the back row. Handled by Pandorf. Pass up toward the front. Set over by Lively. At the net, trying to keep it alive is Safranek. She does, but then Hadley Safranek, I think just a little bit surprised, really, that ball was still in play. Ends up putting it into the net, and the point goes to South Loop. Waverka the serve. They'll set it up in the air and then sent to the back row by Cooksley. Good save by Waverka, returned by South Loop on the third. Free ball, AM. They'll set it for Cooksley. Punches it over. That's handled by Pandorf in the back. Hitting from the back row, Bubak with the roll shot. Sent toward the front for AM. Here's Macy Miller, and that's punched up by Pandorf. Chasing is Ross to keep it alive, and it's returned by Maya Waverka. Free ball, AM again. The big swing from Jade Chandler, who collects the kill. South Loop 17, AM 12. Opening set, served by Cooksley. Lively with the return, free ball AM. Miller will set it up, and it's Hadley Safranek rolling it over, played by Lively. Now Lively off the set, the swing, punched up in the air by Myers. They'll set it near side for Hadley Safranek, a swing that's blocked back, sent back by Chandler at the net. Waverka sets behind for Ross, a swing. That's played in the back row by Safranek. Middle attack up toward the net, and AM will not be able to make the play. Boy, the set was right up kind of on the top of the net, and the Coyotes hitters just really didn't get a swing at it as South Loop ends up collecting the point. Served now by Lively. Myers will pass to the front. Set up Hadley Safranek, and a whistle. South Loop in the net. Myers comes out. Caitlin Jaco back into the match for the Coyotes as she will play on the front row. Don't forget, Gavin Higgins will rejoin us later, and he'll have the call of your championship match coming up between Mullen and Twin Loop. The serve on the way by Chandler. Waverka at the net, sets it up for Bubak, steps away from the ball and then sets it across. Now it's Jaco, a big swing block back. Ross and Tickle at the net for South Loop, and the Bobcats lead 19-13 in the first. Bailey Schwartz at the service line. Schwartz will send it across, backing up to receive it. Shaylin Safranek. Cantrell sets it up for Hadley. A good swing, but it's played by Lively in the back row. Now Bubak setting it across. Free ball opportunity for AM. Here's Safranek. Oh, great play to just get it over the net. Now Waverka over to Bubak. A swing coming, and that's a kill for Jade and Bubak. And the Bobcats are 5 points away from taking set number one. Bailey Schwartz. The serve handled by Hadley Safranek. Now Jaco into the block, and she's able to power it through for the point. South Loop 20 and Summermyrna 14 here in the first. Macy Miller is at the service line. Miller serving left-handed, sends it across. Waverka will set it up for Ross. Into the block, off the block, and good. So Ross getting a lot of playing time in this match because we actually saw Reagan Kuhl go out. Reagan is usually a big member of the rotation for South Loop, but appeared to be maybe injured a bit, so that means Ross getting an opportunity and making the most of it here for South Loop. That last point goes to AM, and now the serve by Hadley Safranek as Waverka sets behind for Bubak, who takes it off the block and collects the point. Timeout and Summermyrna. 22-15 your score. South Loop in front in the first.
Community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes.
Golden Harvest Seed Advisors help farmers focus on the things they can control, like corn trait seed that works best in their fields. A winning strategy starts with Golden Harvest corn that contains genetics with the most above and below ground insect protection available today. Golden Harvest corn with AgriSure Duracade trait technology for corn rootworm provides protection with a unique mode of action.
Contact Brandon Miller of Myrna to find your local Golden Harvest Seed Advisor.
Out of the timeout, we're back to action. At the net, the block coming from Laney Badgley of South Loop. And now the Bobcats are just 2 points away from going up 1-0. Jaden Bubak serving, sends it to the back row, handled by Myers. Cantrell will set middle for Shaylin Safranek. Big swing, but the return by South Loop on the third. Now it's Safranek on the far side, and Shaylin hits it into the net as South Loop will now serve for the opening set. Set point, South Loop. Bubak will serve it. Jaden tosses it in the air. Good serve. Returned on one hit by Cooksley. Chance for South Loop. Oh, the attack by Badgley blocked back by Jaco. Now Lively coming with a swing. Dug out by Hadley Safranek. Cooksley there for the return. Diving after it. Schwartz tipped across. Save made in the front by Shaylin Safranek. Now Cooksley another swing into the net, and that'll be the end of set number one. So South Loop going to take the opener. 25-15 in the score. And we're back after this.
To figure out how to make a profit farming this year? Then it's time to put up some grain bins for storage and maybe a new dryer too. Now's the time to get things moving. Sioux Cup Manufacturing Company has great prices on the most innovative grain bins, dryers, and accessories. Call Rich Runlet with Rain Dance Repair today and start planning for a new Sioux Cup grain dryer or Sioux Cup grain bin setup. Call Rich at 308-870-4455 today.
Rocks Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season, and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
Power. It's what you want when hauling the family or the load on a trailer. Right now during Ram Power Days, it's right in the name. Sandhills Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram invites you to discover the power of a new Ram truck. Versatile as ever with the power you need and the comfortable driving you love as a bonus. Let the helpful staff at Sandhills Motors find a ride that fits your needs perfectly during Ram Power Days. Sandhills Motors in Arnold.
Before we come back to Mullen High School, side of Championship Saturday of this 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. We are in the third place consolation match, and the opening set of it goes to South Loop, who wins it 25-15. Two teams back out on the court, and we're ready to go with set number two. Championship will be following. That'll be Twin Loop and Mullen this year. It's coming up next. Here's a serve by Maya Waverka. Hadley Safranek on the receive, and then the return by Claire Cooksley. Ross is going to set it up. Lively goes up, takes a swing off the block, and good. 1-0 as South Loop collects the opening point of set number two. Waverka with the serve again. Shaylin Safranek will bump it up in the air. Getting a swing is Chandler. Pass up into the net. South Loop not able to play it. And the point goes to AM. 1-1 in the second. Shaylin Safranek is at the service line. The serve is on its way. It is in play. Chasing South Loop. And they will not be able to handle after the pass as the point goes to AM. So Anselmo Myrna playing here in the second, down a set after South Loop took the first 25-15. Served by Shaylin Safranek. Bubak on the receive. Waverka will set it up, and this one's sent back over by Tickle, but the return is wide and out. And Anselmo Myrna, after dropping the opening set, able to respond nice in the opening points of the second, leading 3-1. Safranek the serve again, and that's going to sail long and out. Service error, and the point and serve over to South Loop. Kaylin Lively. Lively sends it across. Myers on the receive. This one bumped up by Shaylin Safranek. The attack by Jade Chandler. Punched up in the air by Ross. Tickle going to get a swing, and that's played in the back row by Myers. Now Cooksley back the other way. Big swing, and the kill for Claire Cooksley. Claire Cooksley at the service line with her team down a set, but leading by 2 in the second. Maya Waverka sets it far side for Jaden Bubak, and there's going to be a touch as Bubak collects the kill. Substitutions for South Loop as Bailey Schwartz, the libero, comes into play. And she'll go back to the service line. Coming in to play the front row, Lainey Badgley for the Bobcats. Schwartz to serve it. On the receive is Downing of Anselmo Myrna, who checked back in. Hadley Safranek, big swing, but played in the back row by Lively. The roll shot from the back by Bailey Schwartz, not able to clear the net, and the point goes to AM as they go up 5-3 in the second. Jade Chandler now serving, and that one into the net. On the service error, point to South Loop. Couple of substitutions. Grace Cantrell coming in for AM. Lauren Johnson coming in for South Loop, and it will be Johnson going back to serve for the Lady Bobcats as South Loop tries to tie it up. Here in set number 2, serve is floated across, pass up into the net. Cantrell trying to play it, but not able to, and the point will go to the Bobcats. 5-all now in the second. Lauren Johnson ready to serve it again. Serve is into the net. And AM on the service error retakes the lead. Grace Cantrell serving, sends it across. Schwartz able to dig it out. Punched up in the air by Waverka. The return by Lively out of the back row. Cantrell will set it far side for Shaylin Safranek, who collects the kill. Seven to 5, and Anselmo Myrna leading in the second. If you're just tuning in, South Loop took the first 25-15. This is the third place consolation match of the MNAC tournament. Serve on the way by Cantrell. Waverka sets behind for Bubak. Swing off the block. Played in the back row by Myers. Now Downing there to return it on the third. Free ball, South Loop as Waverka sets middle for Bubak, who takes over and has to set it over. Free ball AM. Jaco a swing. Blocked back by Badgley. Now it's Safranek. Quick set across. Diving save by made by Lively on the cover. And then the swing by Bubak. Blocked back by Shaylin Safranek and Caitlin Jaco. Eight, 5, and Anselmo Myrna leading in the second. Grace Cantrell the serve. Schwartz on the receive. Pass up toward the net. Oh, and it got over. Hadley Safranek just wasn't sure if that ball was going to get over. Kind of mistimed the jump as she tried to take advantage of the overpass, and it falls on AM's side of the floor. Jaden Bubak serving, and that goes into the net. All matches here today, best 3 out of 5 sets. Our first 2 have went the distance. We're in the second set of this one. Served by AM. Waverka will set it far side. Lively blocked back. Kept alive by Schwartz, though. Waverka will bump it up in the air, and then it's returned by Badgley on the third. Free ball AM. Cantrell the bump set for Safranek on the slide, and Shaylin Safranek hits it just a little bit long as the point goes to South Loop. Badgley will come out. Pandorf back into the match for South Loop, and she'll go to the service line. Tickle back in as well for the Bobcats. This one dug out, kept alive by Cantrell. Wow, big swing by Jaco, but it's dug in the back by Pandorf. Now Tickle back the other way, and Shayla Tickle will collect the kill. A chance now for South Loop to tie. Pandorf at the service line. Pandorf sends one across, but it's wide and out. So the point goes to AM. Lady Coyotes down a set, but they're leading now in the second, 10-8. Kirsten Myers with the serve. Bubak backs up to retrieve it. Now Tickle going to get a swing, and that one is handled by Hadley Safranek chasing Cantrell. It's returned by AM on the third. Waverka will bump it up toward Lively. A swing off the block. Played in the back row by Hadley Safranek. Set up Cooksley. The swing and the kill. (11-8) and Selmo Myrna in the second. Kirsten Myers, the serve on its way, and that's going to sail long and out. Substitution for South Loop. Taylor Ross coming into the match. Coming out, Lauren Johnson. Maya Waverka at the service line. Waverka will send it to the back row, pass toward the front. They'll set it for Chandler, sends it into the block, sent back by South Loop, kept alive at the net by Safranek. The swing by Chandler again, dug by Bubak. Now Lively trying to set it deep, and she put it just a little bit wide as it sails out. AM 12, South Loop 9, second set. Serve on the way by Shaylin Safranek. Pass over to Waverka, who sets up Tickle, and then she hits it into the net. Well, you tell Tickle just really couldn't get a good timing of her jump. It goes into the net, and now AM leads by 4. Serve by Safranek. Digging, Bubak returning on one hit. Now AM's got to scramble, and it will be sent back over by Cooksley. Pass to the front. Waverka will set far side. Lively, the swing and the kill. AM has really kind of led throughout in this second set. South Loop, though, certainly has never lost touch as they are to within 3. Now the serve by Lively. Myers passing it up into the net. AM not able to play it, and the point goes to the Bobcats. Kaylin Lively ready to serve. Lively sends it to the back row. Pass up, overpass, trying to put it down Bubak, but a great save by AM in the front row. Sent back by Cooksley. Now Tickle will set it for Bubak. A swing, and that's going to sail long and out. We got a touch. Touch at the net against AM. They got a piece, and so the point goes to South Loop. Well, if you're watching on our video stream, you might notice we have a little bit of a different camera angle for you now because we have help. And we'll talk about that in a second when we have a chance. Here's Kaylin Lively with the serve. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Bartok, who's into the match. She gets a swing and a kill. Hey, you recruited some help for the camera.
Yeah, my wife was kind enough to come down, and with it being the third place game, and we'll also have this on the championship game as well, being kind enough to run this bigger camera a little bit nicer and closer angle.
Yeah, it gets a little bit closer picture. Now the swing by Ross of South Loop in the middle delivers with the kill. And South Loop has a chance to tie the set up. Substitutions as Schwartz comes back in during the rotation. She'll go to the back row to serve. And Badgley comes in to play the front for the Bobcats. Serve on the way by Schwartz. Here is Shaylin Safranek. Back sets it for Jade Chandler, who sends it through the block, but covered by Schwartz. And then just miscommunication on the part of Waverka and Ross. They just weren't sure who was going to take charge of the play. It's going to fall on the Bobcats side of the floor. And the point goes to AM. Chandler spins it and serves it. The set middle for Bubak, the kill. And again, South Loop will have the opportunity to bring it even in the second.
Great swing there by Bubak. I thought she was definitely going to her left and just kind of changes it at the last second and finds that open spot.
Lauren Johnson with the serve. Overpass, Bubak jumps up and puts it down. And we're tied again. Again, South Loop took the opening set. 25-15 was the score. Now we're tied in the second at 15 all. Serve by Lauren Johnson. That is an ace. And South Loop, who has trailed the majority of, if not all of, the second set, now leads 16-15. Lauren Johnson sends it to the back row. Good pass to the front. Bartok middle set for Jaco off the block, but played by Lively. Waverka the bump set for Jaden Bubak through the block and good. And now South Loop starting to collect the momentum as they have come back from being down and lead by 2. Serve by Johnson, and that's just long. Good read by Downing on the back row. Stepped away from it, saw it was going to be long, and it just was. Grace Cantrell back into the match. And she'll go to the service line. Serve on the way. This one bumped up in the air. Johnson received it well, but South Loop just, well, kind of let it fall in between everybody, not able to pick it up. And so AM collects the point as we are tied again now at 17. Cantrell floats one across. Schwarz on the receive. Waverka sets Bubak off the block and sent back by AM. Badgley will return it on the third. Free ball, AM, Cantrell over to Hadley Safranek. Roll shot over, and it's going to find the floor.
Good readjustment there by Hadley. Had the approach like she was going to take a big swing, and the set was just a little bit behind her, so she made that readjustment with that well-placed roll shot.
Served by Cantrell. Digging it out is Johnson. Back set for Bubak, who sends it into the net, and now AM goes up by 2.
Feels like Bubak floats for forever.
Well, there was a visit. Wow,
so
boy,
confused.
Well, yeah, we had the line judge and the floor judge kind of seeing the point a little bit differently, but the point will go to AM, and now it's going to be an ace served, as South Loop was not able to return, and your score is going to be AM 20 and South Loop 17. The serve by Cantrell. Waverka sets middle for Badgley. That is out, just missed. And AM is 4 points away from tying up the match. Cantrell sends one to the back row. Waverka will back set it for Bubak. Dug out, kept alive by Cantrell to a return by Hadley Safranek. Badgley sets it far side for Bubak again. It sails long and out. And now AM is 3 points away from tying the match. And I think they're on a 5-0 run. If I remember, we were tied at 17. Cantrell the serve. Waverka sets it for Bubak again, sets it over the block, and finds the floor.
Just that senior awareness, knowing where those open spots are. Saw that Insama Myrna was flexed a little bit outside of the center spot, and able to just drop it right in there.
Bubak serving, tips the net, but gets over, and AM will not be able to return. South Loop trying to fight their way back into this second set. The Bobcats are up a set, though. They took the first. Here's a serve by Bubak. Cantrell backs up, sets it for Hadley Safranek, who delivers with the kill. Substitution AM, as Claire Cooksley will come into the match and play on the front row. Back to the service line is Hadley Safranek as the Coyotes try to tie this thing up at a set apiece. Serve is on its way. Waverka will set it. Far side, Lively through the block. Kept alive, though, by Cantrell. Now it's Cooksley into the net, and the point goes to South Loop. Rotation change for South Loop as Pandorf comes in to serve, and Tickle will come in to play the front row. Serve on the way by Pandorf, picked up by Hadley Safranek. The setup for Jaco. The swing and the kill. And it is set point Anselmo Myrna. Kirsten Myers at the service line for the Coyotes. Floats one across. Waverka will set it for Lively, sets it deep, but it's played by Myers. Pass to the front, set up Shaylin Safranek, big swing returned on one overpass. Trying to put it down Chandler, but it's dug out by South Loop. Bubak with the return, free ball, AM. Here's Cantrell, middle, Chandler, and AM ties the match. Chandler with the kill. So South Loop took the first, 25-15. AM prevails in the second, 25-20. The pivotal third coming up next.
Service to all of Central Nebraska. Ed Lashley is seeking hard-working candidates who are dependable and reliable. Whether you're just getting started at the entry level or you're an experienced electrician, he needs your help, and he's willing to train you. Redfern Electric offers health benefits plus vacation and holiday pay. Competitive wages and company pickups also await you. Call Ed at 402-641-2782 or email redfernelectric@yahoo.com for more information on this great opportunity.
Stomach rumbling? If you're in the Anselmo area, you're in luck. If not, turn toward Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo. There's always something cooking, and specials change almost every day. Be sure to keep up with them on Facebook to see what specials are ahead and what's hitting the grill. Reserve ahead by messaging them on Facebook or call 749-2552. Enjoy the broadcast. Brought to you in part by Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo.
Since 1917, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
And we come back to Mullen High School. Brent Apperson, Gavin Higgins with you. Well, Gavin, this is just par for the course, and that is we're tied at a set apiece. And that's the way it's went in the first 2 matches. Why not have it happen here in the third?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, we've already done the 10 sets before. Let's just keep on rolling, and so competitive between all 4 of these teams. There's really not one that really sticks out to you that you would think would dominate everyone, because they're just so evenly matched, and there's just so much power. And Central Nebraska volleyball is definitely, I think, getting better year after year.
Here's a serve by Shaylin Safranek of Anselmo Myrna as we start the third. Tickle hits it into the net, and the first point of the set goes to AM. Yeah, you know, there might be a difference in some records coming in, but when you just look at difference in ability, there's not much difference there. Here's the serve by Safranek, and that's going to catch the back line. Boy, Bubak stepped away from it, and viewing it from where we're sitting, I thought she made a good play because I thought it was going to go long too, but it did just catch the line. Here's Safranek again. AM scoring the first 2 points of the third. Shayla Tickle going to take the swing. That's played by Safranek. As they set up, Cooksley blocked back, kept alive by Hadley, and then returned by Myers on the third. South Loop with it on their side. Lively the swing and the kill. Maya Waverka at the service line for South Loop. Serve is going to sail long and out. 3-1 AM in the third. Don't forget, we still have a match left, and that's for the trophy. The championship is coming up between Mullen and Twin Loop. Chasing after it, Bubach, and South Loop will not be able to get it sent back in time. So AM getting off to the early lead through the opening points of set number 3. Serve on the way by Cooksley. Now the return from Ross over the block, but dug out by Shaylin Safranek. Tipped back by Bartok, who's into the match. Here's a setup, Lively far side, taken across court, and she delivers with the kill. At the service line is Kaylin Lively. Lively with the serve. Downing on the receive. Goes to her knees to dig it out. Now the attack coming from Hadley Safranek. Waverka sets it far side. Bubach the swing. And the kill as it catches the line.
Bubach's been trying to get those corners, especially there in that earlier game against Twin Loop. This time able to find it.
Lively serving, and that one goes into the net. And Silvermyrna 5, South Loop 3. Jade Chandler, middle of the line, sends it across. Waverka will set it. Bubach a swing, and it's dug by Downing. Great dig, but then Chandler ends up hitting it into the net, and the point will go to South Loop.
May not have gotten that point, but that was a great dig by Downing. That was a hard ball that she had to dive for. Perfectly done.
Schwarz the serve. Bartok will move to the setter position, set up Hadley Safranek, kept alive by Waverka up toward the net, but South Loop not able to return. Bartok out, Grace Cantrell back in, and Grace will go to the service line. And Silvermyrna 6, South Loop 4 as we play in the third. Match tied at a set apiece. Serve on the way, Schwarz on the pickup. Here's the set for Badgley. Pins it up against the net, does AM, but they play it. Jaco going to get a swing, but she hits it wide and out. And now South Loop is to within a point.
It's a good idea by Jaco, but just her momentum, being left-handed, swinging on that far right side, just carried it out of bounds. That was about the only difference between that point, was just that momentum.
Johnson with the serve. And on the receive, the pass goes into the net, and AM not able to return. So we're tied at 6 in the third. Lauren Johnson the serve. Grace Cantrell chasing after it, bumps it up to give Hadley Safranek a swing, but it's played by Lively of South Loop. Bubach back the other way. Look out.
Something we have become accustomed to seeing is that big swing from Bubach.
So South Loop has taken the lead now in the third, 7-6. The serve by Johnson. Cantrell sets Shaylin Safranek, and she hit it wide. 8-6 South Loop in the third. Serve by Johnson. Cantrell will set it for Jaco, and was there a touch? I don't think so, no signal. It's going to sail long and out, and there's going to be a timeout. So South Loop on a bit of a run. They lead 9-6 in the third.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, is happy to be able to bring sports broadcasts to those unable to attend and see the action in person. The Callaway District Hospital is open again for wellness visits, and they invite you to make your appointments today. Don't forget to keep washing those hands frequently and use hand sanitizer in between washes. The Callaway District Hospital and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, proud to help bring you this sports broadcast.
And we're back to action after the timeout in the middle of the point. Here's Bubak with a swing and another kill for Jaden Bubak. And that puts South Loop in front in the third, 10-6. Third place consolation match of the MNAC tournament. That's what we're playing right now. And it's tied at a set apiece. The serve by Johnson goes into the net. Point and Selma-Myrna. Our championship in 2020 will feature Mullen and Twin Loop. And that'll be coming up next. Gavin Higgins will have the call coming up on KBBN Radio. Served by Hadley Safranek. This is Waverka. Sets it for Bubak. The swing and another kill for the senior.
Kirsten Myers had a shot at it, but she was shifting over to her left, and the ball just went whizzing past her on the right side. Just couldn't quite get stopped in time.
Jaden Bubak with the serve. Sends it across. Here's Cantrell. Back set, Jaco. The swing off the block and good. Well, I'm trying to think. Let's see. We were on the air before 10. Action started at 10. We're at 3. So 5 straight hours so far.
We haven't quite reached the Seven Valleys tournament record yet.
Not yet. Kirsten Myers, the serve, dug out by Johnson. Here's a return by Lively. Cantrell will bump it up at the net. The swing coming from Chandler. Played in the back row by Schwartz. Waverka sets it for Bubak out of the back row, and that's played by Hadley Safranek. Comes off the rafter. AM stays with it, but they will not be able to return. South Loop 12 and Selma-Myrna 8. I was there for, I think, that record you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we got done that night till after 7. Here's a serve by Pandorf. The return coming from Chandler. Waverka sets middle for Tickle. The swing, and that's punched up in the air by Kirsten Myers. Now it's Shaylin Safranek tipping it over, dug out by Johnson. Waverka sets middle for Tickle. Times her jump, but it's dug out by Myers. Now Cooksley doing what she can. Not able to get it over the net, though. South Loop leads by 5. Ava Pandorf at the service line. Sends it across. Pass to the front. Shaylin Safranek sets Chandler off the block and good. Substitution for AM. Cantrell out. Bartok is in, and Shaylin Safranek will be at the service line. Serve on the way. Pass up toward the front as Waverka sets behind her for Lively. Kept alive in the back row by Safranek. It's up at the net. Joust coming. It's over on AM side, then sent back. Waverka sets Lively. Tough set to handle. Lively got it over with the left hand, though, and she collects the point. Set was put up right at the top of the net, but Lively was able to battle off the front row defense of Ann Selma-Myrna and get it down for the point. Served by Waverka. The setup for Cooksley, a whistle and a double hit against the Coyotes. So South Loop pulling away just a little bit now in this third set, leading 15-9. The serve by Waverka. Shaylin Safranek sets Chandler in the middle, and it's blocked back. Ross and Tickle with the rejection. And South Loop goes up by 7. Waverka serving. AM has to scramble. They will not be able to return. 17-9, South Loop. And we have a timeout on the floor. You're listening to MNAC Volleyball on KBBN.
Is my farm completely insured? Am I covered when I drive my ATV from field to field? Do I have all locations I farm covered for liability? This is Chip with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency. I have found over the years that most of us let our insurance policies renew year after year and never take the time to see if we are adequately protected. Let's sit down and review your coverage today. Call Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency at 308-836-2201.
Christian Electric for your underground, farm, remodel, and new construction electrical needs. Call 308-258-4164. Christian Electric is proud to be a distributor for Cummins generators. If you or somebody you know needs a standby generator for peace of mind during the chilly months, call and they'll get you set up. Proud to support the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Christian Electric at 308-258-4164.
After the timeout, players come back out onto the court. We play in the third place consolation match of the MNAC tournament. That's what we're in right now. South Loop and AM tied at a set apiece, but the Bobcats leading in the third. The attack from Kirsten Myers. Handled by South Loop. Tickle, middle attack, blocked back by Chandler. Kept alive with the net, returned. AM with it on their side. Now the attack by Cooksley. Tips it over. Kept up by Waverka, but South Loop will not be able to return, as both Bubak and Lively are a little bit slow getting up.
Talk about sacrificing your body for that ball. They both had a long way to go to dive for it and kind of crashed into each other a little bit.
Claire Cooksley serves it into the net. Point goes to South Loop, and the Bobcats go up 18-10. Ray Lee Downing back into the match to play the back row. And the serve goes toward her, but Chandler picks it up in the front row instead. Now Jade off the return set, able to finish it off with the kill. Jade Chandler at the service line. Tosses it in the air and floats one to the back row. They'll set it up toward the net. Nice play by Bubak to get it over. Bartok will set it now for Hadley Safranek, who powers it through the block. Oh, that point's still alive. Sent over by Ross and then sent back by AM, and they'll get the point. Oh, my goodness. South Loop somehow kept that point alive, but credit AM for not losing their concentration and still winning the point. Serve by Chandler, dug out by Lively, the set far side, up toward the net. And Bubak there to send it over. Now it's Hadley Safranek blocked back, a whistle, and well, they're going to say 4 hits is the call.
I'm still in awe on how in the heck South Loop got that ball over. I mean, they lost the point, but I mean, I think everyone was laying on the floor, and they still were able to get that over.
Schwarz will serve it. Bartok sets. Jaco, the swing. Was there a touch? Yes. There was. Point AM. Well, that point you were talking about, how many times do teams just think the point is over? AM never did. Mm-hmm. They stayed with it, and when it surprisingly came back, they were still able to play it out and win the point. Here's a serve by Cantrell. Waverka sets it far side for Badgley, who mishits it into the net. So AM chipping away here. They are to within 5 in the third. Cantrell will send it across. Schwarz on the receive. Waverka sets it for Bubak in the middle, dug out by Downing. Boy, she's had some big digs today. Shaylin Safranek, the swing, able to power it through the block. A lift is going to be the call against South Loop, and now AM is to within 4. Cantrell will send it across. Waverka backs up, sets middle for Jaden Bubak. Over the block attempt, played though by Cantrell. Now it's Hadley Safranek up in toward the net. South Loop not able to return. And AM is to within 3. Grace Cantrell floats it in play. Bubak bumps it up, the return by Ross. Free ball. AM. Cantrell sets for Jaco. Block back down and good. Laney Badgley at the net with the block. Lauren Johnson coming back in for South Loop. Ross will come out. And now the Bobcats are 5 points away from taking a 2-1 advantage in the match. Lauren Johnson will send it to the back row. It is long and out. Substitution Coyotes. Downing comes out. Cooksley back in to play the front as Hadley Safranek will serve it. And Waverka kept it alive. Lively reaches out with the right hand and gets it over the net. Cantrell sets it up for Shaylin. Safranek dug out by Schwarz. The return by Bubak. Free ball AM. They'll set it for Shaylin Safranek again, who delivers with the kill.
Suddenly, it's a 2-point game.
Uh-huh. Hadley Safranek serving. Tosses it in the air, the jump serve on the way, and it caught the back line. It barely caught it, but it caught it. And now AM has a chance to tie it up in the third. Hadley Safranek with the serve. Tipped over by Waverka at the net. Played though by Hadley. Now Jaco, middle attack coming. That is just out. Man, that was close.
Man, it is almost need line replay of how close these are. Credit these line officials. They have had to make some tough calls tonight.
So South Loop leads by 2 now. Served by Bubak. Cantrell sets it and then sent back by Safranek, who puts it on the back line. Shaylin Safranek catches the line with the return, and now AM has a chance to tie it up again. Kirsten Myers at the service line for the Coyotes. Myers sends it across, dug out by Schwarz, and sending it over is Bubak. Pass to the front. Safranek sets middle for Chandler. Played by Johnson. Waverka over to Lively. The swing through the block and good. 22-20 in the third. South Loop with the serve and the lead. Match tied and a set apiece. The serve by Pandorf. Shaylin Safranek sets it for Chandler into the net. And now South Loop 2 points away from going up a set.
Had a good look at it, but just a little bit early, I think, on her jump and kind of caught it coming down.
The serve just gets over the net. Just nothing you can do about that. It just climbed over the net. And now South Loop will serve for the third set. Serve on the way. Bumped up in the air by Chandler. The return by Cooksley. Free ball, South Loop. They'll set it far side for Lively. The swing off the block, but played in the back by Hadley Safranek. Here's Cooksley. Roll shot over, but it's going to sail long and out, and South Loop will take set number 3. South Loop now leads 2-1. They win the third, 25-20. Back for the fourth after this.
Need ranching supplies? AgriBest Feeds in Callaway has them. Putting your cows on stocks? Consider AgriBest molasses-free Sweet Pro tubs that come with a complete mineral package, plus Pro Biotin Digestive Aid that helps cattle consume up to 25% less forage. They also carry livestock equipment from Powder River and Tartar, and they carry Aeroquip chutes and portable tub alley systems, hedge posts, and treated posts too. At AgriBest Feeds of Callaway, call 308-836-2298.
At First Aid Insurance of Arnold, their independent agents can offer their customers choices that can save you money. They're so excited for these young athletes and are happy to see them continue to play hard. Call Becky or Pat at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First Aid Insurance of Arnold. Proud to support their local athletes by sponsoring this broadcast.
When it comes to anything having to do with water well service or drilling, the folks at Downey Drilling in Lexington, Kearney, and Garden City can handle it. In fact, I think they even cook and make all their own clothes. Irrigation, domestic, municipal wells, you name it, Downey Drilling can do it. They're licensed in 8 states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Colorado, Iowa, Wyoming, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not only can Downey Drilling do about anything, they can do it about anywhere. Find them online at DowneyDrilling.com. Downey Drilling, a tradition of excellence.
Crash, boom, bang. All sounds you never want to hear coming from your vehicle. A1 Auto Repair in Arnold is prepared to fix or prevent those sounds. If you're in need of auto and light truck service and repair, give Josh a call, 848-2542. That's 848-2542. It all starts with diagnosing the problem and working to get you back on the road quickly with a vehicle you can depend on. A1 Auto Service in Arnold, proud sponsors of this broadcast and high school sports.
May our wide open spaces bring us closer together. May the good life always set us apart. May we be known for the Great Plains, great steaks, but most of all, great people. It's what makes us Nebraska, and what makes Pinnacle Bank proud to be a part of your community. Because we're not just a bank in Nebraska, we're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
And we welcome you back to Mullen High School, the host site of the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament Championship Saturday. There are other tournament matches actually going on today. The consolation bracket was being played out in Brady today. Again, we want to say thanks to all of our wonderful businesses who are sponsoring our broadcast today. Also, big shout out to Viero Wireless. They have kind of teamed with us here at KCNI KBBN to do our video streaming that we're presenting to you today and other streaming that we hope to be doing in the future, helping to be made possible by our friendly partnership now with Viero Wireless. Here is the serve by Mayo Waverka as we start set number 4. Cooksley at the net, able to bump it over. Free ball for South Loop. Ross going to take a swing. Played in the back row by Myers. Bartok sets it behind for Shaylin Safranek, who delivers with the kill. We play in the 4th. South Loop a 2-1 advantage as Shaylin Safranek will serve it. Bumped up in the air by Waverka. Tickle, the middle attack, blocked back. Kept alive, though, by Tickle in the front row. Now it's Lively with a swing. That one returned up toward the net. Tickle trying to send it down, and she does as she takes advantage of the overpass opportunity.
Really a veteran move there by Tickle. Sometimes when that overpass comes in, players will just try to take as big a swing as they can. That time, she goes straight up, waits, and then just deflects it straight down.
Lively the serve. They sent it for Bartok this time, and she takes it cross court for the kill.
Very excited for that kill was Carly. Teammates as well.
2-1, AM in the 4th. Serve on the way. Johnson on the receive. They'll back set it for Tickle. Big swing and the kill as she puts it on the line. Schwarz in as she goes to the service line. Badgley comes in to play the front. Bailey Schwarz serving for South Loop. Here is the set for Bartok. Punches it over with the right hand. Kind of ricochets around and falls to the floor as AM picks up the point.
Wasn't the hardest swing in the world, but it had a lot of spin to it. Just a little bit of that roll shot, and one of the more higher rotation roll shots we've seen.
Chandler the serve, and that goes into the net. So we're tied at 3 in the 4th. This is the 3rd place consolation match of the MNAC tournament. You're listening to it on KBBN Radio. Coming up after this, the championship, which will feature Twin Loop and Mullen. Served by Lauren Johnson of South Loop. Bartok will set it for Hadley Safranek, blocked back. Laney, Badgley, maybe a little help from Waverka as well. And South Loop on the block takes the lead at 4-3. The serve by Johnson. Bartok sets it for Jaco into the net, and the point goes to South Loop.
Start to wonder about fatigue right about now. Both of these teams have played 5 sets, looking a little bit tired right now.
Johnson will send it toward the back row, and it's going to sail just a little bit long. Yeah, I don't know about the girls, but I guarantee you this announcer is starting to feel fatigue. We've called a few matches here in the last few days. Here's a serve on the way by Cantrell. Chasing after it is Waverka, but she won't catch up to it. It's going to fall to the floor, and we're tied at 5 in the 4th.
Kind of felt like this part of the season snuck up on us a little bit. All of a sudden, it's a very loaded sports schedule.
Cantrell on the serve, and that's going to be an ace. South Loop not able to return. Well, I mean, let's face it, the season's just been, I don't even know the word to describe it, but unlike any other, you know, with the COVID-19 affecting us all, it has been a different year for sure, but the competition continues to be at an extremely high level, and we feel that today as Anselmo Myrna is going to win that point. A lift was called against South Loop. So AM needing this set to stay alive in the match. They lead 7-5 in the 4th. This one bumped up in the air by Badgley, returned by Lively. Free ball opportunity for AM. Shaylin Safranek from her feet sends it across, punched up and over by Badgley. Downing there to cover. Now Jaco, middle attack, block back. Kept alive by Jaco in the front row. Hadley Safranek tips it over the block and finds the floor.
Bailey Schwartz took that shot off with the shoulder. Somehow is almost a perfect pass right to Badgley.
Cantrell sends it across. Waverka will bump it up in the air. Bubak sets it over. Free ball AM. Cantrell back set. Shaylin Safranek tips it over the block. Dug out nicely by Johnson, but the return's going to go wide and out. And AM leads 9-5 in the 4th. Grace Cantrell at the service line, sends it across. Johnson on the receive. Waverka, quick set across. Chasing is Myers up into the net, and AM will not be able to return.
Good spot. Really was no one over there. Myers just had to chase and dive for it, but just a really good spot out of the reach of everyone.
Bubak at the service line, and that one sails long. Service error. And AM goes up 10-6. Hadley Safranek with the serve. Chasing is South Loop. They get it returned, though. Now scrambling is Anselmo Myrna, sent back by Cooksley, and it's going to find the floor. 11-6, Anselmo Myrna. South Loop leading 2-1, but trailing now in the 4th. 11-6 to Anselmo Myrna. Scrambling again is South Loop, and they will get it sent back on the 3rd. Free ball, AM. Cantrell sets middle for Jaco. The swing and the kill. And a timeout taken. South Loop calls time. 12-6 the score. AM leading in the 4th.
Lane Chesley and his crew at Design Homes of Callaway are proud to help bring you this sports broadcast. Design Homes can help you with remodeling or any commercial or residential building construction. Just call Lane at 308-991-0870 to get started. Don't let that awesome project you have on your mind be a point of stress. Call Design Homes, proud sponsors of this sports broadcast.
Ready or not, here comes the nasty weather we despise in central Nebraska, featuring our friends snow, sleet, and ice. Not sure if your vehicle is up to the task? Be sure that it is by getting a great four-wheel drive ride at Muddy Creek Auto in Broken Bow. They have a great selection for you to check out before the snow flies. Don't get stuck walking in the cold and snow or having someone rescue you. Get a rig that could do the rescuing. Talk to the helpful staff at Muddy Creek Auto and get a dependable used 4x4 for a price that works for you.
After the timeout, AM with the serve. Hadley Safranek, it just caught the top part of the net and would not go over the top. Service error, South Loop now serving as Ava Pandorf back into the match, and she'll go to the service line. Pandorf serving. That one dug out by Hadley Safranek. Jaco with the return, diving after it. Johnson to keep it in play. Lively going to get a swing, and that's a kill. And Summerman 12, South Loop 8 here in the fourth. Ava Pandorf the serve. Cantrell back set. Jaco into the net. And now South Loop, responding well after the timeout, has come to within 3.
Ball just a little bit low. Jaco tried to make really something out of nothing on that one. Just too low to handle.
Pandorf the serve. Pass up into the net. Overpass, and Kaylin Lively jumps up and slams it down. South Loop to within 2 now. Pandorf ready to serve again. Sends it across. Overpass. Look out. Lively again trying to put it down, but AM somehow got it back on the third. Waverka sets Tickle in the middle. Big swing, and the kill from Shayla Tickle as South Loop now has a chance to tie it up in the fourth, and a timeout. And Summerna, you're listening to the MNAC tournament on KBBN.
Consolidated Companies is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated super-fast broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
Central Nebraska Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Rainkey products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Rainkey. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Rainkey, more right than rain.
After the timeout, and Summerna able to collect the point, and the Coyotes now lead 13-11 as we play here in this fourth set. Again, South Loop leading 2-1. Here is the serve by Myers. Pass up into the net. Set over, though, by Waverka on a nice play. Cooksley sends it back on the third. Free ball, South Loop. Waverka sets it up for Lively, who gets a swing off the block, covered in the back row by Kirsten Myers, and a quick set across by Cantrell. Now Lively, another swing back the other way, punched up in the air by Cantrell. Set back by Shaylin Safranek, there to cover Johnson. Tipped over by Waverka, and it will find the floor as South Loop is back to within a point.
Good job of being aware where that ball was. It was too far for her really to, do anything crazy with it, but just able to locate it on that far side. Good spot.
Waverka with the serve. And the pass goes up into the net area. AM not able to return. And now South Loop has come back after trailing most of this set. They have tied it up and now have a chance to take the lead. Waverka with the serve. Shaylin Safranek to Chandler. The swing off the block and good. And AM takes the lead back. Bartok back into the match at the service line. Shaylin Safranek. Safranek tosses it in the air, and the serve is in play. Tickle on the receive. They'll back set it for Lively. The attack sails long and out. Point AM, and the Coyotes lead by 2. Safranek serving. Tickle on the receive. Waverka will set middle for Shayla Tickle. Off the block, but covered in the back by Kirsten Myers. The set up in toward the net. AM not able to return, and the point will go to South Loop. Kaylin Lively Sends it across. Shaylin Safranek will set it for Bartok. Bartok a good swing, but played in the back row by Pandor. Now Bubak a swing. That one played by Safranek. It's Cooksley now, taking it off the block, and she collects the kill as AM goes back up by 2.
Seeing Chandler and Cooksley do that, finding the edge of those hands and just being able to tool it out of bounds. Good swings.
Served by Cooksley. Tickle sets it toward the front. Setting it back is Bubak. Pinning it at the net was Chandler. AM keeps it alive. Safranek a swing, but it's sent back on one. Now Shaylin will set it up middle for Chandler. Hadley, Safranek, and Jade Chandler both went up for the attack. Just really weren't sure which one was going to take charge of it. And the attacking error goes into the net as South Loop will have another opportunity to tie this thing up here now in the fourth. Shaylin Safranek, quick set across. Covered, though, by Lively. Now the setup for Bubak. The swing and the kill. And South Loop again has tied it up here in the fourth. Bailey Schwartz at the service line. Bailey sends it deep, played at the last second by Myers, and AM will not be able to return. Boy, that's just, you just have such a quick decision you got to make because you're not sure if it's going to be out. They played it at the last second, the miss hit, and South Loop has taken the lead now. Jade Chandler with a swing, rolls it over the top of the block attempt. Waverka sets it for Bubak. Bubak sets it over. Free ball now for AM. Shaylin Safranek sets it for Hadley. Hadley sets it over the block, but covered by Badgley. In the middle, Badgley with the attack, and she puts it on the line as South Loop now leads by 2. South Loop trying to close it out in the fourth, and Selma Myrna trying to force a fifth. Here's a serve by Bailey Schwartz. Shaylin Safranek sets it middle for Chandler. Blocked back by Lainey Badgley.
That was going to be a tough ask for her to try to block an absolutely perfect set, but she got those hands pushed all the way across. Good job.
And now the serve by Schwartz goes into the net. Point AM. South Loop 19 and Selma Myrna 17. Jade Chandler will come out of the match. Emily Bartok, 5'6" senior, is going to go to the service line. And Emily will put it in play. Waverka sets it middle. Bubak pinned up at the net but kept alive by Jaco. Now Hadley Safranek rolls it over, digging it out. Lively, Bubak, another swing coming, block back again. Badgley sets it up in the air. Bubak over, downing into the net. Over by Safranek, sent back by Badgley, kept alive by Bartok. The return by Safranek, and it's on South Loop side again. Waverka, Badgley middle, the swing dug out by Downing, tipped over, and then sent back by Badgley, returned by Downing on an amazing play. Bubak will set it over, and she finds the floor. Wow, what a point.
Great rally. A lot of good swings too. It wasn't just a bunch of, scramble type of plays, but some good swings and some great digs by both sides.
South Loop 20 and Selma Myrna 17. We play in the fourth. Here's the serve by Johnson. Bartok will set it for Safranek, and Hadley hits it into the net. And now all of a sudden, South Loop is closing in on the match. Serve by Johnson. Bartok, back set. Jaco goes with the right hand. Oh, and then she just couldn't control her momentum. It takes her across the center line. So AM will be called for being in the net. Point South Loop, and now the Bobcats are 3 away from closing out the match.
She tried everything she could, just couldn't quite get there.
Timeout on the court. Back after this.
It's official. Keno has arrived at Shotgun Annie's in Callaway. Time to try your luck. Shotgun Annie's is open at 11 Tuesdays through Sundays, just closed on Mondays. Thursdays is Taco Thursdays, and on Sunday, of course, it's Fun Day. Can't dine in? Don't worry. Delicious Shotgun Annie's takeout pizzas are amazing. You know what Shotgun Annie's also is? A great place to work. Candace needs your help as a server or kitchen assistant. Shotgun Annie's in Callaway hopes to see you soon.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
All right, out of the timeout in the middle of the point. Here's a swing by Jaco, block back. Waverka was there this time. And now South Loop needs just 2 points to win the match. Again, this is the third-place consolation match of the MNAC tournament. Championship will be coming up. Served by Johnson, returned on one hit by Downing. The setup for Bubach, the swing, and it falls to the floor. And it's match point coming up for South Loop. Bobcats won sets 1 and 3, trying to close it out in the fourth, but they won't do it on that serve as the serve sails long and out and will play at least another point. Grace Cantrell back into the match as Carly Bartok will come out. Cantrell ready to serve it. Serve on the way. Waverka will back set it for Bubach, the swing, and there is the match. So South Loop will take third here at this Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament in 2020 as they close it out in the fourth set, winning 25-18. Back after this.
Milwaukee Tools have led the industry in both durability and performance with a focus on providing innovative trade-specific solutions. You can get your Milwaukee Tools at Mills Hardware in Arnold, your top Milwaukee dealer in the area, offering over 72 feet of Milwaukee tools and accessories. Serving the area for over the last 23 years, open 8 to 6 Monday to Saturday, Mills Hardware in Arnold.
Sievers Angus, Ty, Tabby, Tate, and Tilden Sievers wish the Anselmo Myrna student athletes and coaches the best during this sports season. They'll be cheering on the Coyotes. Hey, feel free to contact Sievers Angus for your private treaty heifer and your Angus seed stock needs. For more information, visit SieversAngus.com. Success is born out of faith, an undying passion, and a relentless drive. Proud to sponsor this broadcast, Sievers Angus. Go Coyotes!
Week in and week out, the Callaway Market prides themselves on offering their customers some awesome deals. The Good Buys program is what keeps prices low for you. When it comes to beef, all of their steaks and roasts are age-certified Angus, only the tastiest. Plus, for hunting season, they have the seasonings you need to make delicious jerky. Quality meat, bountiful, and beautiful produce at the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 until 5.
At Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway, you'll often see them sporting their South Loop Bobcat Blue because they love to support their team. Student athletes work hard both academically and in sports, and Progressive Fertilizer is proud to support their dedication by helping bring you this sports broadcast on the radio. Wishing the team the best of luck and saying, Go Bobcats! Progressive Fertilizer in Callaway.
Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway is staffed by Health Mart pharmacists who have a personal commitment to their communities and is locally owned. They invite you to discover the quality of Health Mart brand products. They offer all of the quality of the leading advertised brands, yet at a fraction of the cost. From pain relievers and aspirin to allergy formulas and even vitamin supplements, you're sure to find just what you need at Seven Valleys Health Mart in Callaway. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
This is for the Anselmo Myrna community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselmo Myrna Coyotes.
Golden Harvest Seed Advisors help farmers focus on the things they can control, like corn trait seed that works best in their fields. A winning strategy starts with Golden Harvest corn that contains genetics with the most above and below ground insect protection available today. Golden Harvest corn with AgriSure Duracade trait technology for corn rootworm provides protection with a unique mode of action.
Contact Brandon Miller of Myrna to find your local Golden Harvest Seed Advisor.
Are you trying to figure out how to make a profit farming this year? Then it's time to put up some grain bins for storage and maybe a new dryer too. Now's the time to get things moving. Sukup Manufacturing Company has great prices on the most innovative grain bins, dryers, and accessories. Call Rich Runlet with Rain Dance Repair today and start planning for a new Sukup grain dryer or Sukup grain bin setup. Call Rich at 308-870-4455 today.
And we come back to Mullen High School. Well, the third place consolation match has just gone final. And South Loop will take home the third place trophy as the Bobcats hold off Anselmo Myrna 3-1. The score is going 25-15, 20-25, 25-20, and 25-18 in favor of South Loop. So the Bobcats win the third place consolation match, and that means it's just about time for the finale. The championship match is coming up next. Your participants will be Mullen and Twin Loop, and we'll come back and get you ready for it after these words.
Serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
Power. It's what you want when hauling the family or the load on a trailer. Right now during Ram Power Days, it's right in the name. Sandhills Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram invites you to discover the power of a new Ram truck. Versatile as ever with the power you need and the comfortable driving you love as a bonus. Let the helpful staff at Sandhills Motors find a ride that fits your needs perfectly during Ram Power Days. Sandhills Motors in Arnold.
Redfern Electric is based in Callaway, but they provide electrical service to all of Central Nebraska. Ed Lashley is seeking hard-working candidates who are dependable and reliable. Whether you're just getting started at the entry level or you're an experienced electrician, he needs your help, and he's willing to train you. Redfern Electric offers health benefits, plus vacation and holiday pay. Competitive wages and company pickups also await you. Call Ed at 402-641-2782 or email redfernelectric@yahoo.com for more information on this great opportunity.
Stomach rumbling? If you're in the Anselmo area, you're in luck. If not, turn toward Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo. There's always something cooking, and specials change almost every day. Be sure to keep up with them on Facebook to see what specials are ahead and what's hitting the grill. Reserve ahead by messaging them on Facebook or call 749-2552. Enjoy the broadcast. Brought to you in part by Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo.
And again, we welcome you back to Mullen, Nebraska, side of Championship Saturday for the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. It's time for our final match of the day. It'll be for the championship, as the top seed Mullen Lady Broncos will take on the number 3 seed Twin Loop Lady Wolves. And radio coverage of today's match is being brought to you by Sandhills Golf Club, Sandhills Natural Water, Twin Loop Boosters. Also brought to you by the Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Trotter Service, Custer Federal State Bank, Rod's Body and Paint, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, Brent Custer, your local agent, A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, Squire Septic Service, Arrow Seed, Team Physical Therapy, and Agland ATV. Also being brought to you today by 4 County Heating and Air. Owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. Make sure your heater is ready for the cold weather coming. Call 4 County Heating and Air in Broken Bow, 872-2258. We'll come back and start getting you ready for our championship match after this.
Order of this radio broadcast and salutes every second of hard work that these players put into preparing for each game. Sandhills Golf Club is home to a one-of-a-kind golfing experience in North America, featuring the beautiful Sandhills, a quiet atmosphere, and a challenging yet enjoyable course. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Sandhills Golf Club, proud supporters of Central Nebraska High School sports action.
Did you know the best of the best bottled water is available to you from Wright in Nebraska? That's right. Sandhills Natural Water gets their natural, pure water from the heart of the Ogallala Aquifer, right under your feet. They're proud to supply bottled water right out of Mullen. The next time you're parched, quench your thirst with Sandhills Natural Water from Mullen. They're cheering on the Mullen Broncos and are happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Radio coverage of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Team Physical Therapy, Louie's Body Shop, Sargent Corner Market, Sargent Packing LLC, Slagle Angus, Kristen Slagle, Craig and Diane Van Gura, Taylor Storage, Agland ATV, Central Nebraska Electric Incorporated, Clark and Lori Hervert, Schaefer Petroleum Products, Bill and Vicki Hart, Sheets Irrigation, Jerry and Shelley Sheets. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters.
All right, we welcome you back to Mullen, Nebraska, getting ready for the championship match of this MNAC tournament. Well, throughout this entire day, we have been bringing you a special video stream of all of today's matches from the Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament. Of course, due to COVID restrictions, fans not allowed to watch the action here today. So we hope that you have enjoyed what, well, hopefully is the next best thing anyway, and that is to view it on your computer, or I know many people streaming it on their television. And so we appreciate you doing that, and we hope that you've been able to enjoy it. I know that it certainly does not take the place of being here, but we hope you have been able to enjoy it and at least be able to see some of the action that has been taking place today. And we want to say a big thank you to all of the businesses who are making that possible for us today. And we want to give one final shout out to them here this afternoon. So let's run through the list. And our special sponsors of the video streaming today are Mackey's Grocery, Team Physical Therapy, Sandhills Golf Club, Chapin's Furniture, Geared for Sports, Custer Electric and Irrigation, Sandhills Family Medicine, Design Homes, Bruning Bank, Four County Heating and Air, the Garden Center, Central Nebraska Electric, Tumbleweed Cafe, BD, Agland ATV, Lines Appliance, Kristen Electric, Sargent Irrigation, First State Insurance of Arnold, Foo Bar and Grill in Anselmo, Shelter Insurance, Twin Loop Booster Club, Brandon Miller, Golden Harvest, Sandhills Motors, Consolidated, Mills Hardware, Dairy Queen in Broken Bow, Muddy Creek Auto, Rod's Body and Paint, Kirkpatrick Cleaning Solutions, Gateway Motors, Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Thrivent Financial, Scott Harvey, Culligan, Sargent Corner Market, Trotters Woe and Go, Mead Lumber, Palmer Monument, Myers Construction, The Secret Garden, Dewey's Implement and Welding, Triple Bless Boutique, Eggleston Oil, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency of Callaway, the Callaway District Hospital, Agribest Feeds in Callaway, Govier Brothers, and Seavers Angus. A big thanks to all of you for making this special video presentation of today's Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Tournament possible. All right, well, hey, it's time to start talking about the championship match, and we will do that after you hear this.
Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed, and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Our staff at the Grocery Cart is proud to help bring you this sports broadcast featuring some amazing student athletes. At the Grocery Cart, we turn on the lights and unlock our doors every day, ready to serve you with a smile and helpfulness unmatched. We work hard to offer you great prices. Visit us online at thegkbrokenbow.com or 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. at the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow.
the very best. Go see Trotter, where you'll always get more for your dollar. We're your little friendly store, and we're right next door. That's what we're here for. Go see Trotter.
Trotter Service is your #1 partner in keeping your operation running smoothly. Whether you need a new battery, brakes, an alignment, or any other repair, they have a specialist that'll get it done right. Can't get away from the farm or ranch? They offer bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire truck service too. Proud to work with the farmers and ranchers of the area. Trotter's Tire Pros. West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
Back to Mullen High School. Well, for those of you who have been enjoying our video streaming, we're going to have to break away for just a second. Because of time constraints, you can only stream for so long on Facebook. And, well, we started before 10 o'clock this morning, so we're like working on 6 hours of volleyball streaming here for you from Mullen. So for those of you watching us on Facebook Live, we are going to end our stream and then reconnect it and restart it, because the thing that we would feel worse about is the fact that if this were to be a tight, close match, which we expect it to be, if it goes kind of long, we would hate for the stream to end in the middle of what would be a very important point or something, or an important part of the match. So we are going to end our video stream and then reconnect it. So those of you watching us on Facebook Live, just bear with us. We're going to be off for a moment, but then we'll reconnect and you'll be able to reestablish your connection with our video feed. All right, we'll get you ready for the championship match.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details. A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. So much more than lawn mowing. It's complete lawn and landscaping care so your space looks beautiful. Right now is the perfect time to have sod put down or to have your lawn seeded. Want your lawn to look beautiful next year? Fall fertilizing will help. And don't forget the 5-step fertilizer program, a step-by-step process applied by the pros at A to Z. Talk to them about sprinkler systems too. An investment to save money in the long run while adding value to your home, all while effectively watering your lawn. A to Z is always looking for great team members too. A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping, based in Broken Bow.
All right, Brent Apperson and Gavin Higgins back with you here at Mullen High School, side of the 2020 MNAC Tournament Championships. And we have made it to the final match of the tournament. This one's for the title. Advancing through the bracket, the top seed, Mullen Lady Broncos, and the number 3 seed, Twin Loop Lady Wolves. They will battle for the title coming up shortly. All right, I think we've reconnected on Facebook and our media platforms that you're able to access our video streaming on. And we're back on the radio as we've been all day today, KBBN 95.3 FM and KBBN.com. As you've been listening to our broadcast and viewing our streaming on the web, you can see that we have just had tremendous business support, as we always do, for coverage of this tournament. And it has certainly been our pleasure to be here with you all day, and I mean all day, here in Mullen. And now we conclude it with the match that we've all been waiting for, the title match, Twin Loop and Mullen. And as we think about the way these two teams got to this point, Gavin, they kind of breezed through their opening round matches. Twin Loop was a straight set winner on Thursday over Brady, and then Mullen was able to win in straight sets over Sandhills Thetford. But in the semifinals, both had to go the distance to make their way through the bracket. Mullen pushed by the number 5 seed Anselmo Myrna earlier today. It went 5 sets. Mullen prevailing in the 5th, 15-9. And then maybe probably the best match of the day so far certainly was the second semifinal, where Twin Loop and South Loop, again, they go 5 sets. And the 5th set, man, It was just back and forth, big hitting by both South Loop and Twin Loop, and ultimately the Wolves were able to close it out in the fifth, 16-14. It should set up what will be an exciting championship match.
Yeah, lots of hard hitting continues into this championship match. When we saw Twin Loop, you know, they were down a couple of instances, but tell you what, this is a team that just never gives up. And we were talking off air. Last year we had the opportunity to cover them as they moved into their sub-districts, and this is almost a carbon copy of what happened last year. About the same record. They were kind of catching their stride as a team really late in the season, and they really, you know, made people nervous as they took it into that district final. I know that you stopped by that game on your way back, I believe, from a Broken Bow game, and stopped to check it out. And, you know, they were taking the top seed right to the wire, and it feels like that's a very similar team, which is going to be here on the court tonight. And Mullen, they're so talented all the way around the board. Of course, you have Samantha Moore in the middle, able to hit that slide. You have Kylie Licking on the left side, likes to hit that cross court. And then you've got great blocking up front with McCauley and really about anyone on that line, just so tall. So this is shaping up to be a great match and should be great from start to finish.
Well, Gavin will have the call of it for you coming up. We'll take one more timeout. When we come back, Gavin will set up your starters. He'll get the lineups ready, and then he'll call it. The championship match, Twin Loop and Mullen, coming up next.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units, too. Squire Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Been scouting for that trophy buck? AeroSeed has game cameras to do the job for you. Moultrie's white flash trail cameras are the perfect scouting tool for hunters and wildlife watchers. There's one for every need and budget. With 30 years of experience, Moultrie is known for its products that are reliable, durable, top-performing, and affordable. Also available at AeroSeed are supplements and gravity feeders to promote health and antler growth. Stop into AeroSeed in Broken Bow to learn more about game cameras and supplements to enhance your wildlife experiences.
Are you having a hard time getting moving after your surgery? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. If you have recently undergone surgery to your knee, hip, shoulder, back, or wrist, or having trouble doing the things you love, call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. With our highly trained staff in orthopedic rehabilitation, we are committed to getting you moving again. Call us at any of our locations close to you or check us out at myteampt.com. 872-5111.
It's championship time here on KBBN as well as online. Of course, we're streaming live on sandalsexpress.com, on our Facebook page. English words sometimes struggle here. On Twitter and on YouTube. So you can check those out. We will have a great match. If anything has led us to believe it will be a great match, it has been everything prior. A 5-set match, Mullen against Anselmo Myrna. 5 sets, South Loop, Twin Loop. 4 sets the game before. And now it is time for the championship match between Mullen, the 1 seed, and Twin Loop coming in as the 3 seed, I believe. That is correct according to the one and only Brent Apperson. And we are underway. Shaylee Oxford will serve for Twin Loop. Kylie Licking with the swing, and she will earn herself a kill. Starting lineups look like this. We'll start with Twin Loop. Tara Horkey, she is coming in as the libero. Elsie Otten is number 5. Alexis Mahler, Emma Hart, Catherine Folkers, Andrea Maldonado, Cassidy Grint, and Shaylee Oxford. Those are the starters for Twin Loop. We'll take a look at Mullen's starters after the serve from Licking. This will be right at the back row. Hart picks it up, gets to Maldonado. Right at the 10-foot line is Folkers with the swing. They'll go over to Mullen. Moore right in the middle, and that'll be a kill for Moore. 2-0 lead, Mullen. Lineup looks like this for the Broncos. Allie Lawhorn, Hannah Marshall, Kylie Licking, Taylor Sabota, Samantha Moore, Brooke McCauley, and the libero wearing 33 is Lindy Coble. Licking with her team up 2-0, looking for that back line, and that'll be an ace. Hart unable to control the serve from Licking. And Mullen, first serve about 2 minutes ago, so about 3:50. They haven't played since 10 o'clock this morning. It's been a while. Serve comes across. Maldonado, big swing down the line. She's going to find the middle of the floor on the backside, and that breaks the goose egg on the board for Twin Loop. 3-1 here in the championship match. Coming into the game is Shelby Keith. She'll head back to serve for the Wolves. Serve comes across. Looking on the far side for Marshall. Big swing into the block, knocked back, and then Hart's going to get a good swing. They'll go back over to Otten. They're going to go near side to Maldonado. Off the block again. Stays on Twin Loop side. Hart in the middle, touches over the block. Marshall with a diving save. Coble able to get it over to Moore. Big swing looking for the back row. Good job getting up in the air was Horking. Maldonado with the swing down the line off the deflection from Sabota and to the floor.
Tremendous point. Good tight blocking up at the net by Mullen, but Twin Loop was able to stay with it. And then it was an attack by Maldonado that just had a little left off of it that ended up getting to the floor.
Ball goes over on the Twin Loop side after the touch. They're going to go to Maldonado into the block, and it will fall onto Twin Loop side. The block here early, and it is strong for Mullen. Allie Lawhorn will serve for the Broncos. The lefty puts her hand into it, goes after Horky. Otten gets it to Maldonado in the middle. Coble able to pick that one up. Moore with a swing on the second, punched up in the air. Twin Loop will hold. Sent over on the second by Otten. Big swing out of the back row from Licking. Picked up, though, by Horky. They're going to go near side to Maldonado. Big swing down the line, and that'll be a kill from Maldonado. 4-3 in favor of the Broncos. Otten to serve. Comes across. Overpass is going to go right over, but we're going to have a net violation as Maldonado and Hart right there together. One of them clips the net, and the point goes to Mullen. 5-3 here in the first. Service from Moore. Hart gets it over to Otten. They're going to go back set to Maldonado off the block. Still alive. Now it finds the floor. And 6-3 lead in favor of Mullen. Samantha Moore with the running start as that one will go into the net. Point Twin Loop. Four County Heating and Air owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. Make sure your heater is ready for the cold weather coming. Call 4 County Heating and Air in Broken Bow, 872-2258. Sabota sends it over on the third, punched up in the air by Twin Loop. Then will be a roll shot coming from Hart, and then just kind of a silly error there from Sabota as she was turning around. Just kind of clips it with her hand. And on the air, the point goes to Twin Loop. Serve comes across from Horky. Picked up as Lawhorn is going to try to get it over to Marshall. It'll be close to the line, and it falls on the line. Point Broncos. 7-5 here in the first. Hannah Marshall, 5'7" senior, puts her hand into it. Horky picks it up, gets it to Otten. It'll be a back set over to Hart. Big swing in the middle, picked up by Moore. Good job by Sabota to help cover that one. Licking with a roll shot over the top. Horky able to get there. Nice little jump set out, trying to dodge her teammate, does Otten. Big swing coming on the near side from Oxford. Sent over on the third by Mullen. Twin Loop trying to get something going in the middle with Hart. Into the block. Punched over again on the first. Mullen will control. This will be an overpass right to Hart. She's going to get a good swing at it. Get a lift, I believe. Probably should have been a lift. Nonetheless, it falls on Mullen's side, and the point will go to Twin Loop.
Well, already we've seen some long contested points between the two, and that just shows you how closely talented these two teams are to one another.
Hannah Marshall will come out of the game as Jordan McDowell will come in. 5'9" junior, as that serve will be long by Hart. Taylor Sabota will head back to serve for the Broncos. Mullen leading 8-6 here in the first set of the championship match. Hart punches it up in the air, and a little bit of miscommunication as the ball falls to the floor. Point Mullen. Kayla Sabota puts her hand into it. Hart picks this one up, gets it to Ott. They're going to go in the middle to Folkers. Moore gets it up in the air. McDowell chasing, and they will not be able to return it, as the point will go to the Wolves of Twin Loop. 9-7 here in the first set. Both teams required to go the distance in the semifinal matches, as Gint's serve will come across. Far side set going to Kylie Licking. Big swing off the top of the block, as having to chase as Otten, and then will go into the net. Point Broncos. 10-7 in favor of Mullen. Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Volleyball Championship. Wendy Coble to serve. This one comes across. Diving save. Great save there from Mahler, and then unable to control it was Twin Loop. It'll go out of bounds. 11-7 now the score. Coble to serve. Ball comes across. Hart takes a shot at it. Mahler chases down. It's going to be a heck of a save. Unable to save it, though, was Otten. Falls to the floor. Point Mullen. A little bit out of sync right now are the Wolves. Coble spins it and sends it across. Mahler able to pick this one up. Otten sets it behind Oxford. And that'll fall to the floor, as we'll have a timeout on the floor. 13-7, Mullen leads here in the championship match.
Pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424. Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow. 872-3424. The Sandhills Golf Club is a proud supporter of this radio broadcast and salutes every second of hard work that these players put into preparing for each game. Sandhills Golf Club is home to a one-of-a-kind golfing experience in North America, featuring the beautiful Sandhills, a quiet atmosphere, and a challenging yet enjoyable course. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Sandhills Golf Club, proud supporters of Central Nebraska High School sports action.
13-7 in favor of Mullen. Coble still serving for Mullen. Horky gets this one up in the air over to Otten. Near side to Oxford, and she'll get a swing down the line and earns herself a kill.
Well, is it just me, or the teams coming out of timeouts? What teams have really responded to coaches coming out of timeouts. We've seen a lot of teams be down, and then coming out of a timeout, they run off a couple of points like we see right here and kind of get themselves right back into the set.
Oxford's serve tips the tape, rolls over the top, and falls to the floor for the ace. 13-9. Twin Loop trying to fight back into this one. They're going to get it over on the far side to Moore off the top of the block. Having to chase the Twin Loop. They will not be able to get there in time. Point Mullen. Kylie Licking will head back to serve as Hannah Marshall comes back into the match. Licking with the jump serve, a little bit of a knuckleball. This one will be overpassed onto Mullen's side. Having to chase are the Broncos, but it goes right to Moore in the middle. Blocked back by Folkers. Good block, as that will earn Twin Loop a point. Is now within 4. Serve coming across from Keith. Back set to Moore, and then it goes off the block and out of bounds. Point Mullen, they love that slide to Moore, and her ability to jump up in the air definitely gives her a big advantage. 15-10 here in the first. Serve coming across from Lawhorn, as then that one will be out of bounds as Mahler hit the floor, and everyone kind of stopped for a moment to check on her, but she's up and at him and ready to roll. 16-10 in favor of Mullen. Lawhorn's serve comes across. Worth picks it up. Knocked up in the air by Otten. And they'll be sent across by Horkey. Mullen trying to get in their offensive set. Moore switches hands to the left hand, knocks it across. Maldonado off the top of the block from Marshall, and it will go underneath the net. Point, Twin Loop. Cassidy Grant comes back into the game. She'll be in the front row. Otten to serve. Comes across. Lawhorn gets it over to Svoboda, and then that will be into the net and down on Mullen's side.
Another good tight block at the net for Twin Loop. Hart and Grint combining on that one.
Otten sends it across, looking, gets her hands on that one, punches it up in the air. Coble gets it to Lawhorn, who'll send it across on the third. Otten looks at her offense. We'll get it to Grint. Big swing from the freshman, and she finds the floor. 3-point lead now for Mullen. Grint has absolutely came to play here in this one. Overpass goes over to Maldonado, and some miscommunication between Maldonado and Keith. It falls to the floor. Point Mullen. They lead 17-13. Samantha Moore to serve. Hart picks it up, gets to Otten, goes near side to Grant. Big swing from the freshman. Punched up in the air. It'll be over a pass, and then Hart mistimed her jump by just a bit. Couldn't quite get it over. Point Mullen, 18-13. Moore with a handful of dribbles and sends it across. Hart picks it up. It's to Otten. Otten to Grant. Grant touches it over the block. Diving save by Marshall. It'll send it over by Lawhorn. Twin Loop. Back set to Hart. Big swing. She'll find the far sideline. Point Wolves. They'll cut into the lead and make it 4. Tara Horkey will head back to serve for Twin Loop. Slaps the ball, and now it comes across. Lawhorn goes near side to Marshall. Into the block, sent back. Moore punches it up. Licking able to get to it on the second. Moore will send it over on the third. Keith getting it over to Otten. Now a big swing coming from Oxford. Licking punches it up in the air. Lawhorn over to Marshall, far side, cross court. Good pickup by Keith, but it will carry just out of bounds over the net. Point Mullen. Five-point lead for Mullen here in the first set of the championship match. Horkey gets it to Otten. Big swing coming from Hart, and she'll find the floor. Good swing from Emma. She'll earn herself a kill and will head back to serve. McDowell will come into the game as Marshall will take a seat. Ball now makes its way over to Hart. 19-15, Twin Loop continuing to fight in this one. McDowell's cover goes into the net, sent back onto Mullen's side, and now a big swing from Licking. She'll get another kill, 5-point lead. Svoboda will head back to serve for Mullen. 5 points away from taking the first set of this championship match. Grant gets it to Otten, and then we'll have probably a double hit called. They are going to call a lift. Nonetheless, point over to Mullen, 6-point lead for the Broncos. Marshall sends it across. Grant tries to get it up in the air, cannot do so, and that'll be an ace for Svoboda, 22-15. Svoboda's serve this time goes into the net, and on the service error, 22-16. Twin Loop needing to get some rally scoring put together here. Need a big rally to close that gap. Cassidy Grant will serve. Toe touch, comes over. Punched up in the air. Good save as McDowell's swing will go outside of the stanchion, and that'll be a point Twin Loop. Grant. Serve comes across, looking for the corner. Moore punches it up in the air. McDowell able to get it over to Lawhorn, and the third hit the net and somehow crawls over. Point Mullen now 2 points away from taking the first. Mahler comes back into the match as Grant will take a seat. Randy Coble will serve for Mullen. Coble puts her hand into it. Mahler punches it up in the air. Otten chases, gets it over to Falker's near side. And Falker's unable to get that one over top into the net and to the floor. Set point Mullen, 24-17 here in the first. Coble's serve comes across, and that'll be an ace. And Mullen takes the first set in this championship match, 25-17. We'll take a quick timeout and be back after this.
Did you know the best of the best bottled water is available to you from Wright in Nebraska? That's right. Sandhills Natural Water gets their natural, pure water from the heart of the Ogallala Aquifer, right under your feet. They're proud to supply bottled water right out of Mullen. The next time you're parched, quench your thirst with Sandhills Natural Water from Mullen. They're cheering on the Mullen Broncos and are happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Radio coverage of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Hilltop Ranch, Greg, Jody, Terry, and Luke Smith, Seidel Construction, Hannah Feedlot, Central Nebraska Medical Clinic, the Forget Me Not Shop, Union Bank and Trust Taylor Branch, the Sargent Teachers Association, the Sargent Women's Action Team, Ben and Connie Griebel, Pioneer Hybrid, and First National Bank in Sargent. Enjoy the broadcast brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters.
Since 1917, Nebraska State Bank has been helping Custer County and its neighbors progress with innovative products and superior service. And they are here with you, helping you achieve your goals, reinvesting in our area by involvement, leadership, and donation as a means to help others strive and succeed and to further invest in our communities. With all of their locations here in Custer County, Nebraska State Bank is proud to serve you in Callaway, Myrna, and 2 locations in Broken Bow, and online anywhere all the time at nesb.bank. Nebraska State Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Need a snack or dish but don't want to stress about making it? The Grocery Cart Deli has your back. Give us a call at 872-2206. Meat and cheese trays are always a good go-to. Pick up your rack of pork ribs or a famous Chester's fried chicken and chicken strip boxes or meals. Need a cake? We can decorate it how you like. Don't stress about figuring out what dish you whip up. Ask for the help from the GK Deli. 872-2206 inside the Grocery Cart, Broken Bow.
We head to set number 2. Mullen with a 1-0 lead here in this championship match. Kylie Leaking will serve for Mullen. Serve comes across. Knocked up in the air by Grant. Overpass goes to Mullen's side. Big swing coming from Lawhorn on the second. Otten able to get underneath this one. They'll get it over to Oxford. Sent over on the third. Trying the touch pass. It'll be a scramble. Able to get it over on the third does Mullen. Otten goes near side to Oxford, and that will be a double contact, I believe. And it will point Mullen here in set number 2. Looking with the approach and the serve, this one will go into the net and tie us up at 1 apiece. Shaylee Oxford will serve for Twin Loop. All knotted up at 1 apiece. Lawhorn goes to Moore, punched up in the air by Grint from Twin Loop. It'll be right to the middle, is staying on the floor and setting it over is Hart. Mullen going to get something going with Marshall. Into the block, punched down and through. That's a kill for Marshall. 2-1 lead now in favor of Mullen. Lawhorn to serve. Grant picks it up, or Otten has to chase. Grant will send it over on the third. Lawhorn settles underneath, back set to Sabota off the top of the block. Grant chases it down. He gets to Otten, back set going to Hart with the jump. Off the top of the block, it'll find the floor. Point Twin Loop as they tie things up at 2 apiece. Couple of substitutions as Shelby Keith will come in, as does Alexis Mahler. Keith's serve comes across. Lawhorn settles under it, gets it over to Moore, and she'll find the line on the near side. Point Mullen, up 3-2 now. Samantha Moore will head back to serve here in this championship match. Thanks for tuning in with us if you're online or on the radio.
Otten gets underneath of it, gets to Hart near side. Big swing, Moore able to pick this one up in the air. Lawhorn is going to go far side to Marshall, and that will be a net violation on someone. And it will be called against Marshall, as that net came way down on the swing.
Yeah, Marshall on the follow-through, threw the ball, as you mentioned, just got her hand in the net, and it was obvious.
Otten sends it across. Lawhorn's going to go to the middle. Sabota, roll shot over. Punched up in the air by Twin Loop. They're going to go far side with Grant. She'll set it over. Lawhorn back set more out of the back row, looking for that attack from there. Unable to get it because the defense is there for Twin Loop. Big swing from Maldonado. She finds the far sideline and earns herself a kill.
You know, I've been thinking back about the previous 3 matches. No one has won up 2-0 in a match that we have done today.
Not yet.
So Twin Loop trying to get this thing even after losing the first.
Currently up 4-3. Grant's going to set in the middle for Hart, thrown into the block, sent back to Twin Loop side. Maldonado puts it up in the air. Roll shot over from Hart. Miscommunication from Marshall and Licking. It falls to the floor. Now a 2-point lead for the Wolves. Twin Loop, a team that really builds off of momentum. We saw it in the first game against South Loop as they try to continue that here. Lawhorn going to get it to Marshall. Touch over top of the block. Punched up in the air. Going to go to Maldonado on the near side. Looking for the cross-court shot. Throws it through the block and to the floor. Now a 3-point lead for Twin Loop. We'll keep it right here for now. Talk a little bit about football action as we've got playoffs coming up for Class D1 and D2. That is on the way on Thursday, if you can believe that. And some of the area teams that we cover have punched their ticket to the playoffs. We'll start in D1. Coming in and the number 1 seed will be Burwell. They'll take on North Central. And then Arcadia Loop City, who Jeremy and I had last night when they picked up a win against Anselmo Myrna, they will go in as the 9 seed. They will take on 8-seeded Amherst, who is also in their district, who they defeated earlier in the year. And then Anselmo Myrna will get in as a 15 seed. They will take on Dundee County Stratton, a game that I believe, Brent, you are familiar with the town of Winkelman.
Yes. I know it's a long ways away. But no, we actually went and did a playoff game with DCS and Arcadia Loop City last year. But it's a haul from this part of the state down to Winkelman. But yeah, that's where Anselmo Myrna gets to go. And listen, if you just make the playoffs, that is a tremendous accomplishment, and you never know what can happen.
We'll talk about D2 a little bit later on because we've got play rolling as Maldonado sends it back on the block. As that was a great block from Maldonado. Sent it back on the big swing from Marshall on the near side. 7-3 lead now in favor of Twin Loop. They fight on. Licking punches this one over to Lawhorn. Marshall will have to set it over. Free ball for Twin Loop. Near side, Maldonado, big swing down the line. Punched up by Moore. She is unable to control it. And an 8-3 lead in favor of Twin Loop.
It's amazing to me how Maldonado, with her attacking, almost at times looks like she's hitting it on the way down, but gets such an angle that makes it tough to handle.
Marshall with a big swing. She's able to get it off the side of the block of Maldonado. Cuts the lead to 4. Marshall will serve for Mullen. Serve comes across, picked up in the air. Twin Loop chasing a little bit. They'll get it to Hart as the ball will now be on the far side to Licking. Blocked back into the floor. Good job by Hart and Grant to be there, as that will find the floor. 9-4 in favor of the Wolves. Tara Horkey to serve for Twin Loop. Horkey looking for that far side corner. Moore able to pick that one up. Lawhorn to Licking. Down the line, she's looking. Horkey able to get to that one, having to chase the Twin Loop. And that will find the floor on Twin Loop side. 4-point lead for Twin Loop. We're in set number 2 of our championship match. Mullen up 1-0. Sabota with the serve. Otten gets to Grant. Big swing. She'll find the line on the far side. Good swing by the freshman. She'll earn herself a kill. as Folkers will come back into the match. Hart will serve for the Wolves. Up 10, trying to even things up at one set apiece. Good serve from Hart. Trying to control as Mullen will end up getting it across on the third. Otten goes to Oxford near side, off the block into the floor. It has been an array of big swings from Twin Loop. There really isn't one person that's had a lot of attacks. Having to chase his Mullen, and that will get into the net and to the floor. 12-5 lead for Twin Loop.
Yeah, pass that goes up into the net, but you also had 6'3" Folkers there for Twin Loop guarding the net, and there was just no play that could be made by Mullen in that situation.
Hart to serve. Morrow able to get this one over to Lawhorn. Far side set going to Licking, looking for the line. Hart able to pick this one up. Near side from Oxford, trying to go cross court. Punched up in the air by Moore. Lawhorn far side, looking to Licking again. This time it will be Grint in the net. She kind of took off a little bit funny when she went to leave her feet. And with the violation, point over to Mullen. Cuts the lead to 6. Coble's serve comes across. Horky able to pick this one over to Otten. Goes near side to Oxford. Big swing down the cross-court side, far side, and that'll be a kill. 6-13 in favor of Twin Loop as Grant will head back to serve. Ball rolls into the stands. Probably hear, I know you can hear, the coaches yelling at their players, trying to motivate them to continue to fight here. 13-6. Lawhorn, far side to Moore. She's going to have to readjust. Roll shot over. Picked up by Horky. Near side to Oxford. Big swing coming down the line. As that will find the line. Point. Twin Loop up by 8.
Well, we've talked about it really all day long. Volleyball's such a game of momentum. It can be on one side, and then in the split second, it can be on the other side. And things have certainly changed here in this match in set number 2.
And it continues as Grant serves an ace. 15-6. Brooke McCauley will come into the match. She'll head to the back row. Having to chase his Mullen again. They'll send it over. Free ball. It will catch the antenna and be out of bounds. Twin Loop all of a sudden has built a 10-point lead, and it has just been slow and methodical, nothing crazy. They've just been doing their thing. Grint, big service there. Longhorn gets underneath of it, back set to Licking, looking across court. Grint picks this one up. Overpass goes right to Moore. She redirects it to the floor on Twin Loop side. Marshall will come back in as Jordan McDowell will take a seat. Kylie Licking will head back to serve. 16-7 here in set number 2. Licking serve, looking for that far side corner. Mahler able to get it to Otten, who sends it over on the second. Marshall with a big swing, looking cross court. Hart picks that one up. Oxford with a flat-footed roll shot. Picked up on the far side. Now they're looking to Marshall down the line, punched up in the air. Hart gives chase, but will not get there in time. Point Broncos. Good pickup there from Brooke McCauley. Able to help her team out and set them up for a good swing. Licking with the serve. Hart punches this one up in the air. Goes near side to Folkers. Big swing, and that'll be a kill from Folkers. Breaks the rally from Mullen. 9-point lead here in the second set. Serve is going to be in the net from Oxford. And now Lawhorn will head back to serve. Oxford will take a seat as Horky comes back into the match. Lawhorn service comes across, having chased is Otten. They're going to get it to Maldonado, looking for the cross-court shot. And it'll go off the deflection from McCauley. 18-9. Favor of Twin Loop as Shelby Keith will come in to serve. McCauley will take a seat as Lindy Coble will come in as libero. Lawhorn back set, looking for more. Blocked back by Maldonado, but it goes off her hands and out of bounds. 8-point lead now for Twin Loop. Moore to serve, gets it to Hart. Otten giving chase. So go right to the middle, and that'll be a great kill from Maldonado. Big swing from Maldonado. 9-point lead, back to a 9-point lead for Twin Loop. Serve on the way, Licking punches it up in the air. Lawhorn gonna get it to Sabota, Good one-handed save from Keith. Free ball back over to Mullen. Lawhorn, far side to Marshall. Big swing, looking for the corner. Punched up once again by Keith. Now they're going to Maldonado, looking for the far side line, and she'll find it. Good swing there. Now 5 points away from evening up the match. I'm just going to go with that.
Well, this has been a great response by Twin Loop after dropping the opening set.
Good roll shot there from Moore. It'll go right back over to Mullen side. It will send it right back to Twin Loop. Big swing from Maldonado. Can't get it to find the floor. Marshall readjusts. Will send it over on the third. Otten back to Grint. Cross court, and it's wide. 20-11. 9-point spread between Twin Loop and Mullen here in this second set. 5 points away from closing it out is Twin Loop. Otten's going to get underneath this one. Back set to Maldonado. Set over, covered by Sabota. Far side swing coming from Licking, and that'll be a net violation, I believe, on Grint, who caught to the top of the net, coming down to the floor after the block. Couple of big points here from Mullen, trying to close that distance. Horkey gets it to Otten. They're going to go near side to Grint. Big swing cross court. And unable to control it is Mullen. Point, Twin Loop, 21-12. Horkey will serve, 4 points away from a match tie. Lawhorn, back set. Big swing from Sabota. She tools the block and earns herself a kill, and will head back to serve. (21-13) here in set number 2. Big serve there from Sabota. Picked up nicely by Hart. Oxford with the swing, going down the line. Punched up in the air. Still alive. Sent over by Lawhorn on the third. Good save. Otten settles underneath. Going to get to Oxford. She'll set it over. One-handed save from Licking. Stays alive. Lawhorn going to get it to Moore. Big swing out of the back row. Good pick up there from Keith. Back set over to Grint, and she tools the block and gets the kill. Good rally there between the two teams. 22-13 in favor of Twin Loop.
Boy, just the complete opposite of set 1, huh? Man.
Hart with the serve. Going to be a little bit of an overpass, and Oxford makes him pay. She'll send it back down to the floor, 2 points away from taking the second set. Hart sends a serve across, and that's an ace. Lots of talented servers for Twin Loop. They have been filling up the ace column all day. Hart's serve comes across, picked up by Sabota. Lawhorn going to Licking on the far side, punched up in the air by Horkey. Oxford gives chase. It's going to be a long shot for Horkey. She's going to get it over. Good job to cover. Lawhorn, far side, Licking cross court, punched up in the air by Hart. Having to chase is Oxford. That will go off of the antenna and out of bounds. Point, Mullen, 24-14. Set point again for Twin Loop. Coble will serve. Hart picks it up. It'll be real close to the net. Not able to cover it. Folkers is going to get the kill, and that is how our second set will come to an end. Twin Loop evens things up, 25-14. We'll be back after this.
Trotter Service, every oil change comes with a multi-point inspection. As a Tire Pro store, they bring customers only the best brands of wheels and tires at the best prices anywhere, and have computer balancing and alignment too. They service semis and provide bulk fuel and propane delivery as well. At Trotter Service, your hometown automotive repair and tire store.
Friendly service every time. Quality is what you'll find where your neighbors and your friends go see Trotter.
Custer Federal State Bank has been a home lender since their inception in 1925. They continue their commitment to this day, offering conventional loans, first-time homebuyer loans with grant funds available for down payment assistance, construction loans, and home equity loans. Remember, unlike many traditional lenders, they utilize secondary market funding to offer long-term fixed interest rates in all markets, including ag, commercial, business, and home. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. All loans are subject to credit approval.
When a rock jumps up and chips your windshield, don't ignore it. Call Rod's Body and Paint in Broken Bow. They'll get you scheduled for rock chip repair, which is super easy because they work with all insurance companies. If your chip turns into a crack too fast, they do windshield replacement too. In an accident recently? Get your ride fixed up at Rod's. They offer fast and free estimates. Over 42 years of experience put to work for you when you choose Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
We're all tied up at one set apiece here in the championship match. Talked about Class D1 football earlier, and I want to take a look at Class D2. Mullen has made it into the playoffs. They will sit as the 11th seed. They will be on the road, being hosted by Pleasanton. They go in as the 6th seed. Ansley Litchfield also making it in. They will be hosted by Riverside, who is the 7th seed. Ansley Litchfield going in as the 10. And the high-powered offense and stout defense of Sandhills Thedford, they go in as the 2 seed out of the West. They will be hosting Axtell. Again, Class D1 and D2 playoffs are coming up on Thursday of next week. Crazy. Also coming up next week, for those who are listening in favor of Twin Loop, we'll have the Wolves right back here on KBBN as they host a triangular with Arcadia Loop City and SEM. We're underway. Oxford will serve. They'll get it to Licking on the near side. Goes cross court. Houghton settles underneath. They're going to go to Maldonado, so will not be. They're going to call it touch. It was very, very low, and nonetheless, the point goes to Mullen. And the Broncos start off our scoring up 1-0.
Yeah, that was surprising. That caught a lot of the net, and I think the Mullen bench was wanting 4 hits, but Mullen wins the point regardless.
Maldonado with a big swing on the near side. Coble picks this one up. Little miscommunication by Lawhorn and Sabota, and Folkers with that lengthy frame is able to get the ball that really never crossed onto her side of the net, but she was able to make sure that it found the floor on Mullen's side and evens things up at 1 apiece. Serve comes across from Keith, punched up in the air by Coble. Having to chase is Mullen. Good swing out of the back row from Licking. Otten gets to Hart, sends it over, free ball Mullen. Lawhorn settles underneath, gets to Moore. This will be long and out of bounds, but we'll have a net violation called against Hart. 2-1 in favor of Mullen. First set went 25-17 in favor of the Broncos. Twin Loop came back in the second set. Even things up at 1 apiece, 25-14. Serve comes across from Lawhorn. Hart's going to get a shot at this one. She's going to set it over on the far side. Tough angle. Marshall with the swing, almost the exact same thing, coming to the near side direction. Hart now for Twin Loop, touches it over, saved up in the air, looking out of the back row. Roll shot. Keith is going to get us up to Otten. Set backwards to Grant. Set over. Mullen now in control. Back set coming to Sabota. Big swing, and that'll be a kill, as Otten could not chase down the attempt to dig. 2-point lead for Mullen in this pivotal third set. Allie Lawhorn will serve. Grant picks it up. Otten, near side, right in the middle to Maldonado, punched up in the air by Licking. Roll shot from Moore. This will go back over to Twin Loop. They're looking to get something going. It's Maldonado on the near side, but the block is there from Sabota and Moore. They'll send it back. 3-point lead for the Broncos. Lawhorn's service comes across. Otten settles underneath. Goes near side to Hart. Big right hand. This will be long and out of bounds. Point Mullen. Serve on the way, and that is atop the tape and rolls over the net. Falls onto Twin Loop side. Nothing you can do about it. Sometimes the ball just spins that way. 6-1 in favor of Mullen. Service comes across from the lefty Lawhorn. They're going to go right in the middle to Maldonado looking for the line, and she'll find it. Point Twin Loop, trailing by 4 here in the third set. On serve comes across. Far side coming from Sabota, punched up in the air. Horkey gives chase. They're going to go near side to Maldonado, who's going to have to free ball this one over to Mullen. Set goes far side to Marshall. Big swing. A great save there by Horkey. Now they're going to go to the middle of Maldonado, and it was just a bit low on that swing, but a hard swing. Moore serves it from Mullen. Hart picks it up. They'll get it to Otten. They're going to go far side to Maldonado. She'll tour the block and get the kill. Big thank you to VR Wireless for being a part of our video sponsor, not only today, but all video sponsors, making it possible for us to bring video action to you at our first broadcast on Thursday. This is our second. I have to say, going quite well. Big swing from Sabota. That'll be deflected out of bounds. Point to the Broncos. 8-3 here in the third. Trying to take that 2-1 lead in this championship match. Marshall's serve comes across, looking for the back line. Horkey gets it to Otten. Go near side to Oxford. Chaley can't quite get it through the block, but it's punched over on the Mullen side. They'll go to Licking on the far side. Looking cross court. Able to punch it up in the air with Keith. They're going to go far side now to Glint. That one will not make it into the block, into the net, and down to the floor. 6-point lead for Mullen here in the third. Marshall's serve comes across. On's going to send it right back to Hart. Good diving save there by Lawhorn. McCauley trying to find the corner. Good spot. Horkey had to give chase and force the bad connection. 10-3 in favor of the Broncos. Set number 3 here in the MNAC Championship. Marshall serve comes across. Horkey able to get it over to Otten. Near side to Oxford. Rolls along the tape, and then it will be hit into the net by Emma Hart, and we'll have a timeout on the floor. Mullen leads 11-3 here in set number 3.
Of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Spouts Lumber Company, Krause Angus Ranch, Kenneth and Laura Krause, the Sargent Chamber of Commerce, Calamus Outfitters, Burwell Dental Clinic PC, Trotters Woe & Go in Sargent, Orville's Repair, Orville and Kelly Vincent, and the Morgan Ranch. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Booster Club.
Ready or not, here comes the chilly season. Are you already noticing some cold drafts coming into your home, chilling the air? Don't make your heating system work harder than it needs to. Talk to Mead Lumber and Broken Bow about insulation solutions to keep the cold where it belongs, outside. The helpful staff at Mead Lumber and Broken Bow can offer solutions that will save you money when the weather gets chilly. Talk to them today, East Highway 2, Broken Bow, Nebraska.
11-3 in favor of Mullen here in set number 3. Gavin Higgins with you. Brent Apperson, color man in this game. Been bringing you MNAC coverage, semifinals, third place consolation, and of course the championship right now. Marshall serve comes across, diving save by Horkey. It'll go over to Mullen's side. Lawhorn back set to Sabota. Sent back on the block from Oxford, and then we'll have 4 contacts called against Mullen, as the point will go to Twin Loop. 11-4 now here in the third. Emma Hart will serve, looking for the middle. Punch up in the air by Moore, having to chase and unable to get there are the Broncos. 6-point lead. Now a 6-point lead for Mullen. Hart serve, touches the top of the tape. Good save there by Sabota. They're going to go to the back row to Moore, looking for the far side corner. Horky picks that one up. They're going to Otten, who'll get it to Folkers in the middle, sent over. Now Mullen in the attacking phase. They're going to get it to Licking. Oxford punches it up in the air. Otten back set over to Grant. Touched over, saved by Marshall. Lawhorn are going to go back to Moore, knocked up in the air by Hart, but unable to get there and help or any of her teammates. Point to the Broncos, 12-5 here in the third. Sabota sends it across. That'll be in. Yes, it was. Far side corner, right on the line. Ace serve from Sabota. Serve on the way. That'll be another great serve. Grint's going to have a tough time, and that'll be an ace. 14-5. Mullen in control here in the third. Sabota's serve will not get over this time. It will go into the net. And the point to Twin Loop. Oxford initially grabbed it back to serve, but it was Grint who will serve now for Twin Loop. Serve comes across right at the feet of Lawhorn, and then a miss hit from Folkers is on the overpass. It goes into the net. Point Mullen. Mahler will come into the game. 15-6 in favor of the Broncos. Coble to serve. He'll send it across, picked up by Mahler. Otten, Oxford switches to the left hand, punched up. It'll be close, duel at the net. Stays on Mullen's side, still knocked up in the air. Good attempt there. I believe it was out of bounds, but they are not going to call it. It'll stay on Twin Loop. This time she'll get a kill, though, does Oxford, as that will find the near side line. Point Twin Loop, 15-17.
Well, I don't know, Gavin. I just didn't have a good enough angle on it to know if it was out or in. I mean, it was hard to see if it went on the outside of the antenna or not, but Twin Loop sure thought it was out.
Serve there from Oxford carries long. 9-point lead now for Mullen. Licking with a big sigh as she will serve it up. Mahler picks it up, and trying to chase it down was Otten, cannot get there. 10-point lead, 17-7 in favor of the Broncos of Mullen. Licking will send it across. Horky somehow able to get to it. Otten tries to punch it up, but it will stay on their side and fall to the floor. 18-7. Hard serve to handle. Set number 3, all even up at 1 apiece. Licking looking for the back line, but it will carry long and out of bounds. Point Wolves. Shelby Keith will come in to serve. Folkers will take a seat. Keith puts her hand into it. Coble picks it up. She'll get it to Lawhorn. Back set on the slide from Moore. Touched over. Good save there by Keith. They're going to go to Hart in the middle. Off the top of the tape. Goes over to Mullen. They'll send it over on the second. Otten settles underneath. Goes near side. Jamal Donato. She'll to the block as it carries out of bounds. And cuts the lead back to single digits. Now at 9. 18-9 here in the third. Keith's serve comes across. Lawhorn will send it over on the second. Punched up by Otten. Mahler's going to get it over to Maldonado. She'll set it over, looking for the back corner. Good save there by Licking. Punched up in the air. Sent over on the third by Marshall. Otten settles underneath. Goes near side. Maldonado. Big swing, but it'll be long and out of bounds. Point Mullen. 10-point lead for the Broncos. MNAC championship match. Lawhorn sends it across. Looking for the swing for Hart, as that will find the corner. And the point to the Wolves. Big gap to close, but if they're going to find a time to do it, now would be it. Otten serve comes over. Lawhorn settles underneath. She's going to get it to Moore, looking down the line. Good pickup by Horky, giving chase as Otten. Miscommunication, and it falls to the floor on Twin Loop's side. 20-10 in favor of the Broncos, looking to close this third set out to take a 2-1 lead. Moore will serve, knocked up in the air. Otten looking for the offense. She'll find Hart, sent into the block, sent back onto Twin Loop's side. They're going to go back to Maldonado. She'll set it over. Covering is Moore, getting it to Lawhorn. It will go far side to Marshall off the top of the block. It will stay in play, fall to the floor, and that'll be a kill. Good swing there, now of 21-10. 4 points away from closing this one out is Mullen. Moore sends it over. Having to chase is Otten. Good back set, right back to Hart. Touch over the block, punched up in the air. Who will go get it? Licking will send it over on the third. Otten goes underneath. She's going to get to Maldonado down the line. Good save, and then could not get it across as Licking. And that will be a point for the Wolves, 21-11. Tara Horky to serve. Team down by 10. Need a big rally here. Lawhorn gets to Marshall near side. Punched up in the air by Otten. They're going to go to Hart. Touches it over top of the block. Marshall able to cover that one. They're going to go to McCauley. Blocked back. And that'll be a good block there from Oxford and Hart.
Yeah, good tight block at the net by, as you mentioned, Hart and Oxford. Able to get it sent back, and then we'll see if Twin Loop can try to climb at least a little bit back into this set.
And that'll be difficult on that one as the serve goes into the net. 3 points away from closing things out as Hannah Marshall will head back to serve for the Broncos. Marshall's serve comes across, punched up in the air by Horky. Otten gives chase. They'll get it to Oxford, going cross court. Marshall knocks it up in the air. Lawhorn is going to get it back to Moore. Roll shot over, looking for the back line. Horky covers, gets to Otten. They're going to go near side to Grint, but this set goes into the stanchion, and that'll be a point for Mullen as we'll have a substitution as Vivian Schlegel will come into the game and head to the front row. She'll replace Otten. Schlegel will get a chance here. She'll send it over on the second. Mullen giving chase, getting it to a big swing coming from Sabota. Now set point for the Broncos, 24-12 here in the third. Marshall will serve, looking for the back corner. Punched up in the air, having to chase is Schlegel. She's looking to get to Oxford and puts it into the block and down on Mullen's side. McCauley didn't quite get over far enough. And it'll fall in front of her, 24-13. Hart's going to have to serve the rest of the way, try to extend this third. Moore picks up the serve. They'll go Licking on the far side. Into the block. Punched up in the air by Sabota. Back set right back to Sabota. She's looking cross court. And that is how set number 3 will come to an end. 25-13 here in the third. Mullen takes a 2-1 lead.
In the number of points scored, in games won, and in championships earned. At Shelter Insurance, we measure success in the quality of our products and services, in our community support, in being there when you need us. In fact, 9 out of 10 people surveyed with a claim would recommend Shelter to a friend. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Shelter Insurance's auto rates are falling. See Agent Brent Custer for details.
We've all come across landscaping pieces that have caught our eye and made us say, oh, wow, that's beautiful. But when we go to create our own landscaping dreams, it can be overwhelming. Worry no more. Call the professionals at A to Z Lawn Pro and Landscaping. Don't stress about wondering where to start. A to Z can help make all those dream ideas you have a reality. They're excited to do the dirty work on your lawn space so you don't have to. Professional edging, sod, retaining walls, rock beds, and more. Call A to Z at 872-5182.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squires Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units, too. Squires Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Prepare your lawn for the long winter by applying Winterizer Fertilizer from AeroSeed now. Winterizer Fertilizer promotes rejuvenation and recovery from summer stress and builds a strong, healthy plant for better winter survival. Choose from the 16-pound bag that covers 5,000 square feet or the 50-pound professional-grade controlled release formula that covers 15,000 square feet. By applying these highly effective Winterizer Fertilizer formulas now, you are giving your lawn a healthy head start when spring arrives. Stop in to AeroSeed in Broken Bow for your winter fertilizer today.
Are you having a hard time getting moving after your surgery? Call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. If you have recently undergone surgery to your knee, hip, shoulder, back, or wrist, or having trouble doing the things you love, call Team Physical Therapy 872-5111. With our highly trained staff in orthopedic rehabilitation, we are committed to getting you moving again. Call us at any of our locations close to you or check us out at myteampt.com, 872-5111.
Moving into the fourth set here on KBBN as well as online, sandalsexpress.com, on our Facebook page, Twitter page, YouTube, pretty much everything else you can think of. We're streaming there if you would like to watch this championship match between Mullen and Twin Loop. Mullen now with a 2-1 lead, taking that third set 25-13. They took the first set 25-17, and Twin Loop had the second 25-14. And they will also start with a 1-point lead here in the fourth as a serve from Licking carries long and out of bounds. Have a substitution as Mahler will come into the game. Grant will come out, or a lot of confusion here momentarily.
Well, Gavin, the match is close. It's 2-1, but none of the sets have been. Someone has taken charge early and just kind of cruised. We'll see what happens here early.
Moore hits it off the top of the tape. It shoots up in the air onto Twin Loop's side. Big swing from Maldonado, punch into the block. As that one will be called for contacts against Twin Loop, and we're all leaving it one apiece. Serve from Lawhorn is going to carry right onto the back line, and I mean it caught when the color changes from red to the brown, that little fade, that's where it hit.
Yeah.
It was
close.
Right there. 2-1 in favor of Mullen as Lawhorn will serve it up once again. This will be an overpass onto Moore inside, and Moore blows it up.
Whew. Yeah, when Moore's on the front, you overpass like that, and she usually will take care of it.
She did not miss that one. 3-1 in favor of Mullen. They win. They're MNAC champions. Maldonado has something to say about that as she'll get a kill on that swing. 3-2 in favor of Mullen. Cuts the lead in half.
Yeah, that was a big answer by Maldonado. Good swing. Powers it off the block. Twin Loop chance to tie.
And they will tie it on the serve from Keith as Mullen could not control it. Tied at 3 apiece. Keith will serve this one into the net, and that will be a point for Mullen. McCauley back into the match. Four to 3 here in the fourth. Serve comes across from Moore. Otten gives chase. She'll go near side to Hart off the top of the block. Good save there by Moore. Punched up in the air. Moore from the back row. Blocked back by Hart. Good job getting that one. Now they'll go back to Marshall from Mullen. Cross court. Would have been a heck of an angle to be able to bring that one in. It was about as severe as it can get. She carries it long. Otten will serve. Licking punches it up in the air. McCauley gives chase as this one will catch the divider right in the middle of the floor and will fall on Mullen's side.
I almost thought they were going to get that back.
I did too.
And then, like you said, it got caught up in the ceiling.
Punched up in the air. Marshall with the big swing. Maldonado with the block. Good block by Maldonado. Hart next to her, but I think Maldonado got most of that one. Now Twin Loop with a 2-point lead, trying to force a 5th set. Licking picks up the serve from Otten. They're going to go to Svoboda, who hits it over with the left hand. They'll go to Hart in the middle, looking for the corner, and that will be wide and out of bounds. No touch called. 6-5 in favor of Twin Loop. We're in the 4th set. Mullen with that 2-1 lead. Giving chase is Horky. She's able to punch it up in the air. Otten sends it over on the 3rd. Lawhorn, far side, Licking. Big swing off the block. And that will be a kill for Licking. Great job to tool the block. As great of an angle as we have, it was really tough to tell if it went off the taping out or went off hands. But we're all tied up at 6 apiece. Right up in the air as Twin Loop tries to get something going. Big swing coming from Grint. Sent over on the 3rd. Horky picks up a ball that might have been out of bounds. Nonetheless, Twin Loop will send it over on the 3rd from the hit from Grint. Lawhorn, far side, looking for Kylie Licking. Down the middle, and that'll be a kill for the senior Licking. And that'll give Mullen a 1-point lead.
Well, that was maybe one of the best swings that Kylie's had in this tournament. Takes it cross court and puts Mullen in front.
Hannah Marshall's serve comes across. They're going to try Grint looking for the roll shot, but that'll carry long and out of bounds. 2-point lead for the Broncos. Marshall with a couple of steps and will send it to the back line. Horky picks it up. They'll get it over to Maldonado. Punch up in the air. Great save. Lawhorn will send it over on the 3rd. Otten goes near side. Maldonado, big swing down the line, but it's out of bounds. Point Broncos, 3-point lead for Mullen.
Great defense by the Broncos. I mean, that's why you keep fighting, you know. You just never know what'll happen if you get that ball across, and Mullen was able to end up winning the point.
Hart looking for the far side corner. Mullen with the approach, blocked back. Sending it over on the 3rd is Svoboda. Diving save by Otten. Get over to Keith, who sends it over to Maldonado. Punch up in the air, and that will be out of reach. As luckily Marshall was able to avoid the stanchion on the dive. 9-7 in favor of Mullen. Serve on the way, knocked up in the air by Moore. They'll go far side to Moore back again from the back row, and that will be a kill for Samantha Moore. Svoboda's serve comes across. Hart can't quite control it, and then tried to save it was Keith and hit it right into the chest of Horky, and there was nothing she could do but just grab it. Svoboda's serve comes over. Horky covers it, sends it over to Mullen's side. Moore covers. They're going to go to the middle to McCauley looking for the back line. Horky hits it up in the air, but it will careen out of bounds. Point Mullen up 12-7. Maldonado will come into the match. She'll head to the back row as Horky will come out. Svoboda's serve going right after Hart. Good hard serve, good cover. Grint in the middle. That'll be a kill for Grint. Good swing there, and as we know, there's very few non-hard hitters on either one of these teams. 12-8, Mullen with the lead. Hart, her serve comes across. Lawhorn going to get it to McCauley. She'll set it over. Punched up in the air by Otten. Near side attack coming from Oxford. It will be fought for, and then it will stay down on Mullen's side. Point, Twin Loop. 3 points away from tying this one up. 12-9 here in the fourth set. Serve on the way, comes across. Lawhorn's going to set back row to Moore. Good set and a good swing. That'll be blocked out of bounds. Point Mullen, but all the credit to Lawhorn. In the near side corner, basically right in front of the 10-foot line for Moore to capitalize on. Coble will serve. Horky picks it up. Otten gives chase, but that one will go into the net on the overpass. Point Mullen, 14-9. And we'll have a timeout. Coach Phillips wants to talk things over. Mullen leads 14-9 here in the fourth.
School's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424. Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow. 872-3424. The Sandhills Golf Club is a proud supporter of this radio broadcast and salutes every second of hard work that these players put into preparing for each game. Sandhills Golf Club is home to a one-of-a-kind golfing experience in North America, featuring the beautiful Sandhills, a quiet atmosphere, and a challenging yet enjoyable course. Enjoy the broadcast, brought to you in part by the Sandhills Golf Club, proud supporters of Central Nebraska High School sports action.
14-9 in favor of Mullen here in the fourth set. As that serve will go into the net from Coble, now 14-10. Heading back to serve for Twin Loop will be Cassidy Grint. Freshman trying to close the gap for Twin Loop. Good serve. Coble picks it up, gets to Lawhorn. Licking on the near side, throws it across, back going to Horky. They'll get it to Oxford, off the block, into the floor. Good swing by Shaylee Oxford. 14-11. Twin Loop continues to fight back. Grant to serve. Couple of dribbles, a toe tap, and the ball comes across. Lawhorn goes far side to Moore. Big swing down the line. Big kill by Moore. Extends that lead back to 4. Don't forget, we'll have volleyball action for you Tuesday of next week here on KBBN from Sargent. 6 o'clock start time. Triangular between Twin Loop, Arcadia Loop City, and SEM. Serve comes across from Licking. Otten settles underneath, gets it to Oxford, stays on Twin Loop's side. Mahler gets it over to Oxford once again. Roll shot punched up in the air by Coble. Giving chase is Lawhorn. And sending it over on the third is Sabota. Middle attack coming from Folkers off the top of the block. Coble able to cover that one. Lawhorn back to Moore. Right down the middle. Hart able to cover it. Goes right over to Otten. Sending over and looking for the corner is Oxford, and she'll find it. Good spot by Oxford.
Yeah, great read at the net. Saw the opening on the far side from where she hit it and was able to place it right where it had to be.
Perfect spot. Coming into the match is Jordan McDowell. Serve comes across from Oxford, set over on the third by Marshall. They're going to go near side attack with Maldonado, set back to Twin Loop side. Going to get to Folkers this time, but just cannot get it over the net. And that will be a point for Mullen, now up by 4. 9 points away from taking the MNAC championship. Lawhorn to serve. All on the way, tickles the tape, sent over on one by Twin Loop. Close at the net, we'll have a net violation called. And that'll be a point to Mullen. 5-point lead. Folkers being aggressive, almost have to be in this situation, but that time just got her hand on top of the net. Lawhorn serve comes across. Horky picks it up. Get it over to Otten. Middle attack coming from Folkers. Touches it over the top of the block. Lawhorn over to Moore. Moore, big swing looking for the back line, but it'll carry out of bounds. And long, but we'll have a touch called against Twin Loop. (18-12) here in the fourth. Mullen looking for that MNAC championship. Twin Loop trying to force a fifth. Serve comes across, punched up in the air by Mahler. Great back set. We tight to the net, and then a duel won by Sabota against Mahler. Great job being aware of what was taking place, does Sabota and wins that duel. 19-12. Lawhorn continues to serve. Knocked up in the air by Mahler. They're going near side. Maldonado, big swing, but it goes into the net. And that'll be a point for Mullen. They lead by 8, now 5 points away from being MNAC champions. The lefty Lawhorn serve comes across and it went out of bounds. And one of the most awkward out-of-bounds waves I think I've ever seen.
That was just hard to describe, wasn't it?
It's kind of like a flag routine a little bit. I mean, she was trying to grab the ball, so no one had to chase it. Point twin loop nonetheless. Serve comes across from Keith. Big swing on the far side by Sabota, but it goes into the net. Point Wolves.
Well, you feel this is big right now for twin loop. You're down by 6. You got to run some points off on your serve right here.
Coble picks up the serve from Keith, chasing it down to Lawhorn. She'll get it to Sabota. Big roll shot. Horky picks that one up. They're going to go in the middle to Hart. Touches it over the top of the block. Covered by Marshall. Lawhorn with the chase. They'll get it to Sabota. Roll shot looking in the middle. Keith covers that. Otten near side. Maldonado, big swing. Punched up in the air. Hits the ceiling. Comes down quickly. And just too fast for anyone to cover. Service on the way from Keith. Punched up in the air. Big swing coming from Moore off the top of the tape. Stays airborne and will stay with twin loop. They'll send it over on the third. Lawhorn. They're going to go to Moore on the left side, and it'll find the far side line. 4 points away from a championship. 21-15. 6-point lead.
I don't think that caught the line by much.
It was an edge.
It was close.
More serve comes across. Keith picks it up. They'll go near side to Hart. Big swing off the top of the tape. Punched up in the air by Marshall. McDowell's going to get it over to Sabota. Will send it over on the third. Otten has to give chase. Maldonado changes direction. It's blocked back. He's waiting for it. And getting up there quickly was McCauley. Sometimes you see those players let that roll shot happen, but she was not going to let it happen. Horky picks up the serve from Moore. 22-15. He'll go over on the second, and great job by Sabota. Taking that immediate overpass and just sending it to the near side edge. 23-15. Mullen, 2 points away. Samantha Moore puts her hand into it. Punched up in the air by Keith. Overpass goes on over to Marshall. She'll touch it back. Set and match point for Mullen. 24-15. Mullen looking for that MNAC title. Moore to serve to finish it off. Horky's pass is over. McCauley looking for the line on the near side, and it's just a bit wide and out of bounds. Substitution, Grint comes in, Mahler comes out, and Otten must serve the rest of the way. Otten hits it into McDowell, and that's a good start. That's an ace. 24-17. Match point again for Mullen. Otten serve comes across, goes after Moore. Sabota gets it over to Marshall, and that will be 4 contacts called against Mullen. 24-18.
Well, you love the fight of twin loop, not giving in easily.
Otten to serve, goes after McCauley, overpass to Hart off the top of the block, punched up in the air. Can Mullen finish it off? Marshall, big swing, well long and out of bounds. 24-19. Twin loop is not done yet. They want to play 5. Mullen 1 point away from finishing it off. Otten serve, goes to McDowell, great pass. Out of the back row is Moore, picked up. Otten going to get it to Maldonado. Roll shot over. Moore. Lawhorn, far side. Marshall for the championship. Punched up. Stays on Mullen's side. Lawhorn again to get it to Marshall. This is going to be a tough angle. Maldonado hits it up in the air. Otten goes near side. Maldonado, big swing down the line. She'll get the kill, and we play on. Timeout, Mullen. We're just going to keep her here. There's no reason to go anywhere. 24-20. This was a 10-point lead at one point, and Twin Loop continues to fight here in the 4th set, trying to extend this game into a 5th set. Our first one went 5. Our second semifinal went 5. The third place consolation game went 4. Where will this one end up? And I tell you what, these players have got to be tired.
Oh, yeah.
Man. Twin Loop trying to keep that momentum.
Yeah, great fight by Twin Loop. I mean, I kind of lost count. How many match points have they fought off to this point? Is it 5?
5 or 6, somewhere in there.
And, pressure on listen, you can't win the point if you don't get the serve in play. And so give Otten a lot of credit making sure that serve gets in.
And it is in again. Lawhorn's going to get it to Marshall. Attack at the net, and it falls on Mullen's side. 24-21. McDowell will come out. Licking will come in.
Well, now it's starting to get a little interesting.
Oh, boy. Otten serve looking for the corner. Moore gets it to Lawhorn. Far side. Sabota off the top of the block. Maldonado covers. Otten to the middle to Hart. Looking for the middle shot. Licking has to chase. It'll be a free ball from McCauley over to Twin Loop. Can they extend it? Horkey. Otten to Grind. Looking for the corner.
It.
She got it. 24-22.
Wow. I didn't see this coming.
Talk about a team that does not give up. 24-22. Otten serve is in. Lawhorn, they're going to go to Marshall. She'll touch it over the top of the block. Covered by Keith. Maldonado, big swing out of the middle. Punched up in the air. They're going to go far side to Marshall to finish it off. Knocked up in the air. Otten with a save. Maldonado sends it over on the third. Licking covers. Lawhorn, back row attack. Moore, punched up in the air. Good save. Ball goes back over to Mullen's side. Lawhorn, back set to Sabota. Punched up in the air again. Grant going to get it to Maldonado. Big swing, and that is going to end it, as that'll be a double contact called against Twin Loop. Tough way to lose it. But Mullen is your 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference champions. Congratulations to Mullen and to Twin Loop on a hard-fought game. We'll take a quick timeout and be back after this.
Did you know the best of the best bottled water is available to you from right in Nebraska? That's right. Sandhills Natural Water gets their natural, pure water from the heart of the Ogallala Aquifer, right under your feet. They're proud to supply bottled water right out of Mullen. The next time you're parched, quench your thirst with Sandhills Natural Water from Mullen. They're cheering on the Mullen Broncos and are happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Radio coverage of the Twin Loop Wolves is being brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters, whose members include Hilltop Ranch, Greg, Jody, Terry, and Luke Smith, Seidel Construction, Hannah Feedlot, Central Nebraska Medical Clinic, the Forget Me Not Shop, Union Bank and Trust Taylor Branch, the Sargent Teachers Association, the Sargent Women's Action Team, Ben and Connie Griebel, Pioneer Hybrid, and First National Bank in Sargent. Enjoy the broadcast brought to you in part by the Twin Loop Boosters.
And we welcome you back to Mullen High School. Brent Apperson back with you as we have finally come to the conclusion. The Mullen Lady Broncos will be your champions of the 2020 Mid-Nebraska Activities Conference Tournament as they win it in 4 sets, 3-1 over Twin Loop. Kind of looked like Mullen was going to cruise there in the 4th set and close it out, but then Twin Loop, a great effort, fighting back and coming back, and really made it interesting there toward the end. But Mullen was able to hold on and win it 25-22 in the 4th. So before we go, let's just recap everything that happened today. Some great matches we had. Nothing went straight sets. 2 of the 4 matches went the distance, and the 2 that went the distance happened in the semifinals. When the day started, when Anselmo Myrna took the top seed Mullen the distance, Mullen was able to win it in the 5th, 15-9. In the second semifinal, it was Twin Loop and South Loop going the distance, probably our best match of the day. It was a thriller. It went to the 5th, and South Loop fell to Twin Loop in the 5th, with the Lady Wolves winning it 16-14 to advance out into the championship. In our 3rd place consolation match, it was South Loop able to win over Anselmo Myrna 3-1. The scores went 25-15, 20-25, 25-20, and 25-18 in favor of the Lady Bobcats. And again, in the match that just concluded for the title, Mullen wins it over Twin Loop. The scores go 25-17, 14-25, 25-13, 25-22 in favor of the 2020 MNAC Volleyball Tournament champions, the Mullen Lady Broncos. Well, folks, that's going to wrap it up for our coverage here today. We thank you so much for joining us. It's been a wonderful day. We want to say a big thank you again to all of the sponsors that you've been hearing throughout the day today on our radio station, KBBN 95.3 FM. And we also again say a great big thank you to all of the wonderful businesses that made our special video streaming of all of today's action possible for you on our Facebook page, YouTube, and Twitter, and SandhillsExpress.com. That's going to wrap it up for our coverage here today. We thank you for joining us. We'll say one final goodbye for all the sponsors who made the broadcast possible. For Gavin Higgins, I'm Brent Apperson. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you for listening to our coverage of high school sports. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Also, a special word of thanks goes out to our sponsors who make our coverage possible. You, too, can thank those businesses by allowing them to be of service to you. Join us again next time for our continuing coverage of high school sports on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.